Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time I started with a Romanian from left field, got misled in the Philippine jungles, chased a beautiful blonde clear to Venice, and wound up with a friend from Siam, all without ever leaving Los Angeles. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Sword of Cebu.
Where is the office of Philip Marlowe, the detective, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Right around the corner here to your left.
Oh, thank you very much. My friend, you know this Mr. Marlowe, eh?
Well, yes. Yeah, I think you could say I know him.
Tell me, he is a reliable man?
Well, it depends on what you want to rely on him for. Excuse me, will you? I want to unlock the door.
What? You are Philip Marlowe?
Yeah, you're so right. Come on in, Mr.
Never mind. Now listen to me. I will pay you twice what Henry Pound has offered to you. Also, I will add to that $1,000 for a bonus.
Wait a minute. What is this Henry Pound, the 1,000?
Please, I have not the time for haggling. We may get $2,000, but you must work for me, not for Henry Pound. You only pretend to work for him.
Now, look, Bud, in the first place, I haven't heard from Henry Pound since I worked for him 4 years ago.
Huh?
Second place, I still don't know who you are or what you want.
Huh?
Maybe you better sit down over there, start at the beginning, and tell me.
You are lying!
Oh!
You are trying to trick me. Very well, Mr. Marlowe.
The short, dumpy man with wild black hair turned suddenly savage, swung a hard fistful of knuckles at my front teeth, and piled me back up against my office desk. By the time I got out into the hall, he was gone. I was going to follow him, but my phone, screaming for attention inside, stopped me. I decided to be philosophical about it. After all, screwballs find me all the time. Hello, Marlowe speaking.
Hello, this is Henry Pound. Remember me?
Yes. I just had a reminder.
I've been trying to get hold of you for 2 hours. My boy, where have you been?
Out to dinner. Now, listen, Mr. Pound,
Think first, Marlowe. This is most important.
What?
I need your help again, immediately.
Yeah, it no doubt includes the stubby crumb with a head full of wild black hair and a nasty temper that left you on the run 10 seconds ago.
Kirk Bavesco.
Whatever you call him, it's probably it.
Bavesco, Kirk Bavesco. He's the one man I have reason to fear, Marlowe.
Yeah?
Come out here to my place at once, will you, my boy? Old Henry Pound's future is dangling over a very deep abyss by the merest thread, all because the sword is gone.
What sword? What sword are you talking about, Mr. Pound?
On the island of Cebu in the Philippines, the sword of Cebu.
What?
It means everything to me, and it's gone, vanished. I must have it back. Hurry, Marlowe.
20 minutes later, I pulled up in front of the walled-in jungle Henry Pound called home and zigzagged in through an Okinawan anti-evil spirit gate. Waded past the grove of dripping elephant ears and ragged banana trees and finally made the front door. The house itself, from turned-up eaves to thatched nipa lanai, must have been gathered piecemeal on Pacific Islands, all the way from Hokkaido to the New Hebrides. It was Henry Pound himself who answered the door.
Oh, Marlowe. You know, the only thing wrong with you is I never get to see you except when I'm in trouble.
That's the business I'm in.
Well, come in.
Sure. Hey, it's quite a place you have here, Mr. Pound.
The islands, my boy, yes. Since business keeps me away from them, I brought their atmosphere here to me.
Even the music, huh?
All but the mosquitoes. Oh, shoo-shoo. Now, stay away from underfoot, will you? Oh, step.
Shoo-shoo, huh? That's an albino Siamese, isn't it?
Yes, quite unusual.
Yeah?
But he sheds that abominable white fur of his like any common cat this time of year.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see my servant Hideki?
Was I supposed to?
Well, when I couldn't reach you by phone, I sent him down to your office to wait.
Well, he must have gotten lost then.
Well, no matter. Let's get down to cases, my boy. Now, sit down, will you please? And listen closely.
All right.
My major business, as you remember, is importing pearls from the Orient.
Yeah, I remember.
And since you worked for me last, I acquired a partner.
a fine fellow named Voss in Manila.
Mm-hmm.
With his contacts there and mine here in the States, we've been extremely successful.
Was he the one who sent you that sword you mentioned?
Yes, it arrived 2 days ago, but he sent over half the curios you see in this room. That's why I failed to realize that there was anything special about the sword of Cebu.
Well, what is so special about it, Mr. Pound?
Here, read this letter I got from him.
Henry, I'm certain now there's going to be trouble. From one Kurt Bebesco in particular.
The man you saw tonight?
Yeah, I see. However, I've taken every precaution. Rest assured, Henry, that if anything ever happens to me, I shall somehow get the complete list of my contacts here into your hands. Sincerely, Eugene Voss. Well?
Eugene Voss was murdered 4 days ago in Manila. Murdered for that list of contacts.
Do you think the sword ties in some way?
Well, I'm positive of it.
Well, what's it look like?
Well, it's 3 feet long, Marlowe. The handle and the sheath are from the same gorgeous piece of white mahogany, and literally covered with intricate and exquisite carving.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, it is. When the sword is in the sheath, the 2 pieces form a complete pattern. I thought of it at once, of course, but when I came in to examine it again, it was gone, stolen. Naturally, I called you instead of the police. I've got to get it back, Marlowe, intact and without publicity. Why, that sword is worth... what the... Hi, Dickie.
Hey, he's hurt.
Hi, Dickie.
Mr. Pound, I, Dickie, very sorry. He did not see Honorable Miss Amaro. I, Dickie, was attacked outside the minute he left.
By a stocky guy with wild black hair?
Oh, yes, that's him, yes. He find out where Hideki was going, then he hit Hideki. That all Hideki remember until a few minutes ago when he waked up again.
Oh, well, do you need a doctor, Hideki?
Oh, no, thank you. Just the same, Mr. Pound. Hideki already feel much better.
Well, if you're sure, well, now you better go lie down anyway.
So, thank you. We'll wash your head first and be ship-shape no time. Very sorry, Hideki was so cool, Mr. Pound. Excuse, please, very sorry.
Well, now, that explains how Babisco got to your office, my boy. He's our man, all right.
Yeah, but I don't think Babesco has the sword. You see, he's looking for it. He offered $2,000 to me to double-cross you.
Oh. I can't understand it. Babesco is the only one who might know the truth about the sword. If he didn't take it, then who... Oh, you stupid cat, get out there. Look out! I knew it. Now see what you've done, broken my signing V.
Yeah, he was playing with a piece of paper over there. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Eh?
It's a rent receipt made out of somebody named Saunders.
Let me see it.
Sure.
Received $40. Rent 1 month in advance for 812 Front Street, Venice. This dated yesterday. Marlowe, I've never heard of this Saunders person, yet this thing was dropped here in my house. Perhaps by our thief, Marlowe. Do you realize what a break this is?
Dropped isn't the word. This was deposited.
Oh, what do you mean?
It's a plant complete with name, address, and date. It was left here by someone who wanted it to be found, because whoever has the sword of Cebu right now might also have it up for sale.
I think you're right, my boy. Wait, what do you plan to do?
The only thing I can do, go to Venice and strike a bargain in our favor, I hope. I'll call you, Mr. Pound. I pushed my way out through the jungle to my car, turned around at the dead end of the street, and went down the way I'd come. At the first intersection, leaning against a lamppost, was 6 feet of lantern-jawed redhead in a turtleneck sweater and seaman's jacket. Gave me a hard, steady once-over until I was out of sight. Later, halfway to Venice, I picked up a pair of very sticky headlights in my rearview mirror, but lost them again. I turned out to Front Street and finally found number 812 all by itself out at the far end. I parked a block away and walked back. It was a battered, rickety beach shack. I moved in gently and found a crack wide enough to look through. There was no furniture, just one big packing crate, a kerosene lamp, and a blonde. Ho, what a blonde. She belonged in that joint like an orchid in a blacksmith. In one hand, she held a cigarette, in the other, a small automatic. I went quietly to the back of the house, found a tin can, and threw it. And I plastered my back up beside the door and waited. She came out slowly, gun first. And when there was enough showing to get a hold of, I grabbed. Drop the gun, sister. Come on, Jim. That's better. Now we can go in and talk, huh?
You think you're so clever.
I get by. Hey, cozy little spot you picked.
You got here, so it serves its purpose. Who are you?
Philip Marlowe, Henry Pound's private detective. Where's the sword?
We've things to talk over.
Your
first.
bargaining position is lousy, Miss Saunders.
What's the offer?
0, baby. I'm getting it back for free. Now, where is it?
Get your hands off me. The sword is here in the house, but the scabbard isn't. And one's quite worthless without the other, you know.
You're not taking a lot of chances, are you, kid?
The sword has already brought me $5,000, Marlowe, and I've only just begun. So make an offer and make it good.
You're a liar. Sword's not worth 1/10 that.
Not of itself, no. But this one's special, and I know why. And I'll tell you something else.
You bet you will. You'll tell me where it is and fast.
Not that fast, mister. Don't move. Drop the gun. Now you can turn around.
Well, a Lantern Joe with red hair. So you were tailing me after all.
You said it.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up.
But I...
Get out. The front door. Go on. Beat it. I'll see you later. Now you, mister.
Now what?
Now we sit down, a couple of smart guys, and find a good, sensible way to work this out. Only I'm just a little smarter, because I got the only gun.
Keep talking.
What'd you say the sword was? Speak up, fella. Time's running out.
Sounds like time's not the only thing that's running out, Red.
Somebody's in the back room. Sorry, Tootsie, but now this only works one way.
Oh! I couldn't tell how long I'd been out. But I felt like I'd lost at least a weekend in somebody's boiler factory. I got back far enough to realize that something was going through my pockets. He was snaggle-toothed, had a week's growth of beard, and put the room in need of a healthy spraying of sweet air.
Yeah, that's a little better. I thought you was done in there for a minute.
Yeah? Who are you? Oh, what happened anyway?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. Call me Sid.
Okay.
Yes,
Sid.
Yes, thank you. I was walking along the beach out there like I always do, and all of a sudden I heard a scream. Like it was a wounded cat. It came from in here. And I know this house has been empty for years. Was it you was screaming?
No, I went out too fast.
Yeah. Well, I come a-running, and just when I stepped up in the porch, a fella in a pea-jacket come charging out and beat it down the street.
Yeah, I remember. Red and the noise in the back.
Oh.
Have you been in there, that back room?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I just looked this far, and then I found you. What's it all about, mister? What's back in there?
Hey, bring that kerosene lantern, will you?
Yeah, sure. Here, I got it. Look, a guy.
Yeah, a wild-haired Romanian named Bibesco, with the sword of Cebu sticking clear through him. Dead center.
Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we continue with the second act of Philip Marlowe in tonight's story, The Sword of Cebu.
While the beachcomber gaped like a marionette with broken jaw strings of the impaled body of Kurt Bibesco slumped at our feet, I quickly covered the room and the back porch, which led to the beach outside, looking for the wooden sheet that belonged to the sword of Cebu, just in case Claire Saunders had been bluffing. But 5 minutes of that got me nothing more than a little exercise and a lot of salt air.
Well, what should we ought to do now, mister? Call the cops?
Yeah, I guess so.
Sure would like to take that sword.
So would I, Junior. But the homicide boys are kind of narrow-minded. You see, they like their corpses as is.
Yeah?
Come on, let's get to the phone.
Yeah, okay. This one's a couple of blocks away. You got a car?
Yeah, it's out front. Got a light?
Yeah, here's the match.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
What do you do with the conga club?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, them matches ain't mine. Just picked them up off in that barrel.
Just pick them up. Conga club, huh? You know where it is?
Yeah, sure, it's right here in Venice. Ex-Marine runs
Oh?
it. Kind of wild, though. Cops raided it once. They had some dancing.
Where is it? Where is it? Come on, it could be important.
Straight down Front Street, Broadway, then left one block, and you're there.
Uh-huh. Now, look. You call the cops and get back here and wait till they come. Tell them my name is Philip Marlowe. I'm a private detective.
Yeah. Oh, no. No, sir, not me. I ain't waiting here alone.
$10?
That's all?
You heard me here. Tell the law I'll get in touch as soon as I can. Also, Sid, I'll match that 10 the next time we meet if you've kept your mind on your work.
Yeah, okay. But where'll I tell him he went to? The conga?
You catch on fast. The conga, Junior.
be, Mac?
Scotch and a little information. Girl named Claire Saunders, dressed in a white linen...
I never heard of her, Mac.
Oh.
I see so many people, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Now, you get what I mean, don't you, Mac?
Oh, of course. Well, you better make that a double Scotch. I'm through. He should have known better. Trusting a fast dame with every cent of his war bonus. A jerk.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
War bonus?
Yeah.
Who should have known better?
Well,
Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute, Charlie. Wait a minute. Look, who should have known better?
My kid brother back in New York. He's a vet. Marines. He got his check from the state, and he turned it over to this Claire Saunders. They were going to get married. That's what she said. And that was the last he saw of her. Oh, well, it happens every day. He'll know better the next time.
Wait a minute. I just happen to remember. I know the doll.
You do?
Yeah. Been around a couple of days now. It's pretty flush, all right.
Know where she's staying?
Yeah, sure I do. The Ritzy Motel about 4 blocks from here, the Pavilion.
Pavilion, huh?
Yeah. You got Bungalow 10 there, Mac. I know because she was complaining about it being the N1 and too long a run for the bellhop and a cracked ice dish.
Oh.
You go get her, Mac. And when you do, tell the kid brother that another ex-Marine tipped you off.
Yeah, you bet I will. Bellhop, ice.
Oh, there must be some mistake.
And you made it. Yeah, we're going to straighten it out right now.
Your filthy hands.
Quiet down, Duchess. Now, sit down, over there. Don't as much as bat a false eyelash.
Well, you do what?
Take inventory, baby. I know you're alone because I played Peeping Tom before I played bellhop. Chambermaids do a much-needed job on bedspreads.
All right. So it's under the pillow. So you've got the sheets. Now, what are you going to do with it? And without the sword?
Are you kidding, Duchess? You don't think I missed that back room at the cottage, do you?
You found the sword there?
And Kurt Babesco, who's wearing the sword the hard way, through his insides.
Somebody was killed with the sword.
Oh, come on. It's a little late for that wide-eyed pitch, baby. Doesn't your carrot-top partner tell you every time he kills?
Marlowe, you got everything wrong.
Oh, sure I am. Yeah, sure. But just for laughs, let's pass it and you along to the cops, huh?
No, please don't. I'll tell you everything, Marlowe. Turner isn't my partner. He hardly knows me.
That's better. Now, just who's Turner?
The man with the red hair.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Marlowe, believe me. I can explain everything.
Okay, let's try it. Did you steal the sword from my client, Henry Pound, yes or no?
Yes.
Why?
Marlowe, let me start at the beginning. A week ago in Manila, please.
All right, let's have it.
It was late in the afternoon, and I was shopping for a handbag. Just looking in store windows. Suddenly, I noticed a man hurrying down the opposite side of the street.
A man who turned out to be Eugene Voss, Henry Pound's partner, maybe?
That's right. I could tell he was afraid of something, Marlowe. He darted into a curio shop nearby. A minute later, I saw Turner.
You know him?
Oh, just slightly. We'd met once. Obviously, he was following Voss. But he didn't go into the curio shop. Instead, he hid close by. And then when Voss came out, he shot him, Marlowe.
Just like that, huh?
He was gone before anyone knew what had happened. I ran over to Voss to see if there was anything I could do to help. But there wasn't. He was dying. Oh, it was frightful. Please, Marlowe, I'd like a drink. They're on the desk.
When you're through, go on. What happened next?
Well, he told me to take the money in his billfold, $5,000, to take it all for delivering a message.
About the sword?
Yes. I was to get in touch with Henry Pound here in Los Angeles and tell him that the sword, which Voss had just purchased in the curio shop, was on its way. He should pay special attention to it. And then he died.
Well, you decided that $5,000 was an awful lot for playing messenger boy, huh?
Yes.
So you said nothing to the police, grabbed the first plane for L.A., got the Pound's place here, and swiped the sword, right?
I figured if for delivering the message was worth $5,000, the sword itself would be worth a lot more.
But you had no idea why.
Oh, no. Maybe a code in the pattern of the design and the jewels in the handle. Probably not the sword itself.
Yeah, you figured right, little schemer. Here's your drink.
Thank you. The rest of
the story I can fit together myself. You knew you had something, but you didn't know what. So you swiped the sword, you left an obvious clue to an empty cottage, that rent receipt. You counted on it to start the ball rolling, and it certainly did. Who would that be?
I don't know.
Find out.
is it?
Turner, I want to talk to you.
Just a minute.
You still sure you're not partners, baby?
Yes. I told you the truth, Marlowe.
All right, answer it. I'll wait here in the closet with the door open wide enough for the barrel of a .38, just in case you've never been to Manila. Go on.
All right.
Open up, hurry. Close it quick, that keeper may be around.
Who?
The one I slugged over at the cottage. He wasn't there when I went back. Just some bum I scared away.
Went back?
Yeah, I went back. After you ran, there was some excitement, Sweets. First, I slugged the people because I heard some noise in the back. I thought it was you.
Me? I never returned to the cottage.
I know it. It was a louse named Babesco. I got him all right. It was the very sort he was after. The little number right here in my hand. He was competition. So were you, Sweets, except that I doped your angle a long time ago.
What do you mean?
Well, Voss told you something before he died in Manila. I stopped after I ran, doll. I even came back. I saw you go for his billfold. Saw him mumble something. When I ran into you again here in L.A., I knew you were swinging in the dark. It was a nice try, Sweets. But you missed. Now, give me the sheet. These two belong together. Come on, hand it over. You don't want me to be rough to you, doll.
No. Here. Here it is.
Oh, that's better. Like I said, they belong together. Huh. That's funny. They should fit it.
What are you laughing at?
The answer, Sweets. A slip of paper with a list of people on it. I think it's crumpled in the bottom of the sheet here, and that's why the sword won't go all the way home. Yeah, here it is.
A piece of paper.
A valuable piece of paper.
Sure, names and numbers of all the players. That's it.
Marlowe. Oh, he's dead, isn't he?
Yeah. He's about as dead as a guy named Eugene Voss was last week on a sidewalk in Manila. Or the party called Babesco.
What is it?
Turner's dead, but I don't think his partner is.
Marlowe, you thought I was his partner.
Oh, yes, and I thought wrong, Claire. But now I got a little more to go on. I'll see you, honey.
Oh, no, wait. What am I supposed to do? Call the police and explain it all away as a practical joke? Oh, Marlowe, have a heart. Where are you going?
Back to my client, little dreamer. I think you can give me a line on that partner. Be good. I was an hour plus driving slowly back to the transplanted world on Crestline Drive, and all the way I kept adding and subtracting all the screwball figures I'd run into, hoping that someplace I'd find a mistake. But when I was there through the junior jungle and standing at the front door, I knew that my hunch was right.
Marlowe, you've got the sword?
The sword and sheath alike, Mr. Pound. They're in my car. Also, I got news. Babesco's dead.
I'm not sorry.
So is Turner.
I don't know any Turner, but why haven't you brought the sword and sheath in with you?
Because they don't count, Mr. Pound. There wasn't any code in the pattern on either one. The answer was a slip of paper jammed down in the sheath. Here. Is that what we're after?
Let me see. Yes, Marlowe, this is it. Oh, I knew he wouldn't fail me. I knew Boss was loyal. I knew it.
Oh, better than that, Mr. Pound. You counted on it. And don't move a finger, Happy. It's a great night for killing. Now go on. Into the study. We're going to use the phone.
But, Marlowe, you're insane.
Sure I am. So much so that I let the hairs from an affectionate Siamese cat change my mind. About everything. Keep moving.
The cat? What do you mean?
I mean the Turner who shot Eugene Voss in Manila, who murdered Babesco out at the beach, who I just killed before he could kill me, had white hairs from a molting white Siamese cat all over his suit. The same kind of white hairs I got on mine when Shoo-Shoo rubbed against me. Now go on, open that door. In other words, Pound, Turner was a friend here, not foe, and from there on in, it all figures. Or do you still think I'm insane?
Yes, No, Marlowe, you're right.
You bet I'm right.
Turner was in this with me. A partner, you might say. You see, I knew that Eugene Voss was worried about competitors.
Like Babesco, go on.
Well, I knew that Voss would see I got his clients' list, the pearl dealers, if his life was really in danger.
That gave you a brilliant idea. Put his life in danger. So you sent Turner to Manila to kill Voss once the list was on its way. Oh, how neat. But tell me, clean cut, why didn't you let Turner know about the sword at once?
Because he was tricked. Voss planted a fake list in his hotel, hoping that Turner would find it and go his merry way, which Turner did. He didn't know it was fake until he arrived here this morning.
Which, of course, didn't affect the scheduled murder. Nice and thorough, aren't you? Or have you left out some little detail I should know, like why you bothered having Turner get mixed up in this at all tonight? I would have brought the sword and sheath back for you without him.
I know you would, Marlowe. That's why I hurried you. But I also knew that there was a good chance that in finding the sword, you would also find that I deal in opium, not pearl.
Oh, fine. And Turner was right behind me all the way, ready to kill me if I found that out from say, Babesco, huh?
Precisely. Turner was right behind you, Marlowe, even as Heidecky is right behind you now in the dark. You fool. Why do you think I kept talking here, kept confessing? Speak up, Heidecky. Heidecky, talk!
He can't, Mr. Pound.
What?
Heidecky is very unconscious.
He's what?
I hit him with a vase. A Filipino
No,
vase.
no, you're lying! Heidecky! Heidecky!
Hold it, Pound!
Oh, my leg!
Oh. Marlowe, you got him. Marlowe!
What's the matter?
Behind the curtain.
There's nothing there, honey.
Huh?
Nothing more than a friendly cat named Shoo Shoo. It took a long time. It always does. But finally, the police in Los Angeles and the police in Manila knew exactly who had done what to whom and why. All of which left Henry Pound, the vicious little character who wouldn't even recognize honor among thieves, with a short, unpleasant future. And I thought about him and every rotten thing he'd done as I walked through his imported island jungle to my car. I thought about him and Babesco, about Turner, the houseboy, about Eugene Voss, and I didn't think about Claire Saunders until I got to my car. Was in behind the wheel, headlights on. The words were written in lipstick the length and breadth of my windshield.
Still, dear, I stepped out when nobody was looking. But don't fret. Because from here on out, I'm going to be very good. I've learned my lesson. P.S. My plane doesn't leave until morning. Would you like to help me wait
for it at the airport cafe. They have good food and they're open all night. Claire. Airport cafe. It's an hour's drive. Unless I hurry.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman McDonnell and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore can currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in our cast were Gene Bates, Junius Matthews, Barney Phillips, Byron Kane, Paul Freese, and Anthony Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time an old Spanish woman who cared, a redhead and a mink who didn't, and a green suede button beside a corpse, all led me to a wounded man with a gun in his hand, cornered on a warehouse roof.
Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent program, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Pepsodent presents Philip Marlowe, Hollywood's famous private detective created by Raymond Chandler. Philip Marlowe, tough, cynical private eye of Murder My Sweet, the sardonic, case-hardened detective of The Brasher Doubloon, The Lady in the Lake, and The Big Sleep. You've seen him in action in all of those top-flight mystery pictures. Now, in order that you may continue to enjoy this exciting mystery series, Chesterton brings you The Adventures of Philip Marlowe on the air with a cast of noted radio players and starring MGM's brilliant and dynamic young actor, Van Heflin.
There was a rough desert wind blowing into Los Angeles that evening. It was one of those hot, dry Santa Anas that come down through the mountain passes and curl your hair, make your nerves jump and your skin itch. On nights like that, every booze party ends up in a fight, and meek little housewives feel the edge of a carving knife and study their husbands' necks. Anything can happen when the Santa Ana blows in from the desert. I closed up my office early. I got tired of reading Philip Marlowe, private investigator, backwards on the ground glass of my office door. So I opened the door and closed it from the outside and locked it and went out to get a beer before I went up to my apartment.
Fill her up again, Mr. Marlin?
Marlowe. Marlin is a fish.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you bartender. Come in on a ride.
Drunk again. What'd you expect in this business? Autograph hounds?
Make it snappy, yeah?
Be right with you, sport. I gotta draw this man a beer. Crying out loud, these stumble bums that come in here.
You got another customer, Bacchus?
Hey, Bud. You seen a lady in here lately?
A lady?
Tall, good-looking, brown hair, a print bolero jacket, and a blue silk dress.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Nobody like that, Spinner.
All right, straight scotch, fast. I left my engine running out there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This slick-looking, sarcastic guy stepped up to the bar and drank his scotch whole. Then he turned to go out, and he stopped. The drunk was grinning at him. And then, without changing his grin, the drunk swept a gun from somewhere so fast it was just a blur coming out. Made a couple of hard snaps, and a little smoke curled. Very little.
All right, show other guys. Don't move. So long, Waldo. All right, don't move, you two. Poor Waldo. But I made his nose bleed. So long, boys. Drink up.
All right, get on that phone, kid. I'll get his license number. Holy smoke. Holy smoke.
Not too late. Drove away with this dead guy's car.
Maybe he ain't dead.
He's dead, all right.
Where's your phone? This is for the police. The prowl car boys were there in about 5 minutes. Waldo was out of business, all right. And nothing in his pockets told who he was, but he had about $700 on him. I told the cops what I knew, including about Waldo's tall, brown-haired, pretty girl in the bolero jacket. It was about 9 o'clock when I stepped out of the elevator in my apartment house and almost walked right into a tall, brown-haired, pretty girl in a bolero jacket, waiting for the elevator on my floor.
Oh, excuse me.
Just a minute, lady.
I said, excuse me, I'm in a hurry. I'll be good enough
Look,
to
you
step
better
out
not go outside in those clothes.
Just what do you mean by telling me
This isn't a make. You're in trouble.
Trouble?
Yeah, the cops are looking for you in those clothes.
But I haven't done anything that's...
I'm in room 41 across the hall now. I never collected an etching in my life.
All right, I'll go with you. I'll go.
I got to my room and rustled up some scotch and soda and brought the girl her glass. She had a small automatic in her hand. It jumped up at me, and her eyes were full of panic. I put down both glasses on the table slowly so that I wouldn't be misunderstood. Look, sister, maybe this wind has got you crazy, too.
Don't move. Careful, don't move.
A man just got shot in a bar down the street. Before he got it, he'd been asking about a tall, pretty girl with a bolero jacket, like yours.
What did he look like, this man?
Tall, 5'11", slim, dark brown eyes with a lot of glitter, dark suit, white handkerchief in the breast pocket. And he must have seen you earlier tonight to know how you were dressed. Am I getting anywhere?
He used to be my chauffeur.
You had an appointment with him, didn't you?
Why?
Listen, he asked for you, didn't he?
Yes, I had an appointment with him. He'd stolen something from me when he left 3 days ago. I was going to buy it back from him.
Why didn't you tell the police?
I couldn't tell him.
It was valuable, wasn't it? Valuable enough for Waldo to steal?
$15,000.
Oh, it's peanuts.
But it wasn't the value. It meant something to me. The man I loved gave it to me, and now he's dead. He was a flyer shot down over chimney. I'll go back and tell my husband that. He probably hired you.
He did? Well, how much is he paying me? And where is this husband of yours?
He's at a meeting.
This late at night?
He's a very important man. He's a hydroelectric engineer. I'll let you know that my husband is one of...
Skip it. I'll take him out to lunch sometime and have him tell me himself. And about Waldo, whatever he had on you is dead stock now, like Waldo himself.
He's dead. Waldo's dead?
Yes, sister, he's dead. Dead, dead, dead. Lady, he is dead.
Oh.
Now scream and I'll give you 2 black eyes.
I'm not going to scream. Who would that be?
There's a dressing room behind that door. Hide there. Now, don't argue with me. Do it.
It's all right.
And I went to the door, making a loud, yawning sound. The backs of my hands were wet. I opened the door. Without a gun. That was a mistake. I certainly knew the gun I was looking into. A .22 target automatic that had already killed one man that night. And I knew the ball head and the flat, shiny eyes and the face like a poisonous lizard. Baldy put the muzzle of his gun lightly against my throat. I backed into the room, and Baldy kicked the door shut.
You alone?
Look for yourself.
I'm asking, not looking.
I'm alone.
You and that dumb bartender saw me dust off Waldo.
What did Waldo do to you?
Who's asking?
Just making conversation.
You stood on me on a bank job we did together. Got me 4 years in Michigan pen. How is he?
Dead.
I'm still good, drunk or sober. Tell me why I came here, pal.
You heard the barkeeper and me talking. I told him my name, where I lived.
That's how, pal. I said why.
Skip, the hangman would ask you to guess why he's there.
Oh, you're pretty tough at that, ain't you? But you're slamming off, pal.
All right, but you could get that gun out of my neck and try somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, sure. Is this better? This suits you all right?
So it is my neck.
Save when, pal? It's your party.
I leaned against the gun. The door of the dressing room showed a crack of darkness. The crack widened. I began to shake a little. The girl came quietly into the room, but there was white all around her iris. She was scared. She had her gun in her hand, but I was sorry for her. Dead sorry. She'd try to make the door scream either way. It'd be curtains for both of us.
You scared, mister? You worried about any little thing?
I couldn't talk. The girl floated in the air somewhere behind Baldy, and her horrified face was drifting toward us. My mouth was as cold and dry as yesterday's toast.
Well, kid, how's it feel? You ready yet? Go on, say the word.
Well, don't take all night about it if you're going to do something about it.
Why not, pal? I like this.
Well, suppose I yell.
Go ahead, yell. Go ahead.
Hey, look!
Oh?
Thanks, sister. Thanks. That buys me. Everything I have is yours now and forever. You flatter me no end, lady. I only punched him. All right, now get out of here while I call the cops down on this killer.
Good night. Good
Hey,
night.
wait. Leave that Blair jacket here. It marks you for the cops.
Oh, yes, here.
Okay. See you again?
What?
Oh, I don't know. No, I guess not. After all, who am I to be the rival of a dead flyer? I'll see that the police get Jesse James here. Good night, lady. Yeah? You mean me?
Yes, please.
Oh, you. Again, huh?
Sit in. I must talk to you.
You want to know what happened at headquarters, huh?
Yes.
Well, I went down there with the law and gave them the story. I left you out of it.
Thank you.
You saved my life, so no one knows a thing about you. Well, incidentally, neither do I.
Well, my name is Mrs. Frank Bosley. 212 Fremont Place, Olympia 24596. Is that what you want?
I guess so.
Well, there it is.
Now, why did you really come back?
I wanted my pearls.
Pearls?
Yes.
Pearls, too, huh? All right. Tell me about the pearls. You've had a murder and a beautiful mystery woman and a sadistic killer and a heroic rescue. Now we will have pearls.
I was to buy them back from a man called Waldo.
Well, I saw everything that came out of his pockets, and there weren't any pearls.
Could they be hidden in his apartment?
It's possible.
Waldo lived on the same floor you do in this apartment house.
And why didn't I know him, at least by sight?
He moved in last week. He managed to get a sublet.
Yeah, great. A sort of an amateur magician on the side, huh?
It's getting rather late.
Yeah. What about your husband this hot, mysterious night?
He's still at his meeting.
You could have brought him along. You could have sat in the back seat working out a problem in hydroelectrics while...
While what?
Well, I didn't have any answers that wouldn't sound cheap or just ridiculous if from the sophomore class of radar team. I had an unlit cigarette in my hand. I threw it out of the window. I took a hold of her and kissed her. She sat very still. I was shaking when I let go of her. Her voice trembled a little when she spoke.
A man should have do that. I wasn't always that way. Only since Johnny Dalmas was killed in the war. He gave me those pearls. 41 of them perfectly matched with the diamond propeller clasp. I'd have loved them if they'd been wooden beads because he gave them to me. I love Johnny. The way you love just one time. You understand that?
What's your name?
Lola.
Lola, how did you explain a $15,000 pearl necklace to your husband?
I told him they were imitation and I bought for myself.
How did Waldo latch onto them, what they stood for?
When my husband was in Argentina, Waldo and I'd go for long drives. I was restless and wretched because of Johnny. Sometimes Waldo and I had a little drink together, but that's all.
But you confided in Waldo about this pearl.
I was a fool.
And when your husband came back, Waldo stole the pearls and offered to sell them back to you, or he'd tell Papa, huh?
I was a fool.
And now you think the pearls are upstairs in Waldo's apartment?
I suppose it's a lot to ask.
No, sweetheart. I've been paid. I'll go look. We're here. Has it gone long, Lola?
No. No?
No.
No pearls?
No pearls.
Oh.
There was a man in Waldo's room.
Man? Who?
You know a man named Leon Bostanos?
Not by name. I don't know.
Mexican, South American, about 45, small, iron gray hair, very neat, fawn-colored suit, wine-colored tie.
No, I don't think I know such a man. Is he the one in Waldo's room?
Yeah.
What does he have to say?
Very little. In fact, nothing. He's dead. I sat with Lola Barsley in a car listening to that jittery, infuriating desert wind gallop around in the midnight streets. I just told her about the Latin-looking man I'd found in Waldo's room in a very dead condition. I held her hands until they stopped trembling, and I gave her the few remaining details. He had a gun in a shoulder holster, but someone had strangled him before he could use it.
Someone? Waldo?
Maybe. You see that convertible coupe two cars ahead of us?
Been there for hours. It was there before I parked here to wait for you.
Leon, the man in Waldo's room, came in that car, but according to the key containers he carried, that isn't his car.
Whose car is it? Does it matter?
Well, it belongs to a lady according to the tag on the keys.
A lady?
Well, anyway, a woman, if you're going to split hairs. Eugenie Kolchenko, in West Los Angeles?
Never heard of her.
Uh-huh. All right, well, you go home now, huh?
What are you going to do?
Drive that flossy convertible around, wave at my friends, impress people. You run along now. Me, I've got another date.
Yes? What is it, please?
Miss Eugenie Kolchenko?
Yes? What is it?
Did you lose or misplace a pigeon gray convertible coupe?
What are you saying?
Now, don't be alarmed. I found it and I brought it home to you.
Come in, please. This is a reward you wish. Shall we say...
Snap out of it, Dragon Lady. Who was he?
Who? What's who?
A little guy, Leon. You loaned your car to. He's dead. Who was he?
Oh, no, no.
Oh, yes, yes.
Eugenie.
Darling, come here, please.
What's the matter, honey? Who is this man?
I came about Miss Kolchenko's car.
What about her car?
The gentleman who borrowed it couldn't return it on account of he isn't alive.
She's dead. Darling, she's dead.
Well, that's putting it more bluntly, of course.
Dead, huh?
Completely.
Who are you?
Philip Marlowe, private investigator. My card.
Mm-hmm. You told the police yet?
Never do at once what can be deferred pending negotiations. He's something.
I'm not negotiate.
Oh, peachy.
What do you know, Marlowe?
A man named Waldo was shot in a bar tonight. I happened to have the inside as to who he was, and when I visited his apartment tonight, I found this Leo Balsanos dead.
He wouldn't have had $500 in 20s on him, would he?
No, but this Waldo had over $700 on him when he was killed at that cocktail bar, mostly in 20s.
Hmm.
Is there a basis there for negotiations yet?
Very well, Marlowe. I'm a married man. There were certain unpaid bills for some stuff Miss Kolchenko here had charged to my account.
But you told me I might charge to your account.
All right, so I wasn't very bright.
That might be the understatement of the decade, but go on.
I had the unpaid bills safely in my briefcase. Somehow this Waldo had a chance to steal the briefcase. I hired Leon and gave him $500 to buy back those bills from Waldo.
Instead, Waldo took Leon's dough and was forced to kill Leon in the process. And then he went out to keep another date and accidentally walked into an old pal hostile enough to blow him down.
And someone still has those bills. And I've inferred a more suitable.
The man who shot Waldo got away in Waldo's car with your briefcase in it. Yeah, that could be. The cops caught him.
Oh. And the police have the briefcase.
Maybe. But the police are interested in solving crime, not in tossing mud for the benefit of sensation eaters. Look, I've got a friend or two at headquarters. Let me see what I can do.
It's worth $500 to me.
Well, then that's what it'll cost you.
Well, good luck. And, thank you, Mr.
Marlowe. Philip Marlowe, remember?
My name is Frank Barcelay.
Barcelay? Oh.
What does that mean?
The big hydroelectric engineer?
Yeah. How did you know?
My voices tell me.
Who?
Darling, this man is manifestly insane.
It's the heat, Miss Kolchenko. It's the Santa Ana. It's the desert wind. May I use your telephone? Someday I must tell you about Ibarra. Salt of the earth, Ibarra, detective lieutenant over Central Homicide. I phoned Ibarra from Miss Kolchenko's house and told him where he could find a well-dressed cadaver named Leon and furnished a few small details. I gave Ibarra time to check my tip, and then I went down to see the good lieutenant and told him why I'd been up in Waldo's room, only to find Leon instead of a certain lady's string of pearls.
Pearls, eh?
Well, I thought Waldo might have them up there.
Whose pearls were they?
A lady's.
Go on.
Or they might have been in Waldo's car that Waldo's killer drove away in.
Yeah.
Well, what, yeah?
They might have.
Also a batch of unpaid bills charged to the account of a certain Frank Barcelay?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, now, the police aren't interested in domestic scandal. They want to prevent or to solve crime, right?
So?
So I've got $500 for the police fund if those pearls and those bills are returned to their rightful owners.
Quit your kidding.
No, it's a valuable necklace.
Yeah? There's your necklace.
That's it. 41 pearls, perfectly matched diamond propeller clasp. That's it. That's the one.
Take it away, Morrow.
On the level?
Just tell me straight what it's all about, all that.
Sure. Well, this Waldo was blackmailing a wife with the pearls, and her husband with the bills, by the name of Barcelay. Well, Barcelay sent Leon to get the bills from Waldo. Instead, Waldo killed Leon, then stepped out and happened to get shot by that guy at the bar. Now, if Barcelay's name stays out of the paper, I get $500, and that goes to the police fund.
We'll keep him out.
Well, now, I'm not in this case for money. I just want to get back the bills and the pearls.
As you say, Morrow, the police aren't in business to sling mud.
Well, you can deliver the pearls to the lady herself if you like.
No, Morrow. You better take them to her. You see, except for the diamond propeller clasp on them, they're phony.
Phony? But...
All but the clasp, Morrow. All but the clasp. So the friar, Johnny Dalmas, the great lover, had given Lola a string of fake pearls. Well, I didn't know how to tell her, but I called her up and told her to meet me at the Beachcombers at 2. I was going to slip her the bad news slowly.
I'm glad you asked me to meet you here, Mr. Marlowe. See, I had to have someone to talk to.
Go ahead. Go ahead, talk. Honestly.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, now more than ever, I must have those pearls.
Why? Money trouble?
Oh, no. It's just that everything's gone wrong. And this morning my husband told me we're to separate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lola.
But if I had Johnny's pearls, it would be a link with the past and with Johnny. And all he meant to me. It's how a woman feels, Mr. Marlowe. I wouldn't blame you for not understanding.
Maybe I do, though.
So please, Mr. Marlowe, please, we'll try to find my pearls.
Lola, look,
Even if it isn't all of them. Any part of them. Any single smallest one of them. It'll be Johnny's.
Look, will you meet me here again around 4 o'clock?
I'll be here.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. There was only one earthly decent thing I could do. I took Lola's glass pearls to a jeweler, and I had him take off the diamond clasp and put it on one of those strings of so-called simulated pearls that they sell you for $3, tax included. Then I went back to keep my 4 o'clock date with Lola at the Beachcombers.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, anything new?
Yes, the police found some pearls in Waldo's car.
They found my pearls?
No, not exactly.
Not exactly.
Well, Waldo was getting set to jail, Lola. He had the diamond clasp of your necklace attached to a string of cheap imitations, and then he sold the real pearls.
Oh, how... Oh.
These are the imitations here.
Yes. But it is my clasp. The clasp is real.
Is that all right?
Yes, it's the clasp that Johnny Dalmas gave me. Of course it's all right.
Oh, that's swell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marlowe.
Forget it.
I won't. Not ever. But is this goodbye?
Yeah, I think so. You'll never get over Johnny Dalmas, Lola. If anybody ever bothers you again, though, well, let me know. Name's Philip Marlowe. I drove almost to Malibu and then I parked and looked out on the rock cliff. Then I reached in my pocket and dug out the string of Bohemian glass pearls that Lieutenant Ibarra found in Waldo's car. I cut the knot at one end and slipped the pearls off one by one. One by one, I flipped them into the water. Bell swooped down on them, and they flapped up again, screaming indignantly. The phony pearls had fooled Waldo and Lola Barsley, but they couldn't fool a seagull. I said to myself, to the memory of Johnny Dalmas, just another four-flusher. I listened a while to the wheeling seagulls. All at once I realized that the wind had died. The Santa Ana had blown itself out. The red wind was done. It was over.
You have just heard Van Heflin starring in the first of a new mystery series, Raymond Chandler's The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, brought to you by the Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent. Tonight's story on The Adventure of Philip Marlowe is based on Red Wind, written by Raymond Chandler, creator of Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective. It was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger. Heard with Van Heflin was Lorene Tuttle as Lola Barsley. And this is Wendell Niles inviting you to listen again next week at this same time to another exciting story on The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin with a distinguished cast.
Present The Long Goodbye by Raymond Chandler. Dramatized for radio by Bill Morrison. Starring Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe. With Toby Robbins and Margaret Robertson. The Long Goodbye. California, 1953.
The first time I laid eyes on Terry Lennox, he was drunk in a Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith outside the terrace of the Dancers. A very beautiful redhead was in the driver's seat. He couldn't get his door closed. She watched him slide out into the gutter and then ticked off down Sunset Boulevard. I took him to my place and fed him coffee, and then when he sobered up enough to tell me where he lived, I took him home. He was the politest drunk I ever met. He wasn't old, but his hair was bone white, and the right side of his face was frozen and seamed with thin, fine scars. A plastic job, and a pretty drastic one. I left him in his rented room with a half-empty scotch bottle. I was supposed to be the tough guy, but there was something about this guy that got to me. There was no reason why I should ever see him again, but I did, and this time he was on Skid Row. I picked him up before the cops did, gave him some food and a bath, and a very mild drink to keep him together.
Thanks, Marlowe. Maybe I can quit drinking one of these days. They all say that, don't they?
It takes about 3 years.
3 years?
Oh, you have to get used to a paler set of colors, a quieter lot of sounds, a different world. You have to allow for relapses. All the people you used to know well will get to be just a little strange. You won't even like most of them, and they won't like you too well.
That wouldn't be much of a change. Look, I have a $200 suitcase checked at the Hollywood bus station. If I could bail it out, I could pawn it for enough to get to Vegas on the bus. I can get a job there. You're thinking that idea might have come to me a little sooner.
I was thinking, were you English?
I've lived there. I wasn't born there.
Is this job for sure or just a hope?
A fellow I knew very well in the army runs a club there. He's part racketeer, of course. They all are. The other part is a nice guy. Randy Starr?
Him? I'll put up what you need.
The suitcase will pawn for $50. I know from experience. You've helped me enough.
I want you out of my hair because I have a feeling about you.
Really?
Yeah, a feeling the next time I'll find you in worse trouble than I can get you out of. I don't know why I should, but that's how I feel.
Maybe it's my face. An honorable war wound. Or anyhow, the result of one.
Maybe the girl who slid her Rolls Royce out from under you at the dancers had a feeling, too.
I was married to her once. Her name is Sylvia Lennox. I married her for her money. She has, her father, Harlan Potter, has a great deal. About $100 million.
She wouldn't help you?
I have my pride. I see you play chess.
Oh, I like to play against the books now and again. I played Steinitz last night. Played a French defense against him, went to 44 moves. If he was alive, I would have had him sweating a couple of times.
Will you take me to the bus station?
A few weeks later, I got a check for my $100 from him in Las Vegas, and a note wishing me all kinds of luck. The kick was in the postscript. Sylvia and I are starting a second honeymoon. Well, if the guy wanted to be somebody's woolly bear, it was no skin off my teeth. I just didn't want to see him again. But I just couldn't picture Terry loafing by the pool and phoning the butler to ice the champagne and get the grouse a toasting. 5 o'clock one evening, he rolled up at my down-at-heel brain emporium, looking very smart.
Care to step out to Victor's for a drink with me?
How is your drinking?
Perfectly elegant, old top. For some strange reason, I seem to be able to handle this stuff now.
Perhaps you were never really a drunk.
I'm rich again. Who the hell wants to be happy?
How did you get on with Randy Starr? Down my street, he's called a tough number.
In Las Vegas, he's a legitimate businessman. Respectable pillar of the community. Look him up next time you're there. He'll be your pal.
I don't like hoodlums.
That's just a word, Marlowe. It's the world we live in now. 2 wars gave it to us, and we're going to keep it. Randy and I and another fellow were in a jam once in the war. Made a sort of bond between us. Now, will you have a drink with me?
Why?
I was in a jam once.
After a while, it got to be a habit. We always drank gimlets.
You know they don't know how to make them properly here. A real gimlet is half gin, half Rose's lime juice, and nothing else. It beats martinis hollow. Cheers.
Happy days. Why does a guy with your privileges want to drink with a down-at-heel private eye? We don't move in the same world.
Does that need an answer?
Well, sooner or later, I might figure out why you like being a kept poodle.
You should wonder why she wants me around, waiting on my satin cushion.
You like satin cushions?
Could be. I'm sorry for Sylvia. She's scared, Mara.
What of?
I don't know. Maybe of her old man? Harlan Potter is all Victorian dignity on the outside. Inside, he's just another thug. Sylvia's a tramp. He knows it and hates it. If she ever gets into a big mess, he'll break her in half and bury the pieces 1,000 miles apart.
You're her husband.
I'm her poodle. That's on the record. Now, let's have another drink.
No, thanks. You talk too damn much, and it's too damn much about you. I'll pay for the drinks. See you around. 10 minutes later, I was sorry. But 10 minutes later, I was somewhere else. I didn't see him again for a month. When I did, it was 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Terry, you don't need a gun to get in. We're still talking.
I want you to drive me to Tijuana to get a plane at 10:15. I have a passport and a visa for Mexico. For certain reasons, I can't take a train or a plane from L.A. Would $500 be a reasonable taxi fare?
Well, 500 plus the gun?
Oh, that might be a protection for you, not for me.
Come on in.
I'm in a great deal of trouble, Philip.
I'll brew some coffee. I'm a little lightheaded when I first wake up.
Have you got a drink? I didn't sleep at all last night. It's peaceful here.
Yeah, I rented it off an old lady. She went to stay with her daughter. She couldn't manage all the steps up to the front door. I got it cheap. Me with a house. Oh, give me the gun, Terry.
I didn't shoot anybody.
Mauser 7.65. Not fired recently. Not cleaned recently.
I'll tell you about it, Philip.
Well, it's like this, Terry. Be very careful what you tell me. If you really want me to ride you down to Tijuana, there are 2 things I must not be told. Now, are you listening?
Yes, I am.
1, if you have committed anything the law calls a serious crime. 2, if you have essential knowledge such a crime has been committed.
I need your help.
I have a license to protect.
It'll be noon or later before anybody knocks at her door. The help know better than to disturb her if she sleeps late. But then they'll find she's not in her bedroom. So the maid will look in the guest house and the grounds. Sylvia often spent the night there. It's more private. And the maid will find
Sylvia dead, drunk. That's the end of the story. Takes a little time to get a passport and visa for Mexico. Had you been planning to blow?
Yes, but I felt I had to stick around.
You got here at 5. What have you been doing the past few hours?
Some Turkish bath place. I called Harlan Potter in Pasadena. He's there on business. I told him I was sorry, but I was leaving.
How did he take it?
He asked if I needed any money. Those are the first 5 words in his alphabet. And I called Sylvia's sister, Linda. Same story.
Did you ever find Sylvia with a man?
I never tried. She's been married 5 times, not including me. Lots of men.
Why does it have to be the 10:15 to Tijuana?
It connects with where I want to go.
All right, here's the story. You came to me highly emotional, told me you had stood things as long as you could. But last night you'd found your wife drunk and she'd been with a man. So you got out, phoned your wife's 2 closest relatives and told them what you were doing. Now, we're friends and I did what you asked without much thought.
How does it sound?
Depends who's listening.
Maybe it would be better if you were to call the cops.
You call them. I've nothing to tell them.
Do you want me to?
Oh, for Christ's sake, leave it lie.
I'm sorry.
Guys like you are always sorry. And always too late. Come on, let's get on the road. I got out the expensive suitcase he had left me and put some things in it. A razor, shirts, a pint of scotch. He put the gun in. We didn't stop all the way down. The border people never looked at us. I said goodbye to him and went home. He'd left 5 C-notes in my coffee can. I wished he hadn't. Then the cops arrived.
I'm Sergeant Green, Central Homicide. This is Detective Dayton.
Okay, what's this all about?
Know a man named Terry Lennox?
We have a drink together once in a while.
Know his wife?
I saw her once.
You saw him last when and where?
Who's dead?
Just answer the questions, Marlowe. We're conducting a routine investigation. That's all you need to know.
Shove it, Jack. Keep that for the Juvenile Bureau.
No. Dayton has passed the bar exam. You can't fool around with him.
Nobody has to tell the police anything, anytime, anywhere.
Lennox's wife has been murdered in a guest house at their place in Encino. Lennox has skipped out, so we're looking for a suspect in a murder case. That satisfy you?
Why come to me?
Your phone number was on the pad in his room. When did he call you last?
Why the guest house?
Seems she entertained a lot. Maybe for Lennox, too much was enough. The butler saw him go down there about 1 a.m. and come back 20 minutes later. Today, the butler finds the dame naked as a mermaid and with her face beaten to pieces by a bronze statuette of a monkey.
Terry wouldn't do anything like that.
He's not going to tell you, Sergeant.
Once more for the record, Marlowe. Last time you saw Terry Lennox, where and how, and what you talked about, and where you've been today.
What about the other guy?
What other guy?
Well, she didn't go down to the guest house to play solitaire. Who was with her?
That comes later, after we get the husband.
After you get a patsy. Terry was my friend. I've got a reasonable amount of sentiment invested in him. Enough not to spoil it just because a cop says come through.
I think you helped him escape. You're a sick chicken, Marlowe. A very sick chicken. Let's go downtown to headquarters.
My name is Captain Gregorius. You think you're tough. I know I'm tough. Now, Green tells me you won't talk, so I guess I better pick your nose for you.
It's pretty obvious that his whole attitude was designed to create a situation where he could refuse to talk. He quoted law at us, Captain.
How did you recognize it, Dayton? Oh, I forgot. You passed the bar exam. Now, Marlowe, you think any goddamn private eye is going to sit in a chair in front of me and quote law at me? Hell, there ain't a police force in the country that could do its job with a law book. You got information, and I want it. So talk.
If I told you I had seen him, but had no idea a crime had been committed, and further, had no idea where he might be at this moment, that wouldn't satisfy you at all, would it?
With details, it might grow into something.
With your treatment, it would probably grow into making me an accessory after the fact. I'd like to cooperate, Gory, but I need legal advice and a lawyer present.
Dayton's here. You see that, Dayton? You hit him on the side of the neck. It doesn't show. I must be getting old. You take a good punch, mister, and that's all you get from me. Now sit down.
Thanks.
We got boys over in the city jail that ought to be working in the stockyards. They live for different amusements. It takes all kinds, and labor's scarce. Now, you got any more funny little ideas about what you might say if you bothered to say it?
You've solved the problem for me. No man likes to betray a friend, but I wouldn't betray an enemy to you. I wouldn't tell you the time by the clock on your own wall.
You're just a little old cop-hater, friend.
There are places where cops are not hated, Captain, but in those places you wouldn't be a cop.
Captain Gloria's office. Oh, one moment, please. It's the commissioner for you, sir.
The commissioner? Give me the phone. Gregorius, Commissioner. Oh, yeah, he's in my office. Not cooperative at all. If that's a direct order, it ought to come from the chief of detectives, Commissioner. Well, I'll act on it till it's confirmed. Yes, sir. Hell no, sir. Nobody laid a glove on him. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right away. Hook him in the county jail. Suspicion. This guy's got friends. The DA has glommed the case right out of our hands. Get him out of here before I kick his face in.
After 2 days, some lawyer came to get me out on bail. I told him I would stay in. He wouldn't say who sent him, but I reckoned only Harlan Potter had the influence. $100 million can buy a lot of silence and a lot of lawyers. The only useful thing he told me was that nobody had found Terry Lennox. Another day passed.
Okay, Marlowe, my name is Grint. I'm from the DA's office. I want a statement from you. If the chief deputy is satisfied with it, he may release you. I didn't say you could smoke.
I get so tired of it.
Tired of what?
Hard little men in hard little offices talking hard little words, all trying to prove you have the power. I was booked on suspicion. My phone number was on a pad. What the hell kind of a legal system lets a man be shoved in the tank because some cop didn't get an answer to some question? You think it's made gruel of my brains? You think I'm going to cry in your lap because I've been so awful lonely in this great big jail?
Okay, now you got the crap out of your system. Let's have the statement. Look, I'm offering you a chance to clear yourself. We have witnesses, saw you and Lennox together at Tijuana Airport.
Even if you have to prove he committed a murder and that I knew it.
Look, Lennox is hard to hide. All those scars and that white hair. I mean, he got off the plane at Mazatlan and disappeared. And 2 hours later, a dark guy who spoke Spanish and had what might have been a lot of knife scars chartered a plane to Otataclan, a very small-time summer resort by a lake, booked into a hotel. The charter pilot thought the guy didn't seem kosher, so he told the local lord.
Smart boy, your charter pilot. Nice to his customers.
Look, Marlowe, we want a quick trial. We'll accept a plea of second-degree murder. But the family's pretty influential. I mean, this case has everything. Sex, scandal, money, beautiful, unfaithful wife, wounded war hero husband. And it could be front page for weeks. It could win an election. But the chief says shuffle it off in a fast fade. Okay, so cooperate. Give me a statement. It's over.
Your story stinks. Either Terry went to a lot of trouble to get caught, or you don't know where the hell he is.
I'm a public servant. Sometimes I have unpleasant duties, like now. Here's your release order. But, Marlowe, this rap is going to hang over you a long, long time. Okay, now you can go. You want to know why?
You're going to tell me anyway.
Lennox wrote out a full confession this afternoon in his hotel in Otataclan, and then shot himself with a Mauser 7.65. The Lennox case is closed.
My house was very empty. I shaved and showered and went to bed and lay on my back listening, as if far off in the night I might hear a voice. The kind of calm and patient voice that makes everything clear. But nobody was going to explain the Lennox case to me. If Terry had killed his wife, that was fine. There was now no need to try him and bring out the unpleasant details. If he hadn't killed her, well, that was fine, too. A dead man is the best fall guy in the world. He never talks back. And I couldn't even give him his $500 back. That made me sore. It's always the little things that make you sore. Well, a customer. What can I do for you?
Tarzan on a big red scooter.
What?
You, Marlowe. Tarzan on a big red scooter. So, this is your office. You're small time, Marlowe. Very small time. How much you making a month, Well, $750 would be tops. You know who I am, cheapie.
Your name is Menendez. The boys call you Mendy. You operate on the strip.
That's me. And how did I get so big?
You started as a pimp in Mexico.
I'm a big, bad man, Marlowe. I make lots of dough. I got to make lots of dough to juice the guys I got to juice in order to make lots of dough to juice the guys I got to juice. I got a house in Bel Air, cost $90,000. What have you got?
Oh, this year I have a rented house to live in all to myself. $1,200 in the bank and a few thousand in bonds. Does that answer your question?
Jesus, how cheap can I get?
Stop hamming and tell me what you want.
Yeah. In a war, we were 3 guys in a foxhole. Randy Starr and me and Terry Lennox. A mortar shell plops right in the middle of us, and for some reason it don't go off. Not at once. Terry grabs it, and he's out of the foxhole before Randy and me can even start to get unstuck. He throws the thing away from him and throws himself face down. It goes off in the air, and it gets the side of his face.
Thanks for telling me.
The Krauts got Terry. They worked on him for about 1.5 years. They did a good job, but they hurt him. We made plenty of money in the black market after the war, and it cost us to find him. All he got out of saving our lives was half a new face, white hair, and a bad case of nerves. He was in New York, hitting the bottle. There was something on his mind, but we never knew what. Then he marries this rich dame out here, and he's riding high. And for another reason we don't know, he unmarries her. He hits bottom again, then marries her again. And she gets dead. Randy Starr and me can't do a thing for him. When he gets in a real fix, where we are experts, could have got him out of the country so fast, does he come to us? No. He goes to a sheepy like you, and he gets dead. Oh, that makes me sore.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Just lay off. He's dead. We don't want him bothered anymore.
A hoodlum with sentiment. Oh, that slays me.
Mandy Menendez don't argue with guys. He tells them. Find yourself another way to grab a buck.
Nobody offered me dough.
See you around, cheapie.
Well, thanks for telling me. Let me open the door for you, Mr. Menendez.
Yeah, that's more like it, cheapie.
How about this? Next time you bring a cannon, or don't call me cheapie.
I'm the guy to carry the gun. Chick, come in here. What happened, boss? This is Chick Agostino. He's with me. Now take a good look at this guy, Chick, because you and him might have business one of these days. Make sure you know him just in case. So long, cheapie.
Over the next 2 days, the Lennox case was buried. There was a brief inquest at an odd hour, and the verdict on Sylvia was death caused with homicidal intent by her husband, himself deceased outside the jurisdiction of the court. A confession was read into the record. He was buried in Mexico. A lawyer from the family went down and attended to it. All over, finished. Then I got the letter. It contained a portrait of President Madison. His portrait adorns a $5,000 bill. I'd never seen one before. There's only about 1,000 in circulation in the whole USA. It was almost what I made in a year. The letter was headed Otataclan, Mexico.
I'm writing this sitting at a second-floor window in the hotel. There's a mailbox in the street below. And when the mozo comes in with my coffee, he's going to mail this for me because I'm being watched. I want you to have the money. Call it an apology for making so much trouble and a token of esteem for a pretty decent guy. I've done everything wrong, as usual. My hunch is that you've probably made up your mind on a certain matter. I might have killed her, and perhaps I did, but I never could have beaten her to a pulp. So, something is very sour. But the main thing is to save unnecessary scandal. I've written a confession. I feel a little sick and more than a little scared. When all you have left is the gun in your pocket, when you're cornered in a dirty little hotel in a strange country and have only one way out, believe me, pal, it's not dramatic. It's just plain gray and nasty. So, forget it and me. And first, drink a gimlet for me at Victor's. And next time you make coffee, pour me a cup and put a shot of whiskey in it. And light my cigarette. A knock at the door. It will be the mozo, or it will be some shooting. I like Mexicans, but I don't like their jails. So long. Terry.
Next day, I got a call from a Mr. Howard Spencer to meet him in the Ritz Beverly to discuss a job. Wasn't there anymore. There are blondes and blondes.
In the first part of Bill Morrison's dramatization of The Long Goodbye by Raymond Chandler, Ed Bishop was Philip Marlowe, and Peter Marinker, Terry Lennox. Mandy Menendez was played by Blaine Fairman, Sergeant Green by William Roberts, Detective Dayton by Neville Jason, Captain Gregorius by Ramsey Williams, and Chick Agostino by Malcolm Gerard. The director was John Tiedemann. We present The Long Goodbye by Raymond Chandler, dramatized in 3 episodes by Bill Morrison, with Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe. Episode 2, California, 1953. The bar of the Ritz Beverly Hotel.
Excuse me, Mr. Marlowe. I'm Howard Spencer. Will you join me in a drink, or is it too early?
Too early.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, do you read?
Well, if it's part of the job, I can tackle a book.
I can't stop. I get manuscripts shoved at me all the time. Free this morning, unsolicited. People I met at a party last night. Problems of being a publisher. One of our most important authors lives around here. Maybe you've read his stuff. Roger Wade?
Uh-huh.
I see your point. You don't care for historical romances, huh? But they sell brutally.
I looked at one of his books once. I thought it was tripe. Is that the wrong thing for me to say?
Oh, no. Many might agree with you. But the point is, at the moment, he's an automatic bestseller.
Is he your problem?
My problem is Roger Wade. He's due to deliver his new book, but he's losing his grip. Wild fits of drinking and temper. Disappears for days on end. Why, not long ago, he threw his wife down the stairs and put her into the hospital with 5 broken ribs. He simply goes nuts when he drinks. They live in Encino. Now, something is worrying him to death. I don't know what, and I don't want to know. I want him to finish his book.
I'm not a male nurse.
Well, his wife has to be protected.
I'd have to be there all the time.
But I want to save a very able writer, and the only salvation for a writer is to write. But he won't even let me see him or talk to him this trip.
Well, I can go see him, talk to his wife, but my guess is he'll throw me out of the house.
No, Mr. Marlowe, I don't think he would do that.
Marlowe, this is Eileen Wade.
Oh, please don't get up. I know I owe you an apology for sitting over there, but it seemed important to me to have a chance to observe you. I think my husband might like you, Mr. Marlowe.
Mrs. Wade, I'm sorry. I don't think I could do any good, and it might do a lot of harm to try.
Oh, don't decide too soon, please. You can't judge people by what they do. If you judge them at all, it must be by what they are. If you should change your mind, you can reach me at this number. Thank you for being here. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe.
Goodbye, Eileen.
Bye.
You ought to have looked at her once in a while, Spencer. A dream like that doesn't sit at the next table without you even noticing.
Stupid of me, wasn't it?
Yeah. And you should think up another story. I don't believe anybody, drunk or sober, would throw that gorgeous down the stairs and break her ribs.
You think I'm a liar?
What's the difference what I think?
I don't care for your tone. Look, if you don't like the idea, Marlowe, you can just forget the whole thing.
There are blondes and blondes, but she was singular. She came to my door the next morning. The last time anybody sat there drinking coffee with me was just before I went to jail. I guess you know about that, Mrs. Wade.
I read about it, yes. You were suspected of having helped him escape, weren't you?
They didn't say. Neither did I. But I don't suppose you're interested in that.
Of course I'm interested. A neighbor of ours knew the Lennoxes. He was badly wounded in the war, wasn't he? I suppose that might explain why he did what he did. Has Howard Spencer told you my husband wouldn't see him?
Yes.
I had to tell him a lie. My husband has been missing for 3 days, Mr. Marlowe. I came here to ask you to find him and bring him home.
Has it happened before?
Quite a few times.
But when was the last time?
Oh, 3 weeks ago. Roger was brought home late at night by a man in a cowboy suit, such as you might see on the stage. Roger said he'd been at a sanatorium taking a cure.
There's always a doctor in the background. Well, it takes 3 days to sober up. Why won't the Lone Ranger bring him back again? What's different?
I've been married to Roger for 5 years. He was always a drinker, but now I want him found.
Any idea why he drinks?
I don't know. Unless it's me. Men do fall out of love with their wives.
Does he always get violent when he's drunk? With women? Did he throw you down the stairs?
Oh, please. Too much has been made of that. This might help. It's a note I found at his desk. Typed. He types perfectly even when he's very drunk.
I do not like you, Dr. V, but right now you're the man for me.
I love my husband, Mr. Marlowe. I don't want to be the means of hurting him. Whatever he's done.
A well-heeled patient with incipient DTs could be money from home for half the quacks of 8 counties. So I went to see a friend of mine in the Carn organization, a big flossy detective agency that specialized in protection for the carriage trade. George let me see their file on the barred window boys. There were 3 Dr. V's. I checked them all. The last was a Dr. Veringer, who had a ranch in Sepulveda Canyon. It was closed with a for sale sign, and I was warned off by a bimbo who saw himself as the last cowboy hero. I went back after sundown and twisted his rope and found Wade in a cabin. He was pretty weak, but he was sober. He was willing to come home with me. So we paid off the quack and left. Candy, Wade's Mexican houseboy, put him to bed. By then I was feeling mad. She stood very close to me, thanking me. Mrs. Wade, did you know Sylvia Lennox? Is that why you wanted to hire me?
I didn't know her personally.
Your husband said he knew her.
Oh, a neighbor of ours is her sister. He knew her socially.
You know something? I think you knew where your husband was all the time. You just wanted to get me involved, tangled up with him, so that I'd feel a sense of responsibility to look after him. Or am I crazy?
Oh, this is nonsense.
I'd rather be a heel.
I don't understand.
If I hadn't been a nice guy to another drunk, to Terry Lennox, he would still be alive.
How can you be so sure? Good night, Mr. Marlowe. And thank you for almost everything.
One gimlet. You on your own tonight?
Yeah.
Taste that. Good?
It's good.
I heard you and your friend talking one night, so I got me a bottle of that Rose's lime juice to make him like he wanted him. But you never came back.
My friend left town. But thanks for taking the trouble.
No trouble. I just made one for the lady here.
Good evening.
Was your friend English?
Why?
Lime juice. That's how they got cold limeys.
Oh. No, I guess maybe he was there during the war. We used to come here once in a while.
I may have known him. What was his name?
Lennox.
Yes, I knew Terry very well. Perhaps too well.
My name is Philip Marlowe.
Mine is Linda Loring. So you're the man. Marlowe. A bit of a sentimentalist, Mr. Marlowe.
How about yourself?
I knew him. As I said, I knew him too well. Too well to think it mattered to him very much what happened to him. But he didn't have to kill her.
I wouldn't be here drinking a gimlet if I believed that.
He left a confession.
I haven't seen it. Could you by any chance be related to the Potter family, Mrs. Loring?
Sylvia Lennox was my sister. I thought you would know.
Oh, with a hush, your old man, excuse me, Mr. Harlan Potter put on this case. I'd be lucky to know she had a sister.
My father's hardly that powerful and certainly not that ruthless.
Isn't he?
No. Father liked Terry. He said he was a gentleman 24 hours a day. Not just for the 15 minutes between the time the guests arrive and the time they feel their first cocktail. If Terry had asked him for help, I think he would have given it. But once Terry was dead, what did it matter?
What are you trying to sell me? That Harlan Potter maybe had doubts and didn't lift a finger to find out? That he wouldn't dream of using his influence on the DA to drop the blanket on a murder investigation? His lawyer, not a cop, went down to Mexico to make sure Terry had put a slug in his head after he confessed. I'm told your old man is worth $100 million. For that, lady, you do business with some funny people.
Let me give you a very simple word of warning, Mr. Marlowe. If you go around saying my father is that kind of man, your career is apt to be very short.
I get it from cops, I get it from the hoods, and now I get it from the carriage trade. Oh, you rich people are really something. You think you can say anything you choose. It's all right. But if I hand you back a little change, that's liable to end me up in the boneyard. Goodbye, Mrs. Loring.
This is for you, Marlowe. I'm on the wagon, and I hate it. And I'm going to hate the party we're having tonight. Every damn person there will be saying, "There's Roger Wade. He's an alcoholic. He's crazy. He's on the wagon." How long will that last? Let's see what happens. Here.
Thanks.
I want to thank you for bringing me home that night. I'm glad you came out to the house so I could do it properly.
How's the work going?
Fine. Except that I get tired too quick. I was always a hard man with a bottle, but when you're pushing 50, you don't snap back the same way.
How long will it last?
What do you think I'm running away from, Marlowe?
No idea.
Look, how about you coming to live here for a while? You could do me a lot of good just being here.
I don't see how.
Would $1,000 a month interest you? Well, would it? I'm dangerous when I'm drunk. I don't want to be dangerous, and I don't want to be drunk.
I couldn't stop you.
3 months. 3 months, and I'll finish the book. I'm asking you, as a friend, I do things when I'm drunk, and I don't remember them. 3 months, $3,000. You did more than that for Lennox.
I got him killed.
Now, don't go soft on me, Marlowe. There's something I want to know, but I have to know.
About whom?
I think it's about me. Now, let's join the party. Let's have a drink.
In the end, he handled himself pretty well. Didn't get too drunk and went to bed right after the people left. I left too. And nothing happened for a week, except that I went about my business, which just then didn't happen to be very much business. Then, late one night, Wade called, his voice thick. He asked me to come over. Then there was a crash and silence. I found Eileen Wade standing calmly in the doorway. It was an unnatural calm. She had called the doctor. He turned out to be Linda Loring's husband, Dr. Loring.
A superficial cut and bruises. No chance of concussion. His breath indicates his condition rather obviously.
He tipped his chair too far back and fell over.
Now keep him warm. You might bathe his head and get rid of the blood.
Yes.
He'll sleep it out. I'm more concerned about you, Mrs. Wade.
I'm all right.
And I wish you good night.
Doctor?
What is it?
I can't get him upstairs alone.
Then leave him where he is. I came as Mrs. Wade's doctor. I do not treat alcoholics. And even if I did, he would not be one of my patients. The houseboy can help.
It's his night off. Nobody's asking you to treat him. Just help to get him to his bedroom.
Marvin, is that it? Well, Mr. Marvin, I'm not interested in what you want, or in a man who can't leave other men's wives alone.
It must be a long time since you glanced at that little piece of prose called the Hippocratic Oath.
Get out of my way, or I'll call the police. As a respected professional...
You're
man...
a handful of flea dirt. Goodbye.
Marlowe, are you there?
Yeah. You're in bed.
Oh. Oh. Did you hit me?
No, but you took a fall while you were telephoning me.
Always available, aren't you, fella? Where's Eileen?
She took some pills, went to bed. She's had it rough. It's 2 a.m.
Did I hit her?
You didn't touch her.
Oh.
You just wandered outdoors and passed out. Candy, the mechs, helped me get you up here. Now, quit talking, go to sleep.
Sleep? What'd that be?
You want a pill?
Yeah, there's some of my wife's in the drawer.
Are all of these hers? This is like a drugstore. Here's some Seconal. All prescriptions by nice Dr. Loring. He made a crack tonight about other men's wives.
He makes that crack every time he comes here. Probably in every house he visits. He's pretty jealous of Linda.
Here, take these. He has reason. She's a hell of a lady.
So's my wife. Stay away from her. With nothing to share. Nothing. I know. Oh, wait. Do me a favor, Marlowe. I wrote some crazy stuff. I don't want Eileen to see. It's on my typewriter. Tear it up for me.
Sure. Go to sleep.
I can't remember anything else.
Have you got a gun?
Yeah, in the desk in my study.
Go to sleep.
Yeah. You ever kill anyone, Marlowe?
Yes.
Nasty feeling, isn't it?
Some people like it.
Or could they? Oh.
Mrs. Wade?
Mm.
Mrs. Wade, are you awake?
Paul?
Things are okay. He's asleep. I thought I should tell you.
Oh, you've come back.
What?
I always knew you would come back to me. Even after 10 years.
Mrs. Wade,
I waited for you. I kept myself for you, Paul.
Mrs. Wade, Eileen,
No. Put me on the bed. I waited for you. No.
What time is it? 6:30. Oh.
You want some coffee, senor?
Candy, yeah. Oh, quietly.
The boss is okay. Asleep. Why you get drunk down here on the couch?
I had to.
Gotta make it with her, huh? She threw you out?
Oh, have it your own way.
You want it black?
Yeah.
Here. Then you scram out, huh? We don't want you here.
Who's we?
I take care of your boss.
Oh, I'll bet you do. How much is it worth for not speaking what you know?
Somebody's got to take care of you.
How much on top? A couple of yards?
What's that?
$200.
Maybe you give me 2 yards so I don't tell your boss she come out of her room last night.
I could buy a whole busload of wetbacks like you.
I'm no cholo. My name is Juan Garcia de Soto y Sotomayor. I'm Chilean. I know what goes on here. I look after the boss.
What does go on around here?
Just don't you come around here anymore. I take care of it.
I'm leaving, Greaseball. Thanks for the coffee.
Good morning, Candy.
Oh, Mrs. Wade, good morning. I bring you more coffee.
Thank you. Mr. Marlowe, I thought you'd gone home.
I got drunk, but I'm leaving now.
Oh, you were a wonderful help last night, Mr. Marlowe. I don't know how to thank you.
I seem to remember you made a pretty good try.
I had a curious dream last night. Someone I used to know was in the house. Someone who's been dead for 10 years. He died in the war. Strange, he had the same initials as you. I dreamt he was here. That's why I'm wearing this pendant today. He gave it to me.
Is that some kind of military badge?
Yeah. I do love my husband, Mr. Marlowe. Not as a young girl loves, perhaps, but I do love him. That improbable love only comes once. Oh, I'm being silly. Are you coming back?
I hope not. But let me know how Roger gets on.
There's always another love, isn't there? Another man. Another woman.
Linda Loring?
We are not talking about the same thing.
Just what did you expect of me, Mrs. Wade? What have I got to offer?
You kept faith when it couldn't have been easy.
Not even a fool does that twice. You'd better find Roger the right kind of doctor, and quick.
Because of last night. He'll be up and working by this afternoon.
Like hell he will.
I know him so well.
Maybe you don't want to save him. Maybe you just want to look as if you do.
That is a horrid thing to say.
It was the best I could do at this hour of the morning. There are blondes and blondes. Ordinarily, I'm not a morning drinker, but I was on my second out of the office bottle. I thought maybe I was going crazy. It had taken all my strength to get out of that bedroom. You don't turn down that sort of invitation very often in a lifetime. But was the invite meant for me? Something more than alcohol was the matter with the Wade family. I read the papers Wade had wanted me to destroy. They were full of disgust and drunkenness, and a few other things that almost made too much sense. Now, it was still my day for beautiful women, because then Linda Loring walked in.
I'll come straight to the point, Marlowe. On that last ride with Terry down to Tijuana, he had plenty of time to talk. Did he give you a list? A list of his wife's lovers?
You told me Terry killed her.
A list that might include some violent and irresponsible man capable of beating her to death? Why are you making yourself so useful to Roger Wade?
His publisher asked me, his wife asked me, he asked me to help him finish his book. You seem to care a lot about him. You carrying a torch for him?
I hate remarks like that. Just tell me what you propose to do next.
Nothing.
What a waste of talent.
So maybe Wade did know your sister Sylvia. He was just one of a rich collection. And Terry gave me no list. Let's leave it there.
I wish we could. Perhaps I'm wrong about you.
Am I wrong about you?
Would you come home with me? I have a guest who would like to meet you.
The old man?
I don't call him that.
Mr. 100 Million Harlan Potter himself. Yeah. Why not?
It will save time if I put my position before you. Oh, don't smoke, Mr. Marlowe. I'm subject to asthma. I believe you are interfering in my affairs. I propose to stop it.
I don't know enough about your affairs to interfere in them.
I know who you are and how you make your living, if you make one. I know how you became involved with Terry Lennox, that you have doubts about his guilt, and that you have made contact with a man, a writer, Wade. I understand that this refusal of yours to accept the police evidence may have given you some strange notions. Notions, Mr. Marlowe, but no proof.
Well, maybe my notions aren't important, Mr. Potter, but they're all I have. You forgot to mention that you sent a lawyer to try to get me out of jail. And when I got out, a hoodlum named Mendy Menendez gave me a song and dance and warned me to keep my nose clean.
Surely you're not under the impression that I number this Menendez among my acquaintances.
I wouldn't know, Mr. Potter. A man doesn't make your kind of money in any way I can understand. Then your daughter told me I might have a short, unhappy career if I got you mad. Are you mad, Mr. Potter?
When I am, you will not have to ask me.
I think all you wanted was quiet. But just what have I done to disturb you?
You're exactly right in thinking all I want is quiet. I am a family man in an age when that means almost nothing. One of my daughters married a professional prig. The other made a number of foolish marriages. The last to a complacent pauper who allowed her to live a worthless and immoral life until he suddenly lost his self-control and murdered her.
Not the way she was killed. Terry wasn't the kind of man to beat her to death.
She was shot.
What?
With a Mauser automatic. She was beaten after to cover the bullet wound. Remember, he had been in the war and suffered a good deal. The gun was my daughter's. Perhaps Terry didn't mean to kill her. If they had struggled for the gun and she was shot, that would have been an excellent defense. But he ran away, and even that he did clumsily. I could not permit the kind of trial that would result. To be frank, I was very glad when I learned that he had left a confession and killed himself.
I'll bet. But are you convinced he killed her?
Of course he did, and that is why the matter ended there.
Okay, you made your point. What goes from here?
I think you're a pretty honest sort of fellow. Don't be a hero. There's no percentage in it. One of these days, I may be able to throw some business your way. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe. Thank you for coming.
The black chauffeur drove me back in the custom-built Cadillac. I offered him $1, but he wouldn't take it. I offered to buy him the poems of T.S. Eliot. He said he already had them. He studied them for his degree. Then I got a call from George Peters of the Carn Organization, who had helped me find Dr. V. One of their operatives, a New York man, had been in town and mentioned he had seen a guy who looked just like Terry Lennox, the white hair and the scars, in New York about 6 years back. Only then he called himself Paul Marston. So I called Sergeant Green at Homicide. Terry had no war record in Washington. They checked. So he wasn't in the U.S. Army. You better read these pages, Wade.
What are they?
You don't remember asking me to tear them up last night?
I don't remember a damn thing since I fell and cut my head. Why didn't you tear them up?
Is your wife here?
She's out shopping.
And Candy?
It's his afternoon off. Did Eileen see these?
No.
Pretty wild, isn't it?
I liked the part about a good man dying for you.
I owe you money. Will 1,000 be enough? I'll get my checkbook in the desk.
Let me get it for you. I don't want your money. I'm looking for a gun. A Mauser.
Mine's a Webley.
It's not here.
I mislay things.
Sylvia Lennox was shot in the head with a Mauser.
I guess you think I killed her and let Lennox take the rap. But damn it, man, her head was beaten in. You don't do that just because a woman is a tramp.
I'm not accusing you. But the guy who got the credit was a lot less likely than you. And what's eating you is that you're not sure yourself.
Open up the bottle, pour us a couple of drinks.
No.
And I'll get it myself. What are you trying to do to me, huh? Do you want to tell my wife, the cops? What good will that do?
What good will the booze do?
My memory is all in here.
No, I think your wife should be home. Somebody has to look after you, but I'll be goddamned if it's going to be me.
She'll be home. By then I'll be passed out, I hope. She can entertain you. You'd like to share her dreams and sniff the rose of her memories. Yeah, maybe I would, too. But there's nothing to share. Nothing. Stick around. When I get lit enough, I'll tell you about all the women I've murdered.
All right, Wade, but I won't watch you. I'll be outside, down by the lake.
Yeah, go watch the blondes. Go watch the water skiers. You're as lonely as me, Marlowe.
You ever hear of a guy called Paul Marston?
No, never did. You're right. I just don't remember.
In part 2 of Bill Morrison's dramatization of The Long Goodbye by Raymond Chandler, Ed Bishop was Philip Marlowe and Toby Robbins Eileen Wade. David March played Roger Wade, Don Fellows Howard Spencer, Margaret Robertson Linda Loring, Paul Maxwell Dr. Loring, and Bob Sherman Harlan Potter. Chick Agostino was played by Malcolm Gerard, Big Willie Magoon by Bill Morrison, Candy by Anthony Daniels, and The Barman by Brian Hewlett. The director was John Tiedemann. We present The Long Goodbye by Raymond Chandler, dramatized in 3 episodes by Bill Morrison, with Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe. Episode 3, California, 1953, at the home of Roger Wade.
Marlowe! Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot my keys. I thought it was Candy.
Why? It's his day off.
Oh, yes, of course. Why are you here? Is anything wrong?
Well, there's a little drinking being done. I looked in a while ago. He was asleep on the couch in the study. I was down by the lake. It was lucky the speedboats had stopped. I wouldn't have heard your bell.
Will you have some tea? I'm going to have some.
Okay.
Would you see if he's still all right? Well, will I go upstairs for a moment?
Sure. Oh, Christ. I knew by the smell in the air. The Webley lay between his chest and the back of the couch. The side of his face was a smeared mask. He was still warm. He hadn't left a note. The shot must have been muffled by the speedboat. His final impulse had coincided with it. I didn't touch him. All I took was the papers he had written the previous night. I had some questions to ask.
Well, Philip Marlowe. You're always finding bodies, Marlowe, ever since I've known you.
I thought you were still on the DA's staff, Bernie.
I am now Lieutenant Bernard Oles, Assistant Chief of Homicide, so be polite.
I'll try, Lieutenant. How is Mrs. Wade?
Too relaxed. She must have grabbed some pills. There's half a dozen kinds up there, even Demerol, and that's bad stuff. It's a pity she moved the body.
She was rocking him in her arms.
She said an interesting thing to me. She said you killed him.
She didn't mean it literally.
You supposed to watch the guy when he's alone?
No. I was asked to, but I turned the job down. But things kept happening, and I kept having to pick him up.
Lieutenant, is there anything else you want from me?
Dr. Loring, yeah. What did you give her Demerol for, Doc?
I prescribe for my patient as I think proper. I am not required to explain why.
She's got a regular drugstore up there. And you just hand them on, huh? Is the lady suffering from something serious?
A drunken and violent husband can be a very serious complaint indeed for a sensitive woman.
You wouldn't treat him, huh?
That is impertinent. I shall report you.
Yeah, do that.
Look, let me make it clear. I do not treat alcoholics. And I shall do exactly what I think best for Mrs. Wade. She suffers from asthma. Goodbye.
Oh, you gotta be diplomatic with this kind of people.
Do you know whose son-in-law he is?
Yeah. I'm bleeding internally with panic. Still, it means there'll be no reporters on my back. You want to blow?
If you'll let me. I thought I was a suspect.
We might oblige you later. You were alone in the house with him. But so far, it's a typical suicide wound. Too much blood on the gun for prints.
Oh, make sure you check the alcohol concentration in his blood.
Yeah, it might be too high. But somebody would have to come along, know where the gun was, find him drunk enough to be asleep, wait for the speedboat to make enough noise. I'm assuming if you were going to kill a guy, you'd do it a little less obviously. I don't buy it.
Yeah. I'll be home if you want me.
Do that. You know what else I don't figure? This man Wade was a big-time writer. I mean, I don't go for his sort of crap, but I'm just a cop. He had the dough, reputation, beautiful wife, house. What the hell made all that too tough to live with? Now, if you know, you'd better get ready to lay it on the line. See ya.
When I got home, I mixed a stiff one and stood by the open window and listened to the ground swell of traffic on Laurel Canyon Boulevard and looked at the glare of the big angry city hanging over the shoulder of the hills. Out there in the night of 1,000 crimes, people were dying, being maimed, cut by flying glass, crushed under wheels, being beaten, robbed, raped, and murdered. People were hungry, sick, bored, desperate with loneliness or fear, cruel, feverish, shaken by sobs. A city. Rich, vigorous, and full of pride. Lost, beaten, full of emptiness. It all depends on where you sit and what your own private score is. I didn't have one. I didn't care.
Hey, Marlowe.
Lieutenant.
Call me Bernie, like the old days.
Okay, Bernie. Join me in a cup of coffee.
Yeah. And a donut, buddy. What did you think of the inquest?
Kid gloves.
You liked the suicide verdict, didn't you?
What else could it be?
Yeah. I'm past 50. I'm an old cop. And an old cop is an old bastard. Philip, I don't like a few things about this.
Such as?
I don't like that he left no note.
He was drunk.
That guy wrote letters to himself. Drunk or sober, he hits that typewriter. That guy would have left a 2-page letter. The next thing I don't like is that he pulled the trigger just when the boat would hide the shot. And the wife forgot her keys on the staff's day off. She rang the bell. She could have walked round the back. Suppose she arrives, sees you down by the lake, didn't forget her keys, went in, got the gun from wherever it was hidden, waits for the right moment, plugs in, goes out, then rings the doorbell.
Yeah, you forgot the basic question. What motive?
Yeah, that knocks it. If she wanted money, she could have divorced him. She had a good cause, Sylvia Lennox. And she had to arrive at just the right time. Unless you were in on it with her.
What kind of a crack is that?
The next houseboy says you were in her room the night before. He said a lot of things he couldn't prove.
Oh, lay off, Bernie.
You were pretty helpful to those people, and you didn't make a dime. You were pretty helpful to Lennox, the way I hear, and you didn't make a dime out of that. What do you do for eating money? You got a lot saved up so you don't have to work no more?
I'm a romantic. I hear voices crying in the night, and I go see what's the matter. I don't make a dime that way. I've got a $5,000 bill that I'll never spend because something was wrong with the way I got it. I take it out and look at it once in a while, though.
That must be a phony. Except they don't make phonies that big. So what's your point with all this yap?
No point at all, Bernie.
Yeah? I know when I'm being kidded. And I know when a guy is holding out on me. The wise guy never fools anybody but himself. Take it from me, I know. There's my dimes. For the coffee and the donut.
Okay, shake it, girls. Come on, shake it.
Oh, Mindy.
Oh, hello, Cheapy. Hey, sit down and talk. I'm looking over some acts from my floor show.
Ah, you could cut your throat for one.
Yeah, and what would I do for an encore, huh? Okay. Take a break, kids. You've been keeping your nose clean, Cheapy?
All I want is some more information, Mindy. Like about Paul Marston.
Never heard of him.
That was the name Terry used one time in New York.
So?
There's no record in those names with the U.S. Army. So either that foxhole yarn of yours was all tamales, or it happened somewhere else.
Take a kind word and forget the whole thing, huh?
You mean I do something you don't like and I'm swimming to Catalina with a streetcar on the way back? Don't scare me, Mendy. You ever been in England?
You read the evening paper?
No.
Front page story about the big Willie Magoon, the vice squad bimbo. Seems he tried to shake down 4 boys in a car with a Las Vegas registration. Now he has both arms in plaster and his jaw wired in 3 places and 1 leg in high traction. Magoon ain't tough anymore.
Yeah. Were you ever in England, Mendy?
We weren't fighting for the Germans. We were patriots, Cheapy. Okay, yeah, it was a British commando unit. It happened in Norway on an island off the coast, 1942. Now will you lie down and rest? Terry was my pal. I got feelings too, you know. Okay, girls. Let's have you back then. And remember Big Willie Magoon. He'll never dance again.
Oh, your secret is safe with me.
Come on, girls! Keep it moving! Let's have some action here!
I called George Peters at the Carn organization and asked him to get in touch with their investigators in London. It took 5 days to get the answer I wanted. By then, Howard Spencer was back in town. He was still after Wade's unfinished novel. I told him what had happened, and Bernie Old's suspicions, and asked him to take me to see Eileen Wade. I needed a witness.
I don't know anything about this, Eileen.
Of course.
I see you're wearing that pendant again.
I often do. It was given to me by a very dear friend a long time ago.
It's a British military badge, isn't it?
A jeweler's reproduction of one, yes.
May I see it?
Yeah. Why are you so interested? It's the badge of a territorial regiment called the Artists' Rifles. The man who gave it to me was lost in Norway in the spring of that terrible year, 1940.
Eileen was in London all through the Blitz.
Were you in love with this man?
He was in love with me.
This badge came into existence when the Artists' Rifles were made over into a special air service outfit in 1947.
Oh, there must be some mistake.
That's one way of putting it.
Is the other way to say I'm a liar? That I never knew Paul, never loved him. He was never missing in action. He never gave me that badge, that I bought it in a curio shop.
I think you did. But Paul Marston was missing in action in Norway in 1942.
The war was a rough time, Marlowe.
Yeah.
Memories get confused.
Yeah. This is a certified copy of a marriage certificate, August 1942, from Somerset House in London. Paul Edward Marston and Eileen Victoria Samsel. Was that you?
Yes, it was.
Marston was a fake name. In the Army, you had to have permission to get married. He faked his name instead. But I have his Army history under his real name.
Howard, please understand that the man was dead long before I met Roger. I never stopped using my maiden name. Roger knew all about it. How he was killed in action. Lost to me.
Your husband denied knowing the name Paul Marston.
Howard, must I be subjected to this?
I don't understand why you lied about the dates of 1940 instead of 1942. Wearing a badge Marston couldn't have given.
He did. Perhaps not this one. Oh, it's like a dream to me. Perhaps I'm lost. Perhaps I don't want to remember. So many friends were killed in the bombing. Always the kind and gentle ones get killed.
Oh, let's stop this, Marlowe.
One more question. Did you ever see Paul Marston again?
How could I when he was dead?
Of course. Now, I think we'll get back to town. I'll just collect the manuscript and, I'm sorry.
Spencer, I told you Marston was a fake name, and he wasn't reported killed, just missing. He was taken prisoner. He was in New York using that name 6 years ago. I heard about it because the scars made him conspicuous.
What?
Paul Marston was Terry Lennox, and he lived just down the road.
Eileen?
I saw him just once. He was dreadfully changed. Not my memory. He knew me. It was at a party at Linda Loring's. We didn't speak. The next day he left his wife. Then I heard she divorced him. He was down and out. I used to dream that I would find him one day, just as he was. I wasn't prepared. And then he married her again, that whore. A whore had also been with my husband.
Did Roger kill her?
Did he tell you?
It was tearing him to pieces not to.
He didn't know. He couldn't remember.
Well, that sort of thing doesn't happen.
I was there. I saw him do it. I spied on them. I should be ashamed of that, I suppose, but I'm ashamed of nothing. The time came, as it must to people like Roger, when he was no longer a satisfactory lover. She screamed at him, stark naked. Then she tried to hit him with the statuette of the monkey. Roger was drunk. He'd had sudden spells of violence before. Oh, you can guess the rest. He was my husband. He'd done an awful thing, but she was an awful woman.
Have you any more to tell us?
It was destroying him. Perhaps he'd remember that afternoon he killed himself. We'll never know. Do we want to know? Please, Howard, I'm very tired. I can't answer anymore. I must lie down.
Of course.
Sylvia Lennox wasn't beaten to death. She was shot to death first by a Mauser. Oh, you don't happen to have one?
I've told you my story. I'm going upstairs now. I do not wish to be disturbed any further.
What was all that? Did she kill Sylvia Lennox?
Yeah. Shot her and then beat her face to pulp. That set up Wade as our suspect. But Terry was a gentleman. He protected her. He took the rap. Except that I didn't believe it. So she had to know how much I knew. And in the end, she had to kill Wade to stop him talking.
We've got to call the police.
Tomorrow.
Oh, but damn it.
We haven't enough hard evidence to fill a traffic ticket. Let the boys who are paid for it work it out.
Why, there's such a thing as justice.
Tomorrow.
Well, I suppose you know what you're doing. Anyway, she must be at least a little insane. They'd never convict her, would they?
They won't try. The cops closed this case. But she doesn't know that. I was a one-man death watch through the dark hours until I got the phone call from Candy. I knew he had listened to all we said. He knew the score. And he had been loyal to his boss. He had left her alone until the morning. He told me the bottle of Demerol pills was empty, and she was dead. I told him to tell the truth to the cops, that I made coffee. Yards of coffee. Strong, bitter, boiling hot, depraved, the lifeblood of bone-tired men. Marlowe,
This is Lieutenant Olds. Okay, wise guy. Get down here and suffer.
You could have told us. The phones were working the whole day, all day, but you couldn't tell us.
Would you have believed it? What would you have done anything about it?
Now, listen, I told you, a wise guy never fools anybody but himself. This time you've gone too far.
Ernie, slow down.
Yeah. Sit down, Marlowe. This is Captain Hernandez.
Marlowe. Okay. Mrs. Wade left a confession, a purported confession. Now, there's a background of emotional exhaustion, bereavement, drugs, the strain of a clandestine marriage, and Lennox coming back, and so on. In all the circumstances, the DA's office don't feel the confession will be grounds for an indictment, even if she had lived. They see no reason for it to be published. There'll be no inquest. That's what the DA's office has told me.
I was all set to pull her in for questioning. I'd evidence. Wade did have too much alcohol in his blood. He couldn't have killed himself.
Did you find a Mauser?
The Mex found it. He says Wade never threw her downstairs. She fell. She drove the guy nuts. She was a dream girl. Some of her was here and now, but a lot was there and then. If she ever got hot, it wasn't for her husband.
Goodbye, coppers.
What are you not convinced about?
If anybody had bothered to do any real solid work on the Lennox case in the first place, they would have dug up the connections.
That's not how police investigations work, and you know it. You don't fool around with an open and shut case when you have a written confession from Lennox and a suicide afterwards.
So, now you have two confessions for the same crime. I take it you believe hers. But the DA says no publicity, so why stir it up? The truth doesn't matter.
Are you telling us?
We have our instructions. I have to go down the hall. Before you go, you might want to read her confession. Here. And listen, there are 5 photocopies in the file. Don't touch them.
I made them myself. They're not official.
Come on, Bernie, it's over. We've got work to do.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thanks. Thanks, Captain. I took it straight to Lonnie Morgan of the L.A. Journal. I was drinking a gimlet in Victor's when the evening edition hit the street. It was on page 1. I drank another gimlet and thought about Terry down there in Mexico writing a confession. And a bell that should have rung long before rang in the back of my head. I took a cab back to my quiet, empty house, set by itself at the top of all those steps. The door was lying open. Mendy and some out-of-town boys were waiting for me. He started giving me the treatment Big Willie Magoon got. Then Bernie Olds walked in like the 5th Cavalry. Magoon was a lousy cop, but still a cop, so they couldn't let Mendy get away with it. Captain Hernandez had set me up. The leaked confession had been the bait to flush him out. They even had Randy Starr's cooperation. He sent the boys himself from Vegas. They were cops. Starr was on the police commission there. Police business. Wonderful, uplifting, idealistic work. Marlowe.
This is Linda Loring. I've just come back from Lake Tahoe. Someone up there is boiling about what was in the paper. Fortunately, my almost ex-husband got most of the blame.
But what do you mean, almost ex?
Paris is an excellent place for a quiet divorce, and for once father approves. You should go away, too.
Why?
You tried so hard to do the right thing that...
They've been here.
What?
They had nothing to do with your father.
Are you all right?
You care?
Of course I care.
No, I'm a little bruised. I'm just going to have a drink to ease the pain, if you care to join me.
I'm packing to catch a plane, but... Well, perhaps I could fit a drink in. Just one. Where?
I haven't a car tonight.
Then I'll come to your place. Marlowe, would you consider marrying me?
It wouldn't last 6 months.
For God's sake, what do you expect from life?
I'm 47. I'm spoiled by independence.
I'm 36. It's not a crime to have money or to marry it. could both fly to Paris. Do you have something against marriage?
Well, for 2 people in 100, it's wonderful. The rest, just work at it. In 10 years, you wouldn't know me in the street.
You bastard. I want more champagne.
This way, you'll remember me.
You conceited bastard. Why should I remember you?
I'll get the champagne.
I've paid you the greatest compliment I know how to pay. I asked you to marry me.
You paid me a greater compliment. He had dark hair and a mustache, and a note from Randy Starr introducing him as Cisco Majoranos.
Senor, I was at the hotel at the time, working there as day clerk. The mozo was afraid to go up to Senor Lennox's room. I went. He gave me the letter and some money, which I did not take. He had it gone. I hid the letter. I was going down the stairs when I heard the shot.
Any Americanos at the hotel?
2, on a hunting trip.
Did they go near the room?
Why should they?
Go back to Starr and tell him to send somebody who knows what he's talking about.
Senor, you doubt my word?
Did you mail the letter in the box in front of the hotel?
Atatoklani is a very small place. He has no need of a street mailbox.
You never went to his room for a letter. The 2 Americans went there. I'm telling you what I think happened. One of them was Menendez. He bribed the local police. Then they slugged Terry, put a blank in the Mauser, put it to his head, and made a nasty powder burn. Then he was doped and packed in ice, so that Potter's lawyer thought he saw a cold and very dead stiff. The next day, a coffin with stones in it was buried. Possible?
If the Senor Menendez had relatives in Atatoklán, possible. But you are still accusing me of lying. You say I did not go to the room for the letter?
No. You were already there. You were writing it.
I suppose it's a little early for a gimlet. You like the plastic surgery, old top? They even changed my nose.
How close did I come?
Close enough. Mendy didn't like me writing to you, but I held out for that. He undersold you. He didn't notice the bit about the mailbox.
Did you know who killed Sylvia?
It's pretty tough to turn a woman in for murder, even if you knew her long ago and in another country.
How is Mendy these days?
Retired to Acapulco. How about that gimlet?
Here. Your portrait of Madison. I enjoyed playing with it. The 500 is still in the coffee can. I'll keep that for expenses.
Keep it all. You could have let things lie.
Sure. After Eileen killed her husband and got away with it, she might have gone on to better things. What did he matter? He just wrote books.
I didn't see any choice. I was the prime suspect. I got scared. Mendy was there to help. I only had a few hours to sort it out before I got to you that morning. What should I have done?
Pick up the money, Terry.
We were pretty good friends once.
Yeah. For a long time, I couldn't figure it. Till I realized you were a nice guy only because you had a nice nature. You're a moral defeatist. Maybe the war did it to you. Maybe you were born that way.
I grew up in an orphanage in Montreal. The act is all there is. I couldn't have told you any more than I did that morning. You wouldn't have stood for it.
Well, thanks for saying that.
I came back too late.
You wouldn't have come back at all if I hadn't smoked you out.
I am what you see. Senor Majoranos, who lives in Mexico and has a nice time.
Adios, Senor Majoranos.
Goodbye, Marlowe.
I sat and I sat. Maybe I wanted him to come back and talk me out of the way I felt, but he didn't. Nobody could. That was the last I saw of him. It was goodbye. Goodbye to all of them, including Linda. Except the cops, of course. No way has been invented to say goodbye to them in this cruel world.
In Bill Morrison's radio adaptation of Raymond Chandler's novel, The Long Goodbye, Ed Bishop played the part of Philip Marlowe, Toby Robbins that of Eileen Wade, and Margaret Robertson, Linda Loring. Roger Wade was played by David March, Terry Lennox, Peter Marinker, Howard Spencer, Don Fellows, Mendy Menendez, Blaine Fairman, Bernie Oles, Harry Taub, Dr. Loring, Paul Maxwell, Harlan Potter, Bob Sherman, Captain Hernandez, Gordon Stern, Lonnie Morgan, Henry Knowles, Grants, Rod Beecham, Sergeant Green, William Roberts, Detective Dayton, Neville Jason, Willie Magoon, Bill Morrison, Chick Agostino, Malcolm Gerard, Candy, Anthony Daniels, and the barman, Brian Hewlett. The music consultant was Adrian Edwards. The play was directed by John Tiedemann.
Marlowe. Philip Marlowe. Occupation, private detective. You know, somebody says, follow that guy, so I follow him. Or, find that female, so I find her. And what do I get out of it? $10 a day in expenses. Right now, you're hearing a lot about a murder. They call it The Case of the Lady in the Lake. That's a good title. It fits. But what you've heard about is one thing, and the real thing is something else again. There's only one guy who knows that. I know it. I started finding out about it a few days before Christmas. I was tired of being pushed around for nickels and dimes, so I decided I'd write about murder. I pounded out a story and sent it to the Kingsby Publications Incorporated, specialists in literary gore.
Oh, come in, Mr. Marlowe. We hear about the story you wrote.
Yeah, I got a letter from a guy named A. Fromsett.
I'm Fromsett. Adrian Fromsett, to be precise. Tell me something, Mr. Marlowe. Have you done much writing?
No.
You do very well for a beginner.
Well, it's based on an authentic case. You run this publishing business all by yourself, Miss Fromsett?
No, Mr. Kingsby runs it. Tell me, are there really detectives like the one in your story who never lie, cheat, or double-cross a client?
Yeah, there are a couple of dopes like that.
Good. Then you were writing about yourself.
Look, you don't really want to buy my story, do you?
I was about to offer you $200.
Oh, no, you won't. Why don't you quit being cute? The real reason I'm here is because you want a smooth operator who keeps his mouth shut. When you read my story, you said, that's my boy. He's dumb, he's brave, and he's cheap. Am I right?
Partly. I want you to find Mr. Kingsby's wife without his knowing you're looking for her. She's a vicious woman. A liar.
I don't want to be nosy, Miss Fromsett. But what makes that any of your business?
I handle all of Mr. Kingsby's affairs. He wants to divorce her. And I don't like your manners.
I'm not selling my manners. I'm not selling my story either. I don't like getting mixed up with a tricky female, even one as good-looking as you, who wants to dispose of the boss's wife just so she can marry him herself.
People don't talk to me like that, Mr. Marlowe.
Maybe somebody should talk to you like that more often.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, come in, Jerry. This is Philip Marlowe. He submitted a story. Mr. Marlowe, Mr. Kingsby.
Aye.
Always nice to see one of our writers, Mr. Marlowe.
But he isn't one of our writers. He just turned down an offer of $200. Rather indignantly, too. But maybe he's right, Jerry. This story has part of Mr. Marlowe's soul in it. I would say it's worth $500 as souls go these days.
Congratulations, Mr. Marlowe. A businessman as well as a writer, eh?
And a private detective.
Detective?
And that's what makes the story so authentic. It's so full of, what would you say it's full of, Mr. Marlowe?
Short sentences.
Adrian, if there's anything you want before I leave.
I don't believe so, Jerry.
Oh, good night, darling.
Good night.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah. $500, eh?
$200 for your story, $300 for your services in finding Mrs. Kingsby.
You don't need any help there, darling. Not you.
Please don't be too difficult. I do need help.
Like I need 4 thumbs.
I wonder how it would be to discuss this over a couple of ice cubes. Would you care to try?
Imagine you needing ice cubes. Sure, Miss Fromsett. Let's try. She had a very cozy apartment, Miss Fromsett did. She left me alone while she fixed a drink. I couldn't help spotting the telegram. It lay there staring at me on top of the piano. It was addressed to Darris Kingsby. Going to Juarez, it said, to get a divorce and marrying Chris Lavery in Mexico. Your loving ex-wife-to-be, Crystal.
If you're going to take this case, Mr. Marlowe, the first person you should see is Chris Lavery.
Oh, who's he?
Crystal Kingsby ran away with him a month ago. Or so we thought.
A month ago, eh? Take him that long to get to El Paso?
Who said anything about El Paso?
A telegram on the piano. Why didn't you tie it on my ear? I might have found it quicker.
Oh.
What's the mystery if Kingsby's wife is in Mexico?
The mystery is that Chris Lavery's here in town, and she isn't. She's vanished.
And the telegram's a phony?
Must be.
If she's missing, why isn't Kingsby looking for her?
I don't know. Maybe thinks she's off on a toot. But a Mexican divorce with no property settlement? Oh, no, that's not Crystal. Besides, she'd never marry Chris Lavery.
Why not?
You don't marry the Chris Laverys of this world. You just lend them all the money they need and forget to ask for it back.
You seem to know all about him. Where does he live?
Bay City. 676 Altair Street.
One more question, Miss Romsett. What would happen if I kissed you?
Why don't you try and see?
You always close your eyes when you think somebody's going to kiss you?
What stopped you?
Did you close your eyes when Lavery kissed you?
Get out.
You want to marry Kingsby because Lavery jilted you, huh?
Get out.
Sure, and I'll see Lavery. But don't try to be cute anymore. Just edit my manuscript.
Yes. I plan to smash the emotion right out of it.
That's the manuscript. This is me. Good night, sweetheart.
Yes, I'm Lavery, Mr. Marlowe. Come right on in, sir. Well, I declare, business must be bad if you have to go from door to door soliciting clients.
Look, Uncle Tom, I don't need a job. I've got one. And if you tell me where Mrs. Kingsby is, I'll stop bothering you.
I haven't seen Crystal in 2 months. And I've never been to El Paso, if that's what you're about to ask.
Oh, you know about the telegram, huh?
Why, yes. Miss Adrian told me.
Miss Adrian did she? Well, I guess there's nothing to do then but go to the cops.
For some reason, Mr. Marlowe, I don't think Mr. Kingsby would allow that, sir.
He might have to protect himself in case anything's happened to his wife.
Happens, sir?
Crystal Kingsby has money. Once in a while, boys like you have to make it the hard way.
You offend me, Mr. Marlowe.
Loosen up, Lavery. You'll save yourself a lot of trouble.
I'll never speak disrespectfully of a lady. Not even one as fascinating as Mrs. Kingsby was.
Was?
Sir? Oh, just a slip of the tongue, Mr. Marlowe. No, I don't hanker for any part of Mrs. Kingsby. The little lady must have sent that telegram just to embrangle me.
Embrangle you?
Oh, yes. You're a Yankee. You wouldn't understand. But pardon me, sir. Do you have the time?
What's the matter? Your clock embrangled, too? Shorten and Bread had let me have it when I looked at my watch. Brass knuckles, Southern fried. When things came back in focus, I was in the Bay City jail. A detective opened the cell and walked me down the corridor. What's the matter? I hurt? Oh, no, it's fine. When you came out of your blackout, you started slugging. I had to put you to sleep again. Oh, fine. All right, wise guy, in here. Captain Kane wants to see you.
Come in, Governor.
This is Marlowe, Captain. He likes our jail. Everything is fine. What's the charge, Captain?
Drunk in your car, ran up over the curb and found you were out cold. This empty bottle was in your hand.
Oh, fine.
We don't think it's fine at all. The only reason I'm talking to you instead of the judge is that your papers say you're a private detective.
You're on some kind of a case, aren't you? Sure, and my client slugged me, dumped me in my car, ran it up over a curb, and poured whiskey on me. Then he phoned for you boys.
Maybe it wasn't a client.
You're right. There's a southern gentleman named Chris Lavery.
Who is your client?
I don't reveal my client's name.
You're talking to the police.
The names of my clients are confidential. If they want, I wouldn't have any clients.
Okay. But that private license doesn't give you the right to start trouble in Bay City without letting me in on what you're after.
I don't like private dicks, Captain. I never met one yet that wasn't a crook. I've heard of people that don't like cops. That seems impossible, doesn't it?
Your car's in back of the jail. Get in it, Marlowe, and get out of this town.
Good morning, Miss Tromsett.
How did you get in here without being announced?
I told the receptionist it was an emergency.
You looked like an emergency.
Well, it's an old sickness. Reoccurring black eyes.
Mr. Lavery impressed you?
His brass knuckles did.
Well?
Well, nothing. I woke up in the Bay City jail.
We're right back where we started.
Yeah, maybe this is a good place for me to get off. What do you want for $300? A funeral?
You were hired to find Crystal Kingsby. It'll be asking too much to start working as a detective. Crystal Kingsby was last seen at Little Fawn Lake. That's a place in the mountains beyond Arrowhead. A few cabins and a private lake owned by Mr. Kingsby. Drive up there and talk to the caretaker.
Excuse me, Miss Francis.
Yes?
There's a man here to see Mr. Kingsby, a Mr. Floyd Greer.
Greer?
He's a newspaper man. He says it's about something that's happened at the lake, Miss Francis.
How fine, Mr. Kingsby. Show Mr. Greer in. You'd better sit down, too, Mr. Marlowe.
So you're a reporter, Mr. Greer. What can I do for you?
We just got word about tragedy at Little Pond Lake, Mr. Kingsley.
Tragedy?
Do you have a caretaker named William Chess?
Well, yes, I do.
He's suspected of murder. His wife was found drowned in the lake.
Muriel?
That's right, Muriel Chess. How long since you've been up there, Miss Kingsley?
Oh, not since last month.
How about your wife? Would she know anything about Muriel Chess?
Of course not. Nothing more than I would.
Mr. Marlowe, would you mind stepping out in the hall with me? Excuse us, please. You'd better get right up to the lake.
You think Crystal Kingsby shoved this lady in the lake, eh?
Quite possible. She hated Mrs. Chess.
And you like the idea, do you?
Yes, I do. Find out what happened and report to no one about it but me.
Little Fawn Lake. It reminded me of Adrian Fromson. So beautiful and so cold. First she wants me to find Mrs. Kingsby, then she wants me to prove she's a murderer. She's a sweetheart, Adrian is. Well, I'm back in town at 4 in the morning, and I go straight to Adrian's apartment. If I can tramp through the mountains, she can get waked up.
You have to come here to the phones, you know.
I didn't have a nickel. You know something, Miss Fromson? You look good in this light.
What did you find at the lake?
Snow.
Who's being cute now?
You are? There'll be an item on your bill for the bribes I spent finding out that Muriel Chess had another name.
What name?
Mildred Haviland. Ever hear of her? She married your boss's caretaker because she wanted a place to hide. It seems that a cop was after her.
What's this got to do with Crystal Kingsby?
Crystal Kingsby and Muriel, or shall I call her Mildred, had a fight over a man.
What man?
The guy I was slipping the $20 bills to kept claiming he didn't know.
But I suppose you do.
Yeah. Look what I found.
An ankle bracelet.
Engraved to Mildred from Chris. It was hidden in Kingsby's cabin.
There could be any number of Chris's.
Oh, come on now, Miss Fromson. Lavery's our boy. That ties him up with 2 women. Crystal Kingsby and Muriel.
You think he drowned Muriel Chess?
He would have drowned me if there'd been any water handy.
Oh, no. Crystal did it. Maybe you could find something else. A gun, maybe.
Oh, look. Just give me the dough I put out for expenses and I'll go on home.
Without finding Mrs. Kingsby?
Why don't you concentrate on just looking beautiful? Start being a woman. Quiet down long enough to hear your heart beat. You might wake up and find it's a different world.
I'm paying you to wake up and find Crystal Kingsby.
Okay. I'll go back and see Lavery.
No, you stay away from Lavery. Go back to the lake. You did fine there.
All right. But only because you're so full of persuasion. So full of, what would you say you were full of, Miss Fromson?
My, you're being backward for a detective?
No. It's just that I'm tired playing around. As far as the next woman in my life is concerned, it's everything or nothing.
Then it better be nothing. You'd be crazy to fall in love with me. Throw me from the lake.
Let me see now. I'm not to fall in love with you, and I'm not to see Lavery.
That's it exactly. Good night, Mr. Marlowe.
I got a little sleep, and then I went straight to Lavery's house. I rang the bell. No answer. So I just walked in. He'd forgotten to lock his front door. A woman was coming down the stairs. She had a gun in her hand and for some reason didn't seem at all concerned about my presence there.
It's a disgrace. Just a disgrace. I rent this house to him and look at the way he abuses it. Well, just look at it.
I'd be glad if you wouldn't keep pointing that thing at me.
This. Well, if you're one of Mr. Lavery's wild friends, you can get right out of
I'm
here.
not even one of Mr. Lavery's tame friends.
Cigarette burns on the furniture, carpet's all stained.
Look, lady, look.
All I want is my rent. I own this house. I'm Mrs. Holbrook.
Well, I'm truly enchanted, Mrs.
And
Holbrook.
who are you, may I ask?
Finance company, about his car.
Behind in his car payments, too. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Well, we don't like it either.
If he was going away, you'd think he'd leave a check under the door or something. But, oh, no. All I found was this gun. I found it on the stairs. Here, you take it. I wonder why he'd leave it on the stairs.
He probably had a hole in his pocket. So you've been looking for him upstairs, huh? You're a naughty girl.
Why, I only wanted my money. I think I should call the police.
On the other hand, maybe we should stop and consider. Finding a gun doesn't mean anything. Everybody keeps guns.
Oh, do they really?
And I'm sure the Bay City Police would frown upon us disturbing them over such a trifle.
Oh, you think so?
Just let the Ajax Finance Company take care of this. We'll see that you get your money.
Well, if you think that
I'm sure I can, Mrs. Holbrook.
You be a good girl now and run along.
Silly man. You know, you're sweet.
Thank you, Mrs. Holbrook.
Well, goodbye now.
Oh, brother. As soon as she left, I went upstairs. It looked at first as if Lavery had packed a bag and blown town. On his dresser was a woman's handkerchief. I thought of Mrs. Holbrook, but the initials on the handkerchief were A.F. Then I became aware of a muffled sound, and I knew that I'd heard it vaguely ever since I'd come up the stairs. It was the trickle of water running in the bathroom shower. But I didn't bother to turn it off. Not when I saw the 5 bullet holes neatly drilled through the glass shower door. And behind the door, crumpled on the tiles, the body of that fine Southern gentleman, Chris Lavery. I didn't waste any time getting out of Lavery's house. I went straight to Kingsby Publications. They were having a Christmas party, but I managed to convince Adrian Fromsett that I wanted to see her alone.
Are you trying to be funny, Mr. Marlowe? Where did you get that gun?
At Lavery's house. Lavery's dead. This gun killed him. You hinted that sooner or later I'd find the gun. Were you afraid he'd talk, Miss Fromsett?
You didn't go to the lake then?
No, and here's another little item for you. A handkerchief. Do you recognize it? The initials are A.F.
I don't have to ask the obvious question, do I?
No. And so far, nobody knows about it but me.
And whoever killed Lavery.
Yeah, whoever killed him. Or was he the type of guy who kept this sort of souvenir?
If I say no, that makes me a murderer or a good suspect. If I say yes, what does that make me?
Human, maybe. What are you trying to do? Play the bright, hard lady? You're afraid of life, Miss Fromsett, and people. You don't give yourself a real chance. You never... Come in, Mr. Kingsby. Come in.
What's going on?
Relax, Mr. Kingsby. You've seen guns before.
Maybe I lack a sense of humor, but
Lavery didn't think it was funny either. He's dead.
Dead?
Did your wife own a gun, Mr. Kingsby?
What does my wife have to do with this?
Break it to him gently, Miss Fromsett.
Derry, I hired Mr. Marlowe to look for crystals.
I've told you, crystals to be left alone.
Oh, no, Derry. No, you didn't. What you said was you were tired to death of them.
Well, I did.
Oh, then you're not. Well, why didn't you say so?
I won't have you prying into my private affairs.
The police may be prying into your private affairs, Mr. Kingsby. Your wife was mixed up with Lavery. He's dead. The evidence points to a woman. Now, does she own a gun or doesn't she?
I don't know. Just what do you propose to do, Mr. Marlowe?
Call the police. What else can I do?
Will $1,000 make you change your mind?
So your wife did have a gun, huh?
Yes, but $1,000...
I don't think I'm too proud to take it. I'm just too smart to get stuck with it.
Very well. I'll tell the authorities anything they want to know. As for you, Adrian, if you think you're going to harm Crystal, you're very much mistaken.
Derry.
And understand this clearly. If I ever said anything endearing to you, it was because I was lonely. I don't intend to make the same mistake again.
Did he say that for my benefit or yours, Miss Fromsett?
Mine. All mine. So you lost me my $1 million. Aren't you smart? You deliberately forced a showdown with him.
Yeah.
You thought you'd make me lose Kingsby, and then I'd come flying straight to your arms. Tell me, Mr. Marlowe, do you always fall in love with your clients?
Only the ones in skirts.
Well, there's more than one Kingsby on the Christmas tree, Mr. Marlowe, and I'll shake one loose yet. Don't you worry. And as for you, you just haul yourself out of here and send me a bill for your failure.
Merry Christmas.
What?
I said Merry Christmas. I'm glad to have met you, and have a good cry.
Marlowe, wait.
Why?
Please, step into this other room. I want to talk to you. I don't know what your arrangement is with Adrian, but
there isn't any anymore.
Oh. Well, then I'd like to make one with you. Now, I know my wife has made mistakes, but no matter how things look, Crystal couldn't have killed anyone. She must be found and kept out of this.
That'll be tough.
You can name your own price. I'm imploring you to help me.
And if we keep your wife in the clear, who do we pin the murder on, huh?
Well, what do either of us really know about Adrian?
Don't you know anything about it?
Actually, very little. Oh, I was aware she knew Lavery. Just how well, I don't know.
Just when I was beginning to like you.
You want the facts, don't you?
Sure I want the facts. She fires me, you hire me. Happy Phil Marlowe, the boy detective.
Where are you going?
Back to Lavery's house.
Oh?
A little Yuletide celebration for the Bay City cops. Say you've been handling this gun? How stupid are you, Marlowe? I'm giving you the gun, DeGarmo. Maybe I should have tossed it down a sewer.
You got an alibi, Marlowe?
I told you about Mrs. Holbrook, Captain. She was here ahead of me. It could have been her.
And it could have been you. You said you'd come back and get Lavery.
Not in those words.
But in that tone. I told you not to start trouble in this town. Now, who's your client? This time you better tell me.
His name is Darris Kingsby. He runs a string of magazines. Keep talking. His wife ran out on him about a month ago from a place he has up in the mountains, Little Fawn Lake.
Who did she run off with?
Well, a good guess would be Lavery. I came here the day before yesterday to ask Lavery if he knew where she was, and for my pains, I landed in the can. In case you've forgotten.
We remember, people. What was Lavery's story about Kingsby's wife?
He said he hadn't seen her in 2 months. After you turned me loose, I went up to Little Fawn Lake.
Why?
Because something peculiar happened up there. They found a woman in the lake. A dame. Named Muriel Chess.
Just stick to what happened here.
I am. This Muriel Chess had an ankle bracelet. It was given to her by somebody named Chris.
Oh, what?
So she's dead, and upstairs is a corpse named Chris.
I see. So you go through this joint, take the gun, collect or steal anything you can, and finally get around to calling us. Well, I don't buy it. What do I care about a drowned dame in a lake? Man's been murdered here, and that's enough for me. Who are you trying to cover, Marlowe?
I told you all I know.
Okay, big shot. I'm going upstairs, DeGarmo. I'll see how the coroner's doing.
You ever been to Little Fawn Lake, DeGarmo? You look kind of interested.
We ask the questions, people.
And when I mentioned the lady in the lake, you look still more interested.
You heard me.
Ever hear of a girl named Mildred Haviland? There was a fella up there a few weeks ago looking for Mildred Haviland. They tell me he acted like a cop. A tough cop with bad manners. Like you.
What's Mildred Haviland got to do with it?
She and Muriel Chess were the same girl. She changed her name because she was trying to hide from this tough cop. Does it add up?
No.
I think it does. They gave me a pretty good description of that cop. They said she... I was about to say that this female had a shady past, and I think you know something about her. That sort of confirms it, doesn't it, DeGarmo? Now we're getting somewhere. You stick your nose in my business and you'll wake up in an alley with a cat's looking at you. What did she do, this Mildred dame? Bump somebody off down here? Is that what you had on her?
All right, Marlowe. Cut it out. What's going on here, DeGarmo?
He got cute.
Put your gun away. You keep on acting smart, Marlowe, and you'll see what happens. The only reason I'm giving you another chance to talk is because of what the coroner says. He claims Lavery was killed last night. That doesn't let you out, though.
I'll say it doesn't, Peter. Come on, talk up.
You better take a walk, DeGarmo.
If you let me work him over just a little while.
Come on. Take the night off.
Yes, sir.
Now, if the coroner's right, how can you prove where you were last night?
I didn't leave Little Fawn Lake till after midnight. I stopped at Red Service Station halfway down the mountain and got gas. In San Bernardino, I got a cup of coffee at the Dinner Bell Diner. The waitress with the big eyes will remember me because it was 2 a.m. and I was the only customer in the place.
What about Mrs. Holbrook?
Oh, you'll love Mrs. Holbrook. She's charming. But I don't know where she is.
Well, my boys upstairs just checked. She's gone to Las Vegas. We'll have her back here tomorrow.
That about winds up everything, doesn't it? Do you mind if I go now?
There's still a charge of striking an officer. You funny guys kill me.
Captain, before you toss me in a cell, did you ever hear of a dame named Mildred Haviland?
No.
That's the real name of that woman drowned in the lake. Ask DeGarmo about her.
Why should I?
Because DeGarmo knew Lavery and he knew Mildred Haviland. Well, they're both dead.
That's a big statement, Marlowe.
Why do you think DeGarmo slapped me around? Look, you turn me loose and I'll do some finding out tonight. You can, too, by talking to DeGarmo.
You know what you're doing, don't you? You're practically forcing on me the rottenest job a police official can have, investigating one of his own men.
I'll work with you in any way you want.
All right. Here's what you do. Call the desk sergeant and get him to give you a nice, quiet cell.
For a minute, I thought you were on the level. But you want me out of the way, don't you? So you and DeGarmo can fix this up any way that suits you.
Why, you... This wasn't Christmas Eve, and if my kids weren't waiting for me to... All right, you didn't murder Lavery. The charge of taking a swing at DeGarmo is dismissed. Just do me a great big favor and get out of here.
I made a phone call as soon as I left. I have a friend downtown on one of the newspapers. I asked him to dig up anything he could for me on Mildred Haviland. He said he'd call me at my hotel in an hour. Come in.
Good evening.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Miss Rumsey.
I had to see you.
Why?
I didn't leave that handkerchief in Lavery's house.
You still worrying about that?
I read a story once about a killer who left clues around to point at somebody else.
That was a story.
Oh, I wouldn't kill anyone. I wouldn't.
Oh, of course not. Just a nice, sweet campfire girl.
I'm all mixed up tonight.
If it turns out that you're the little girl who held the hot and smoking pistol, you're going to be really mixed up.
You think I could do a thing like that?
Yes.
I thought you liked me.
The girl I like won't be looking for $1 million marriage or trying to hang a murder on another woman.
What will this girl do?
Take care of me. Unglamorous, isn't it?
Would you consider buying me a drink?
No. I'm expecting a call.
But it's a time and place for everything. This is Christmas Eve.
See, I wasn't kidding. Hello?
Dugan.
Go ahead, Dugan.
Here's what we have on the Mildred Haviland. She was mixed up in a suicide about a year and a half ago.
Just a minute, will you? Hey, Miss Fromson, would you mind leaving?
I thought you were off the case. Who's your client now?
I never reveal a client's name.
It's Kingsby, isn't it?
I have to eat, don't I? Blow me a kiss and close the door gently as you leave. I'll call you if I need you.
Drexel 33391.
I'm sorry, Dugan.
Well, this Mildred Haviland was a nurse for a doctor named Elmore in Bay City.
Elmore, eh?
So one night, Lawrence Elmore, that's the doctor's wife, was found dead. A cop named DeGarmo investigated. Verdict suicide.
What happened to Mildred Haviland?
She disappeared right after that.
Anybody figure Florence Elmore was murdered?
Just the folks. Mr. and Mrs. Grayson. Raised a big fuss at first. Since then, they've clammed up. Somebody scared them silly.
Somebody has he? Where do the Graysons live?
Bay City. Eugene Grayson. Name's in the phone book.
I'm much obliged to you, Dugan.
What names did you say?
Marlowe. I'm a private detective, Mr. Grayson. I want to talk to you about your daughter.
You leave us alone. We told the police everything.
I only want to help you, Mrs.
My daughter's dead. Can you bring her back?
We've had just about enough, Mr. Marlowe. He was here before for 1 solid hour. We don't want to talk anymore.
He was here, eh? That cop. He thinks she committed suicide, doesn't he? Well, I don't. I think your daughter was murdered. I think Mildred Haviland murdered her.
Get out.
He covered up for her. That's why he wants to keep you quiet.
My wife told you to get out, and we had trouble enough.
Leaving Grayson's house, I saw this other car down the block. 2 miles later, it was still on my tail. I stepped on the gas and cut across town, but I couldn't shake it. All right, then I stopped. As I started to slow down, he pulled up alongside of me and turned a spotlight full in my eyes. At 40 miles an hour, you hit a ditch pretty hard. In the split second before I passed out, I saw who it was. DeGarmo. I don't really know if DeGarmo had figured on killing me in that crash or not. I don't think it much mattered. In any event, I'd be taken care of. When I came to, there I was, soaked in whiskey and an empty bottle on the floorboards. But I got one break. I didn't sleep quite as long as DeGarmo figured. I must have looked real cute crawling out of what was left of my car. I was dizzy and sick, my face all bloody and my legs so numb I couldn't walk. Across the highway was a gas station. It was closed for the night. But outside was a public telephone booth.
Hello.
This is Marlowe.
Oh, so you've changed your mind.
I'm in a phone booth in a gas station on the South Road.
You're where?
The South Road. 2 miles out. Supposed gas station.
Why are you talking like that?
Come and get me. Come and get...
Hello? Hello? Hello?
So you're awake. How do you feel?
The way I look.
You look a lot better than you did in spite of the iodine. I'm working over you for an hour.
How did I get here?
I brought you here in my car. From then on, the doorman helped me.
Does the doorman think anything of dumping bruised, unconscious men on your living room sofa?
I told him you were drunk and had fallen down. Afraid you'll call the police?
No, I love policemen. Especially one named DeGarmo.
Who's DeGarmo?
Just a hard-working cop who figured to frame me the same way Lavery did. He pulls this little stunt and then calls headquarters saying he's a public-spirited citizen reporting a drunk driver. Only you got to me first. Much obliged.
What's the Gamo got to do with all this?
That's what I keep asking myself. How did he know I was going to visit Florence Elmore's folks?
Who?
A girl who committed suicide, maybe. About a year and a half ago.
Oh, why wonder? Just get off the case. Why be a private detective at all?
Why eat? You only get hungry again.
Oh, you don't have to make a living that way. You can write, remember? And I can help you. Oh, we'd be fine together. In everything, we'd be fine together. If only you'd...
If only I'd what?
Oh, you don't think you can trust me. I want you to know that you can. It's true, I've been a long time wanting things. Thinking I wanted things.
What do you want now?
I want to take care of you. Maybe it isn't glamorous, but I want to be your girl. That's what I want for Christmas, and don't you laugh at me.
I'm not laughing. Come here.
You close your eyes, too, don't you, darling? Why are you frowning? You're still not convinced I didn't kill Lavery.
Yeah.
How can you think that?
I have to think of everything.
Oh, don't. Just think of me. Quit being a detective, please.
I can't. Till this is over.
Oh, I wish I could tell you how I feel.
You mean you've got that, I'm scared, but it's wonderful feeling?
Yes. Scared, but it's...
Yeah. Scared.
Well, you're not scared of me.
I don't know.
I'm glad. It proves how you feel. You see, I'm glad about everything. I've never felt this way before. You go to sleep now. I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. We were eating breakfast the next morning in the kitchen. She was like a little girl. I don't know, maybe it was because it was Christmas Day. Anyway, she had our future together all figured out.
The first thing we'll do is leave here and go to New York.
Yeah, New York, sure. What do we use for money?
Oh, we can start with the store you wrote and go on from there. We'll make lots of money. Together we'll own the world.
Sure, and if you're the guilty girl, where does that leave me? Besides, I got another worry this morning.
Oh, what other worry, darling?
Gamo. By now he knows I'm on the loose. He'll start on the prowl for me with a cold, howling heart of hate and a gun full of bullets to stop me from talking about what I don't know.
Oh, but you're safe here, at least for... I won't answer it.
You better answer it.
No.
Adrian, open the door.
Kingsby.
Let him in.
Just a minute, Gareth.
What's the idea? I've been phoning you for an hour.
I've had the receiver off.
Well, I thought you might know where I could find Marlowe.
He knows.
Oh, Marlowe, I've been searching everywhere for you.
Yeah?
I even went to the police.
Oh, fine.
They're looking for you, too.
They happen to follow you here?
Yes. 2 detectives have been following me all morning.
Why didn't you invite them up?
I don't know what your troubles are, but I have my own.
All right, let's hear yours.
Well, I've been trying to find you because... Well, my wife's in Bay City.
How do you know?
Well, Crystal phoned me. She's in trouble. The police are after her. She needs money.
She wants money, take it to her.
With 2 detectives following me? Oh, no. You're going to take her the money.
Oh, I am I?
Look, there's $500 in this envelope. It's all I could raise on a holiday. It's worth anything to me to get it to her.
You've used that word anything a couple of times. How much is anything?
You'll get $5,000, Marlowe.
That's a deal, Santa Claus.
What's the deal? I don't want you near her. She's trouble. 2 people have been killed already.
Maybe she has some answers. Well, what else can I do? Stay here and let the cops come after me?
Oh, we'll figure out a way for both of us.
And end up where? In a gutter with my teeth kicked in, smelling of whiskey I never drank, running down alleys? The only way out of this is to see Crystal herself.
No, let someone else
And
solve
there's
it.
the money. $5,000, just in case my typewriter breaks down and I can't write stories. It's enough to start on.
And more than enough to bury you with. No, I won't let you go.
If I run away and never find the answers, I'll never know for sure about you, will I?
All right, then. Go.
Where do I meet your wife, Mr. Kingsby?
In front of a cocktail bar called the Peacock Cafe. It's on the main boulevard near 14th Street. Here, take my scarf. Wear it. She'll recognize
You leave first, Kingsby. Take those detectives on a tour of Chinatown. Keep them following you while I go down to Bay City.
Good luck, Marlowe.
Thanks.
You realize, of course, it may be a trap that Kingsby set for you himself?
Yeah.
Oh, please don't go.
I told you once it's everything or nothing. I'm going to trust you. Get hold of Captain Kane and come after me.
Well, how will we know where to find
I'll make
you?
Crystal take me to wherever she's hiding out.
You'll phone me from there?
Maybe I won't be able to.
Well, then how will we...
There's a box of rice in your kitchen. Quoting a girl named Fromset, I read a story once how a detective carried rice around in his pocket. It left a very nice trail. Maybe it'll work again. Are the keys in your car?
Yes.
I'll go down the back stairs to the garage. Goodbye, Miss Fromset.
You've been charming company.
Wait.
This is the payoff, isn't it?
Say that again about the... I'm scared, but it's a wonderful feeling.
I'm scared, but it's wonderful.
Goodbye.
I didn't have to wait long in front of the Peacock Cafe. The girl hardly glanced at me as she walked over to a shop window next door and stood there waiting. I tried being casual as I sauntered up.
Give me the money.
You get right to the point, don't you, Mrs. Kingsby?
Just hand it over.
Where are you staying?
What makes it your business?
An envelope in my pocket with $500.
$500.
You want it, or would you rather just crab about it?
Give it to me.
I will, but not here.
Come on.
How far is it?
Not far.
I promised I'd phone your husband as soon as I found
He
you.
can wait another 2 minutes. You can phone from my room.
You, Mrs. Kingsby.
Close the door.
Yeah. It's kind of hot in here, isn't it?
I wouldn't think of my guest being uncomfortable.
What's out there beyond that window?
The roof? You must come again sometime. We'll take a sun bath. Now quit stalling.
It's convenient having a pair of them, isn't it?
Pair of them?
A pair of little guns that kill just the same as big guns. Why don't you take it out of your coat pocket?
Yes, I will. It is nice, isn't it? Now, if you'll hand over that envelope.
That was a good act you put on as Mrs. Holbrook, the landlady.
You weren't so bad yourself as the finance company.
The cops say Lavery was killed the night before we met. What I can't figure is what you came back for the next morning.
I was looking for money, and I still am.
I'd be crazy to carry any money with me. Think of my trading position.
Where is it? If you haven't got that money,
You of what? Shoot me?
Don't you think I will?
Sure I do, Mildred.
What?
I said sure I do, Mildred. You don't think I really believe you're Crystal Kingsby, do you? Although Kingsby believed it when you talked to him on the phone, didn't he? Now, you're Mildred Haviland. You murdered the Elmore woman.
I didn't. She was asphyxiated in the car. It was an accident.
And the lady in the lake, instead of being you, is Crystal Kingsby. Was that an accident?
Yes. Yes, it was. Crystal and I, we traded clothes one night, and she had on my things and I had on hers, and we went across the lake to see if we could fool Bill Chess, my husband.
And Crystal fell in the lake and sank to the bottom.
Yes. Yes, she did. I didn't know what to do.
So you ran away to El Paso. You met Lavery there. His death was an accident, too, I suppose. He took a gun into the shower bath.
I don't know. I don't know
Lavery was the only man who knew the real identity of the lady in the lake, wasn't he, Mildred?
I'm through talking. And you'd better have that money on you.
You can't shoot, Mildred, not with a safety catch on. Here, let me fix it.
I'll tell you what.
Get this gun out of your head. Come on. Let me give you a tip, Mildred. Never try to shoot a man when he's looking at you.
I'm frightened. Oh, I'm so frightened. Get me out of here. Please take me with you.
I'll bet that act went over big with Lavery.
Please.
It went over big with DeGarmo, too, didn't it?
DeGarmo?
He covered up for you on the Elmore case. Every time you look at a man, he falls over, doesn't he, Mildred?
I'm a nice girl. You don't understand me. I'm a nice girl.
Yeah, you're a lovely girl. I'd like to play dolls with you.
What's that?
The cops, Mildred. I invited them here to meet Crystal Kingsby. They're going to be quite surprised to see you.
No. Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Come in, Adrian, and bring the gallant Captain Kane with you. Get him up, Marlowe.
DeGarmo, honey. Hit him with that gun, honey. Kill him.
Stay just where you are, Millie.
Don't talk to me like that, sweetheart.
DeGarmo doesn't like you anymore, Mildred.
Yes, he does, don't you, honey? You weren't expecting DeGarmo, were you? He was expecting the other cops, honey, not you.
It's been a long time since he's seen you, Mildred. Ever since you double-crossed him. You ran away and changed your name from Mildred to Muriel and married that poor little guy named Chess. DeGarmo's been looking for you.
Have you, honey?
Why don't you laugh, Mildred? Like he's laughing.
Take care of him, will you? Let's get out of here.
You're not going anyplace. I thought you were dead. I wish you were. Because you're a murderer. And this time, dead's the way I'm going to leave you.
Oh, that's crazy. You're talking crazy.
I went crazy the night Florence Elmore died, and you made a clown out of me. Even after you ran away, I still loved you. You made a bad cop out of me, Millie. But this is the end of it. Don't do it, DeGarmo. She's the killer. Don't get yourself in any more trouble. Take her in if you're a good cop. Lay off, people. The Elmore case won't come up. They'll convict her for Crystal Kingsby's murder or Lavery's. You'll be clear.
I'll be clear. This is her gun. If she dies by it and you die by it, I'll be clear.
Because I'll be the officer who investigates.
You're a fool, DeGarmo.
I'm no fool. And I'll be a good cop. I'll be the best cop in the world. But she isn't going to hurt anybody again.
No. No, please. Don't, honey. I love you. I'm your girl. I would never.
First you cover up a murder for her, and then you kill her. It doesn't make any sense, does it, DeGarmo? Some things don't. Petticoat fever, eh? Yeah. We all get it, people. We all get it. I once had petticoat fever myself. I took a chance and lost. When you walked in that door instead of Kane, a lot of things suddenly ended for me. I'm scared. But it isn't wonderful anymore.
I'll say you lost. My drunk driving frame didn't stick, but this one will. How does it feel dying in the dirty middle of somebody else's love affair?
I don't want to seem selfish, but I'm thinking of my own.
I followed your ice here, Marlowe. Thanks a lot. I followed it and I kicked it into the street so nobody else would follow it. So don't be expecting any friends or relations.
How did you know about it?
How do you suppose? Your girl, Adrian.
That's a lie.
How else do you think I know? That was a cheap gag, that Rice. But that's the way all private dicks end up. A last cheap trick. A cheap double-cross. You're in the same boat I am. But you're going to be in it dead.
Kane! I never thought you'd get here.
Gags. Still thinking of gags. You want me to turn around, huh? There's nobody out on that roof. How crazy do you think I am?
Be careful, Kane. That gun of his is pointed right at me.
Cut it out, Marlowe.
Get him with the first slug, Kane, or he'll get me.
I'm getting you right now. Gags. Nothing but gags.
Wow. You all right? Yeah. I'm all right.
What about him?
Take a look. For his sake, I hope he's dead.
I'd have been here a lot sooner, but he messed up your trail of rice. You get the story on all this?
Yeah, I got the story.
All right, let's have it.
I'll write it. I'll see that you get the first copy, fresh out of the typewriter.
What about her, this dame?
Mildred Haviland. She murdered the Almore woman, Crystal Kingsby, and Chris Lavery.
Oh. DeGarmo killed her?
Yeah. He had a wonderful motive. He was in love with her. Well, I had promised Kane the first copy, and there it is. The grammar may not be so hot, but I'll let Oh, yeah. You're wondering about her, aren't you? About Adrian. DeGarmo had said she tipped him off. What had happened was that DeGarmo had overheard Adrian's phone call to Kane. That's how DeGarmo got to me first. Those things happen sometimes, but Adrian...
May I come in?
Come in. Have you got the ticket?
Yes, to New York. One way.
Are you scared?
Mm-hmm. But it's wonderful.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Glass Donkey.
Hello, Philip Marlowe.
Oh, this is Matthews, Phil.
Hi.
Listen, Phil.
Yeah?
Didn't you once go around with a brunette named Helen Lofton?
Helen Lofton? Sure. Still do now and then. Why, Lieutenant? Monday your night off?
Not so you'd notice, Marlowe. When was the last time you saw her?
Oh, maybe a month ago. Hey, what is this? You sound real official.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I don't like it any better than the next guy. Look, Phil, did Helen have any big problems on her mind at that time?
Just me. Hey, wait a minute, Matthews. Was Helen in trouble?
Not now, but she was in lots of it 3 hours ago. At about 5 o'clock this afternoon, somebody put a bullet in her neck, Phil.
Oh, no.
It's down here at the morgue. If you think of anything, let me know, will you?
Might as well have hit me in the stomach with a hammer. Helen Lofton, a good-to-look-at girl with soft black hair and clear hazel eyes. Gets a big charge out of life. But Helen was a great girl. And she'd always had enough sense not to waste time on the kind of people who put bullets in other people. For a long few minutes, I just sat in my apartment and felt sorry. But then I began to want to get my hands on whoever had pulled the trigger. By the time I got downtown and walked into the morgue attendant's office, that urge had become a big hot lump in my chest.
Mr. Marlowe.
Hello, Chester.
Yeah, stranger around here lately.
You got a Helen Lofton? I'd like to pay my respects.
Yeah, can't stop you, boy. Lofton, huh? Oh, yeah, she's still on the table. You'll have a little company back there, Lieutenant Matthews.
Oh, he's still here?
Oh, he's been in and out all evening. Can you find your way all right?
Yeah, thanks, Chester.
I didn't expect you in person, Marlowe. You could have called. Got something to offer on the Lofton girl here?
Yeah. My services, Matthews.
How much did she mean to you, Phil?
Enough to make this real personal. What have you got on it, Matthews?
Nothing. A neighbor reported the shot. Found Helen's body spilled down some stairs at the side of her house. It was a .32 at close range. No reason, no motive, no leads, unless you can call this a clue, which I don't.
Let's see that. Yeah, it could be the hind leg of one of Helen's glass donkeys. You know, she collected them.
Oh. No, I was on the stairs near the body.
Uh-huh. Hey, look, Matthews, you don't mind me sticking my 2 cents in this, do you? It'll do me a lot of good.
No, I don't mind. Just keep me posted, huh?
I drove out Sunset Boulevard, then north on Camino Avenue to the neat little house where Helen had lived. I sat very quietly back under some big magnolia trees. Someone had drawn the blinds on the 2 front windows that made them look like a pair of closed eyes. I walked around to the side door on the stairs where they found her body, and that's when I noticed the light on inside the house. The door was unlocked, so I went in. Light was coming from the bedroom, and when I got to that door, I saw a girl, blonde with harlequin horn rims, moving stiffly, like a lost somnambulist. I watched her drag one slow finger the full length of the dresser. When that was over, I said, "Hello."
Who are you?
I was a friend of Helen's, Philip Marlowe. You?
Lila Hughes. You startled me. I thought I was alone in here, and after all that's happened.
Yeah. Did you, did you know Helen pretty well?
Yes. I was just about her only girlfriend. You see, we worked together in the same office and had the same boss. I guess they're going to want me to do something about all of her things now.
Yeah, it's real tough. Everything in the house is just another reminder. Even this little sherry decanter. Here.
But that's Helen's.
That's all right. Sit down. Drink it. At least it'll do you good. Look, Lila, I gotta know why this happened to Helen. It doesn't make sense. Can you help me? Any idea at all?
No, the police have already talked to me about it. Please, Mr. Marlowe.
I know this is unpleasant for you, but I need some answers. It's been over a month since I saw her last. Who's she been going with lately?
I don't know. Helen never said much about her dates.
Who's your boss?
Mr. Maffey?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she dated him a few times, but so have I. Surely you don't think Mr. Maffey...
No. I just want to talk to him, that's all.
It's Norman Maffey. Maffey Real Estate Company on Wilshire. He lives on Ogden Drive, 3848.
Thanks, Lila. Well, I'll be on my way now. Hey, look. Maybe you better come too, huh? Let all this go until tomorrow, when you're feeling better.
Yes. I guess you're right.
I turned out the light and snapped the lock as we left. Then walked the sad little blonde as far as her coop. Got her address on Beechwood Drive and saw her off. After that, I went to my own car, but before I got in, I looked back at Helen's house once more and tried to shake the empty, loose ends feeling it had given me. I was snapped out of that mood in a hurry. The man with a half an acre of forest had just twisted out of sight behind a tree trunk in the backyard. I started for him, and he broke and ran toward the wall in the alley. It was a 6-footer. He rolled across the top and fell over. When I got there, he was up and gone. He hadn't had time to get out of the alley, but it was empty, which could only mean he was laying for me.
Come here, you! You don't, mister. It's this time. Anyway, go!
Trash in good neighborhoods is no softer than trash anyplace else. When I finally got clear of it, the forehead was gone. I figured all I had to show was one of his patch pockets, which I still had clenched in my hand. But there was something else. Glittering on the ground was what had been in that pocket. A little glass donkey with a hind leg missing. On the way back, I stopped once and tried to call Matthews, but he was out. So I drove on down to Ogden Drive as far as number 3848. A gray at the temples type in blue flannel opened up.
Yes?
Mr. Maffey?
Are you a reporter?
No, I'm a friend of Helen Lofton's. Also, I'm a private detective named Marlowe. I'd like to talk to you.
A private detective?
Mm-hmm.
Who hired you, Mr. Marlowe? Who are you working for?
Myself. Like I said, Helen was a friend of mine.
Well, I'm quite busy, Marlowe, but come in. Back this way, to the den. I've already been interviewed by the police.
You may be again. It's not quite like being vaccinated, Mr. Maffey.
Now, just why have you come here to see me?
Because I intend to find out who shot Helen.
What makes you think I'd have the remotest idea?
Nothing special. She worked for you, didn't she?
So do several other people.
You dated her?
Yes, I did. She was a very attractive girl, but that was no reason for me to kill her.
There was no reason for anybody to kill her. Mr. Maffey, suppose I was to tell you that I'm acquainted with your wife.
Oh, so that's it. You cheap blackmailer. Get out.
Then you do have a wife, huh?
Now, look here, Marlowe. You don't have to be sly with me. I'm not hiding anything. Ask me what you want to know and get out of here.
How come Mrs. Maffey doesn't object when you dine and dance the office help?
Because we've been separated for several years.
Separated, but not divorced.
That's right. She lives in San Diego, and we have as little as possible to do with each other. My bank takes care of our only mutual interest. She refuses to give me a divorce.
Did you tell the police all this?
They didn't ask.
Did they happen to ask where you were this afternoon about 5?
As a matter of fact, they didn't. I wasn't being treated as a suspect then. And I don't intend to be now.
Okay, Mr. Maffey, where were you? Now, look, I'm a private detective. Remember, I'm not even taking notes.
All right, Marlowe, all right. Been having business troubles lately. A lot on my mind. I was out driving in my car, trying to relax.
Can't prove it, can you?
No, probably not. I don't expect to have to try.
All right, tell me something else. Do you happen to know anything about a man with a very high forehead, a young guy, maybe 30, about 6 feet tall?
Yes, I do. Helen went out with a fellow like that recently.
What's his name?
Victor Semra, I think. Why?
Well, I ran across him tonight, and I didn't like his attitude. Sure, that's it. I'll bet on it.
What? What are you staring at? This ashtray?
No. That little donkey in front of a betting window. Thanks for everything, Maffey. I'll see you. tray on the table behind Matthew's desk had been made of baked clay in the shape of a sombrero, a keepsake from old Mexico that kicked hard at my memory. At least it was a thought well worth the price of a phone call to Tijuana. So I drove as far as the first payphone, which was at an all-night mobile gas station, got a handful of change, and while my car was being gassed, put the call through to my old friend, Senor Mike Donahue, who had given up reporting in Chicago for editing south of the border.
We are ready on your call now, sir. Go ahead.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, old pal.
Hi.
Hasta la vista. What's cooking? You coming down to see me?
Later on. Listen, Mike, I'm trying to find out about a glass donkey.
A which?
A donkey made of glass, a souvenir mule. It's got silver shoes and a silver halter.
Oh, one of those things. That silver works strictly a Tijuana product, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Peddle them at the highlight games down here.
Out by the betting windows?
That's right.
Can't buy them anyplace else, Mike.
No, not that I know of.
Mm-hmm.
Why, you want some?
No, I've already got one. Well, thanks a lot, Mike. You've been a big help.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
As long as you're on the wire, Gumshoe, maybe you can help me.
How?
Well, I got a big front-page mystery spread if I can get a little more dope. Ever hear of a babe around L.A. named, let's see, Mrs. Norman Maffey?
Mrs. Norman Maffey?
Yeah.
Holy smoke, I'll say so. What, Mike, what's the story?
Well, the boys just found her body out here on a side road at the edge of town.
Yeah?
Been dead a couple of days. Probably happened Saturday night.
Saturday night?
Yeah. The hotel identified her about 10 minutes ago. She was run over.
Run over? Well, Mike, you said it was a mystery story.
Yeah. You see, the tire tracks out there are still good. It was no accident, Phil. It was murder. Somebody went a long ways out of their way.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike, somebody sure did.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Glass Donkey.
When I hung up on Mike Donahue and the news of Mrs. Maffey's violent death on a lonely road outside of Tijuana, I postponed trying to figure it all out until I had called Lieutenant Matthews at Homicide. I'd asked him to meet me at the bar I was at. 10 minutes later, Matthews was sitting opposite me and chewing on a cold pipe while I filled him in.
Oh, now, easy, Phil. I'm a slow and steady boy. Now, question, who killed Helen Lofton?
Answer, whoever killed Mrs. Norman Maffey.
Why? Where's the tie?
The glass donkey I just told you about. It came from Tijuana.
So?
So I figured that whoever sent it to Helen was, one, a friend who knew she'd get a kick out of a trinket like that.
Yeah?
And two, sent it before he or she decided to kill Mrs. Maffey.
Oh, and therefore said friend had to get the glass donkey back because if traced, it would place the killer in Tijuana where sooner or later Mrs. Maffey's body had to be found. Is that right?
That's so very right. And all that brings us back to only one thing. Mrs. Maffey's killer also got Helen Lofton. Was forced to.
Yeah, it could be. But look now, Phil, the tough...
What'll it be, chum? You look lonely. Forlorn, maybe.
2 beers.
2 beers, huh? Any special vintage?
Yeah, the kind with studs on top. Goodbye, comic.
Okay. No offense intended.
Oh, what was I... Oh, yeah, I was saying, Phil, the tough one. Now, who killed Mrs. Maffey?
Mr. Maffey.
The motive?
He had the best motive. He hated his wife. Also, Matthews, when I talked to him, he was real vague about his whereabouts lately. And for a clincher, he did know Helen Lofton well enough and long enough to send her a cheap trinket, as in donkey made of glass. Now, you impressed?
A little, but you're holding back, Marlowe.
I'm what?
No, not on me, on yourself, Phil. Look, I know you. You don't usually leap at conclusions and over facts. That isn't your style.
Trying to tell you, Matthews.
Website. You know, I told Kelly about that crack you made, mister, and
Give
he
it.
says...
Here. And goodbye again. We're busy.
Yeah, I'll say. Too bad we ain't got tablecloth. You could have impressed me, chum. Writing down big numbers.
You tip her, I'll break your arm.
Yeah.
Now, look at Phil. Could you be a little bit prejudiced about this guy? Now, Phil.
Yeah. Sure, I'm prejudiced. I just don't like Norman Massey's stuffy kisser and something else. I might as well admit I keep skipping that guy with a mile-high forehead and a boyfriend named Vic Samro because I don't exactly know how he figures in. I'm too impatient to wait around for the answer. Uh-oh.
What is it, Phil?
A game lieutenant called Speaking of the Devil.
Oh, don't look now, maybe?
It's Forehead, Matthews. He was in the next booth, catching it all. He's at the front door now, see? But he isn't running yet. He's just paying his check. Lieutenant, how about trying that cigarette machine over there while you talk to me like I was still here, huh?
Gotcha.
I'll take the back entrance out to the sidewalk. You'll know if I need help. Matthews underplayed his part neatly, and I got out the back door to the street where I spotted Semrau some 50 yards ahead, walking slowly toward an empty car, a new green Nash that was parked close to mine. But then suddenly he started running like he had just backed into a blowtorch. Before I knew it, he had piled into his car. When I was in mine and after him, the street became that much narrower as a truck the size of a battle wagon lurched out of a side alley without so much as thinking about a full stop. You stupid clown!
What was that, Sonny?
You heard me, Muscles.
Sonny, you have a nasty touch.
You have
a couple of funny ideas about driving. All right there, fellow. Read it and wait. Yeah, and the big letters spell police. Now get back in your cab there and wait. We'll chat in a bit.
Oh, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, officer. Only this jerk was in a row.
Oh! Marlowe, that still leaves us a big blank to fill in.
Yeah. But while we're trying, Lieutenant, do you mind if I drop in on Mr. Massey again? Alone, I mean? I'd like to try pinning the leg of the ducky on him.
All right, Phil, but be careful, huh? It's fragile, you know, made of glass.
You again.
Yeah, do you mind if I come in again, Mr. Massey?
Frankly, I do, Marlowe. I don't feel very well
Your
tonight.
wife was murdered, Mr. Massey.
My wife? Murdered?
Still mind if I come in?
Where did it happen, Marlowe? In San Diego? Marlowe, I asked you where it happened.
In Tijuana. Ever been there?
Yes, of course. Marlowe, what are you looking for?
Just looking. When were you last there, Massey?
I don't know. Maybe a month, 6 weeks ago.
Not Saturday night, huh?
No, not Saturday night. Marlowe, what are you
Massey,
getting?
did you ever send Helen Lofton a present?
See here. Who do you think you are? And exactly what are you looking for?
A wastebasket that isn't empty. You keep a very tidy place, Mr. Massey.
Which has what to do with my wife being dead, Marlowe? Are you out of your mind?
Maybe. But also maybe not. Maybe I'm real smart. Maybe I've come to the right place to look for an empty package and a piece of wrapping paper that would be addressed to Miss Helen Lofton in your handwriting and postmarked Tijuana, Mexico.
Tijuana?
A large piece of wrapping paper and a large package stuffed with Excelsior. It was once home to a glass donkey in which you had to get back from Helen Lofton before she got it. Or if you were too late for that killer and then get it back before anyone else knew about it. Does that still leave me out of my mind, Massey?
Absolutely.
We'll see. After we try the backyard and your incinerator.
Now, wait a minute.
You know, the law says you can't light it after 10 in the a.m., Massey. If you're the one stamped guilty, you wouldn't want to arouse suspicion.
Stop, Marlowe. This has gone far enough. You're not the police.
Which means I don't need any more of a search warrant than this. I caught him right. He plopped to the floor, face down, like he was made of wet wash. I rolled him over and was sure that a return engagement was still a long way off. I cut the lights, then went through the house and out into the kind of backyard that you had to call a garden. Beyond all the moon-bathed beauty and half hidden by a fountain that was backed up by an ivy trestle was what I wanted. A short, squat, scarred, ugly incinerator. The door was metal cold, and inside I found more encouragement. None of the paper that was jammed 3 feet deep was burned. I started tossing the stuff out, counting more on the feel and sound of wrapping paper than anything else. Once I stopped short, but it was only a grocery sack. The second time I stopped short, I had a better reason.
Marlowe,
What?
you're wasting your time there.
Well, Mr. Victor Semrau.
Yeah, or as you put it, the guy with the mile-high forehead.
I wouldn't get touchy, Semrau. You were swinging the dock ahead, remember?
I'm sorry about that, Marlowe. I didn't know we were both on the same side there.
Both on the... Take it easy, Victor. You wouldn't try to set me up again, would you? Why the sudden change of heart?
Because now I know that you're in the up-and-up, Marlowe. I overheard you talking to that police lieutenant and also the Mexican newspaper man.
Well, bully for you, eavesdropper. But also you ran. Why?
I was afraid you'd turn me over to that lieutenant. Marlowe, listen. From the start, I've been trying to find Helen's killer. That's why I've been following you. I found that glass donkey in her porch, and Well, to get right to the point, Marlowe, I can tell you that the one who killed Helen and Mr. Maffey...
The shot that had come from the shadow driveway close into the house spun Semro in a half circle, and by the time he'd corkscrewed to the ground, I had my .38 in hand, and it covered the distance across the garden. I was too late to do anything, except to identify the figure I saw take off in a sedan as Mr. Norman Maffey. This was some help. But not to Victor Semro back in the garden. He had managed to crawl as far as the small pond that surrounded the fountain. There he had died. One hand half submerged in the dark, cold water. The other clutching his chest, blood-soaked and discolored another way. I must have stared at it for a full 30 seconds before it suddenly began to add for me. Add fast to the only backyard left in the spot where I could get to Maffey and maybe stop a third murder. Lila Hughes' place on Beechwood Drive. It was all the push I needed. When I pulled up away from the place and got out of my car and ran for the back, only 10 minutes had gone by, and I was glad of it. Because standing next to an open, still-smoking incinerator, a piece of charred paper in his hand that I knew was the remains of the rapper I'd been after, was Norman Maffey. And opposite him, a gun in her hand, was Lila Hughes, the shy blonde.
Lila, you're crazy, insane. Well, I saw you shoot Victor Semro. And you must have killed...
Of course it was me, honey. I killed him. I killed Helen. I killed your wife. Well, about her, I'm not sorry. I'd do it again.
How could you plan an ugly,
I didn't plan anything, darling. I ran into her by accident. Tijuana's a small place. We started sociably. We had a few drinks, a drive to the outskirts in my car, and then talk. Talk of you, darling. I knew I could have you with her out of the way. Helen was no threat. You gave her up, so there was no one else to stand between us. And, honey, you hated your wife. But nothing. It was all very simple, darling. Helen was different. You see, I had to kill her. That piece of wrapping paper there that you just snatched from me, the paper I sent Helen a little gift in. That's the reason, Norman. I did have to kill her.
And now you do have to kill me, too. Don't you, Lila?
Oh, no. No, darling. Now the killing's done. I did it all for you, darling. Don't you understand?
You devil. You she-devil.
Oh, Norman, dearest, you don't know what you're saying. Honey, I tell you, I did all this for you. Remember that, darling.
How can he ever forget it? Don't move, Lila. Don't breathe. Drop your gun there at your feet.
No. No, I think I'll use it again. Even if you shoot, I'll use it. We belong together, Norman and I, and we're going to beat it.
She's dead. Marlowe, she did think she could shoot. Even if you did, didn't she?
Yeah. That's what she thought, all right, Maffey. Call the police. They know where they can find me. I'm sorry. I've been out walking. What do you want to know?
The one blank, Phil. What sent you over to Lila Hughes' place?
Oh. Victor Semro, his hand was burned, blistered red.
Like you've been fishing around in the hot incinerator, huh?
Yeah. That and what he had to say to me about us being on the same track. Lila Hughes was the only other one who was both close enough to Helen to send her that glass donkey and at the same time even remotely connected with Maffey.
Uh-huh. Any idea what sent Semro to her backyard?
I guess. His tack all night was to follow me. When he tried to pick my trail up again after running from the bar, he thought Lila Hughes' place might be the answer. Turned out he was right. Real right.
Yeah, he must have seen her around her incinerator lighting it, and then decided to get to you when he couldn't reach in after the wrapping paper.
Yeah, something like that. With, of course, her taking off after him. Look, anything else, Matthews?
Phil.
Hmm?
Phil, you weren't in love with Helen Lofton once upon a time, were you?
No. No, Matthews. I wasn't in love with her.
Yeah. Well, so long, Phil. And, look, I'm sorry about Helen. I mean, it's a crying shame.
Yeah. Good night, Matthews. I'll come down to headquarters in the morning. Yeah. A crying shame.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmints helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the transcribed cast were John Stevenson, Michael Ann Barrett, William Lally, Bill Johnstone, Vivi Janis, and Vic Perrin. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe, and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it got off to a swashbuckling start at a pirate's cove. A map to a fortune in black pearls ran past a beautiful island girl, a conniving Malayan merchant, and stopped at a wild man from Borneo dead in a rusty hulk. All in the quiet outskirts of Los Angeles.
Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent program, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Pepsodent presents Philip Marlowe, Hollywood's famous private detective created by Raymond Chandler. Philip Marlowe, tough, cynical private eye of Murder My Sweet, the sardonic, case-hardened detective of The Brasher Doubloon, The Lady in the Lake, and The Big Sleep. You've seen him in action in all of those top-flight mystery pictures. Now, in order that you may continue to enjoy this exciting mystery series, Pepsodent brings you The Adventures of Philip Marlowe on the air with a cast of noted radio players, and starring MGM's brilliant and dynamic young actor, Van Heflin. Now, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with Irium. New fresh-tasting Pepsodent with the new cool, minty flavor. It's the 3-to-1 favorite over all other toothpastes.
It's true. With families all over America, new Pepsodent is the favorite 3-to-1.
Families from coast to coast recently compared new Pepsodent with other toothpastes at home. They preferred new Pepsodent by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over all other brands they tried. These families, 3-to-1, said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Yes, families 3-to-1 say new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Get new Pepsodent toothpaste for your family right away.
There was a rough desert wind blowing into Los Angeles that evening. It was one of those hot, dry Santa Anas that come down through the mountain passes and curl your hair, make your nerves jump and your skin itch. On nights like that, every booze party ends up in a fight, and meek little housewives feel the edge of a carving knife and study their husbands' necks. Anything can happen when the Santa Ana blows in from the desert. I closed up my office early. I got tired of reading Philip Marlowe, private investigator, backwards on the ground glass of my office door. So I opened the door and closed it from the outside and locked it and went out to get a beer before I went up to my apartment.
Filler up again, Mr. Marlin?
Marlowe. Marlin is a fish.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you bartender. Give me another rye.
Drunk again. What'd you expect in this business? Autograph hounds?
Make it snappy, you hear?
Be right with you, sport. I gotta draw this man a beer. Crying out loud, these stumble bums who come in here...
You got another customer, Bacchus?
Hey, Bud. You seen a lady in here lately?
A lady?
Tall, good-looking, brown hair, a print bolero jacket, and a blue silk dress.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Nobody like that's been in.
All right, straight scotch, fast. I left my engine running out there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This slick-looking, sarcastic guy stepped up to the bar and drank his scotch whole. And he stopped. The drunk was grinning at him. And then, without changing his grin, the drunk swept a gun from somewhere so fast it was just a blur coming out. Made a couple of hard snaps, and a little smoke curled. Very little.
All right, you other guys. Don't move. So long, Waldo. All right, don't move, you two. Oh, Waldo. But I made his nose bleed. So long, boys. Drink up.
All right, get on that phone, kid. I'll get his license number.
Holy smoke. Holy smoke.
Too late. Drove away with this dead guy's car.
Maybe he ain't dead.
He's dead, all right. Where's your phone? This is for the police. The prowl car boys were there in about 5 minutes. Waldo was out of business, all right. And nothing in his pockets told who he was, but he had about $700 on him. I told the cops what I knew, including about Waldo's tall, brown-haired, pretty girl in the bolero jacket. It was about 9 o'clock when I stepped out of the elevator in my apartment house and almost walked right into a tall, brown-haired, pretty girl in a bolero jacket, waiting for the elevator on my floor.
Oh, excuse me.
Just a minute, lady.
I said excuse me. I'm in a hurry. Now, if you'll be good enough
Look,
to step
you better
out of...
not go outside in those clothes.
Just what do you mean by telling me
This isn't a make. You're in trouble.
Trouble?
Yeah, the cops are looking for you in those clothes.
But I haven't done anything that...
I'm in room 41 across the hall now. I never collected an etching in my life.
All right, I'll go with you. I'll go.
I got to my room and rustled up some scotch and soda and brought the girl her glass. She had a small automatic in her hand. It jumped up at me, and her eyes were full of panic. I put down both glasses on the table slowly so that I wouldn't be misunderstood. Look, sister, maybe this wind has got you crazy, too.
Don't move. Be careful, don't move.
A man just got shot in a bar down the street. Before he got it, he'd been asking about a tall, pretty girl with a bolero jacket, like yours.
What did he look like, this man?
Tall, 5'11", slim, dark brown eyes with a lot of glitter, dark suit, white handkerchief in the breast pocket. And he must have seen you earlier tonight to know how you were dressed. Am I getting anywhere?
He used to be my chauffeur.
You had an appointment with him, didn't you?
Why?
Listen, he asked for you, didn't he?
Yes, I had an appointment with him. He'd stolen something from me when he left 3 days ago. I was going to buy it back from him.
Why didn't you tell the police?
I couldn't tell them.
It was valuable, wasn't it? Valuable enough for Waldo to steal?
$15,000.
Oh, it's peanuts.
But it wasn't the value. It meant something to me. The man I love gave it to me, and now he's dead. He was a flyer shot down over Germany. I'll go back and tell my husband that. He probably hired you.
He did? Well, how much is he paying me? And, where is this husband of yours?
He's at a meeting.
This late at night?
He's a very important man. He's a hydroelectric engineer. I'll have you know that my husband is one of the...
Skip it. I'll take him out to lunch sometime and have him tell me himself. And about Waldo, whatever he had on you is dead stock now, like Waldo himself.
You mean he's dead? Waldo is dead?
Yes, sister, he's dead. Dead. Lady, he is dead.
Oh.
I scream and I'll give you 2 black eyes.
I'm not going to scream. Who would that be?
There's a dressing room behind that door. Hide there. Now, don't argue with me. Do it.
All right.
And I went to the door, making a loud, yawning sound. The backs of my hands were wet. I opened the door. Without a gun, that was a mistake. I certainly knew the gun I was looking into, a .22 target automatic that had already killed 1 man that night. And I knew the bald head and the flat, shiny eyes and the face like a poisonous lizard. Baldy put the muzzle of his gun lightly against my throat. I backed into the room, and Baldy kicked the door shut.
You alone?
Look for yourself.
I'm asking, not looking.
I'm alone.
You and that dumb bartender saw me dust off Waldo.
What did Waldo do to you?
Who's asking?
Just making conversation.
He stooled on me on a bank job we did together. Got me 4 years in Michigan pen. How is he?
Dead.
I'm still good, drunk or sober. Tell me why I came here, pal.
You heard the barkeeper and me talking. I told him my name, where I lived.
That's how, pal. I said why.
Skip it. The hangman won't ask you to guess why he's there.
Oh, you're pretty tough at that, ain't you? But you're slamming off, pal.
All right, but you could get that gun out of my neck and try somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, sure. Is this better? This suits you all right?
Just so it isn't my neck.
Say when, pal? It's your party.
I leaned against the gun. The door of the dressing room showed a crack of darkness. The crack widened. I began to shake a little. The girl came quietly into the room, but there was white all around her irises. She was scared. She had her gun in her hand, but I was sorry for her. Dead sorry. She'd try to make the door scream either way. It'd be curtains for both of us.
You scared, mister? You worried about any little thing?
I couldn't talk. The girl floated in the air somewhere behind Baldy, and her horrified face was drifting toward us. My mouth was as cold and dry as yesterday's toast.
Well, kid, how's it feel? You ready yet? Go on, say the word.
Well, don't take all night about it if you're going to do something about it.
Why not, pal? I like this.
Well, suppose I yell.
Go ahead, yell. Go ahead.
Put up your hands!
Hey, look!
Oh.
Thanks, sister. Thanks. That buys me. Everything I have is yours now and forever.
Is he dead?
You flatter me no end, lady. I only punched him. All right, now get out of here while I call the cops down on this killer.
Yes. Good night. Good
Hey,
night.
wait. Leave that bolero jacket here. It marks you for the cops.
Oh, yes. Here.
Okay. See you again?
Why?
Oh, I don't know. No, I guess not. After all, who am I to be the rival of a dead flyer? I'll see that the police get Jesse James here. Good night, lady. Yeah? You mean me?
Yes, please.
Oh, you. Again, huh?
Get in. I must talk to you.
You want to know what happened at headquarters, huh?
Yes.
Well, I went down there with the law and gave them the story. I left you out of it.
Oh, thank you.
You saved my life, so no one knows a thing about you. Well, incidentally, neither do I.
Well, my name is Mrs. Frank Bossley. 212 Fremont Place, Olympia 24596. Is that what you want?
I guess so.
Well, there it is.
Now, why did you really come back?
I wanted my pearls.
Pearls?
Yes.
Pearls, too, huh? All right. Tell me about the pearls. We've had a murder and a beautiful mystery woman and a sadistic killer and a heroic rescue. Now we will have pearls.
I was to buy them back from the man called Waldo.
Well, I saw everything that came out of his pockets, and there weren't any pearls.
Could they be hidden in his apartment?
It's possible.
Waldo lived on the same floor you do in this apartment house.
And why didn't I know him, at least by sight?
He moved in last week. He managed to get a sublet.
Great, a sort of an amateur magician on the side, huh?
It's getting rather late.
Yeah. What about your husband this hot, mysterious night?
He's still at his meeting.
You could have brought him along. You could have sat in the back seat working out a problem in hydroelectrics while...
While what?
Well, I didn't have any answers. They wouldn't sound cheap or just ridiculous or from the sophomore class in repartee. Had an unlit cigarette in my hand. I threw it out of the window. I took a hold of her and kissed her. She sat very still. I was shaking when I let go of her. Her voice trembled a little when she spoke.
I meant you to do that. I wasn't always that way. Only since Johnny Dalmas was killed in the war. He gave me those pearls. 41 of them, perfectly matched with a diamond propeller clasp. I'd have loved them if they'd been wooden beads because he gave them to me. I love Johnny. The way you love just one time. You understand that?
What's your name?
Lola.
Lola, how did you explain a $15,000 pearl necklace to your husband?
I told him they were imitation, then I bought them myself.
How did Waldo latch onto them and what they stood for?
When my husband was in Argentina, Waldo and I'd go for long drives. I was restless and wretched because of Johnny. Sometimes Waldo and I had a little drink together, but that's all.
But you confided in Waldo about those pearls.
I was a fool.
And when your husband came back, Waldo stole the pearls and offered to sell them back to you, or he'd tell Papa, huh?
I was a fool.
And now you think the pearls are upstairs in Waldo's apartment?
I suppose it's a lot to ask.
No, sweetheart, I've been paid. I'll go look. Wait here, huh? Was the gun long, Lola?
No. Well?
No.
No pearls?
No pearls.
Oh.
There was a man in Waldo's room.
A man? Who?
You know a man named Leon Balsanos?
Not by name. I don't know.
Mexican, South American, about 45, small, iron gray hair, very neat, fawn-colored suit, wine-colored tie.
No, I don't think I know such a man. Is he the one in Waldo's room?
Yeah.
What does he have to say?
Very little. In fact, nothing. He's dead.
You are are listening to The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin, with music composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. Yes, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with invigorating Irium foam. New, fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new, cool, minty flavor. It's the 3-to-1 favorite over all other toothpastes.
It's true. With families all over America, new Pepsodent is the favorite 3-to-1.
The Farrell family of Evergreen Park, Illinois, preferred new Pepsodent on every single count. The Farrells say new Pepsodent tastes best of all, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. On all these counts, by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1, families prefer new Pepsodent over all other toothpaste they've tried.
It's a fact. Families 3-to-1 say new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter.
Remember, this is not just our opinion. It's the honest conviction of the Farrells and other families who compared new Pepsodent with other toothpaste they had at home. Get new Pepsodent, the only toothpaste containing Irium. Get it for your family without delay. We continue with The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler and starring Van Heflin, who appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Fiesta, starring Esther Williams.
I sat with Lola Barsley in her car listening to that jittery, infuriating desert wind gallop around in the midnight streets. I just told her about the Latin-looking man I'd found in Waldo's room in a very dead condition. I held her hands until they stopped trembling. Then I gave her the few remaining details. He had a gun in a shoulder holster, but someone had strangled him before he could use it.
Someone? Waldo?
Maybe. You see that convertible coupe 2 cars ahead of us?
It's been there for hours. It was there before I parked here to wait for you.
Leon, the man in Waldo's room, came in that car, but according to the key containers he carried, that isn't his car.
Whose car is it? Does it matter?
Well, it belongs to a lady according to the tag on the keys.
A lady?
Well, anyway, a woman, if you're going to split hairs. Eugenie Kolchenko. In West Los Angeles?
Never heard of her.
Uh-huh. All right, well, you go home now, huh?
What are you going to do?
Drive that flossy convertible around, wave at my friends, impress people. You run along now. Me, I've got another date.
Yes? What is it, please?
Miss Eugenie Kolchenko?
Yes? What is it?
Did you lose or misplace a pigeon gray convertible coupe?
What are you saying?
Now, don't be alarmed. I found it and I brought it home to you.
Come in, please. It is a reward you wish. Shall we say...
Snap out of it, Dragon Lady. Who was he?
Who was who?
The little guy, Leon. You loaned your car to. He's dead. Who was he?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, yes.
Eugenie.
Darling, come here, please.
What's the matter, honey? Who is this man?
I came about Miss Kolchenko's car.
What about her car?
The gentleman who borrowed it couldn't return it on account of he isn't alive.
He's dead. Darling, he's dead.
Well, that's putting it more bluntly, of course.
Dead, huh?
Completely.
Who are you?
Philip Marlowe, private investigator. My card.
Mm-hmm. You told the police yet?
Never do at once what can be deferred pending negotiations. Aesop.
I might negotiate.
Oh, peachy.
What do you know, Marlowe?
A man named Waldo was shot in a bar tonight. I happened to have the inside as to who he was, and when I visited his apartment tonight, I found this Leo Valsanos dead.
He wouldn't have had $500 in 20s on him, would he?
No, but this Waldo had over $700 on him when he was killed at that cocktail bar, mostly in 20s. Is there a basis there for negotiations yet?
Very well, Marlowe. I'm a married man.
There were certain unpaid bills for some stuff Miss Kolchenko here had charged to my account.
But you told me I might charge to your account.
All right, so I wasn't very bright.
That might be the understatement of the decade, but go on.
I had the unpaid bill safely in my briefcase. Somehow this Waldo had a chance to steal the briefcase. I hired Leon and gave him $500 to buy back those bills from Waldo.
Instead, Waldo took Leon's dough and was forced to kill Leon in the process. And then he went out to keep another date and accidentally walked into an old pal hostile enough to blow him down.
And someone still has those bills. And I'm in for a divorce suit.
The man who shot Waldo got away in Waldo's car with your briefcase in it. Yeah, that could be. The cops caught him.
Oh. And the police have the briefcase.
Maybe. But the police are interested in solving crime, not in tossing mud for the benefit of sensation eaters. Look, I've got a friend or two at headquarters. Let me see what I can do.
It's worth $500 to me.
Well, then that's what it'll cost you.
Well, good luck. And, thank you, Mr.
Marlowe. Philip Marlowe, remember?
My name is Frank Barcelay.
Barcelay? Oh?
What does that mean?
The big hydroelectric engineer?
Yeah. How did you know?
My voices tell me.
Who?
Darling, this man is manifestly insane.
It's the heat, Miss Kolchenko. It's the Santa Ana. It's the desert wind. May I use your telephone? Someday I must tell you about Ibarra. Salt of the earth, Ibarra, detective, lieutenant over at Central Homicide. I phoned Ibarra from Miss Kolchenko's house and told him where he could find a well-dressed cadaver named Leon and furnished a few small details. I gave Ibarra time to check my tip, and then I went down to see the good lieutenant and told him why I'd been up in Waldo's room, only to find Leon instead of a certain lady's string of pearls.
Pearls, eh?
Well, I thought Waldo might have them up there.
Whose pearls were they?
A lady's.
Go on.
Or they might have been in Waldo's car that Waldo's killer drove away in.
Yeah.
What, yeah?
They might have.
Also a batch of unpaid bills charged to the account of a certain Frank Barcelay?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, now, the police aren't interested in domestic scandal. They want to prevent or to solve crime, right?
So?
So I've got $500 for the police fund if those pearls and those bills are returned to their rightful owners.
Quit your kidding.
No, it's a valuable necklace.
Yeah? There's your necklace.
That's it. 41 pearls, perfectly matched diamond propeller clasp. That's it. That's the one.
Take it away, Marlowe.
On the level?
Just tell me straight what it's all about, all I ask.
Sure. Well, this Waldo was blackmailing a wife with the pearls, and her husband with the bills. Guy by the name of Barcelay. Well, Barcelay sent Leon to get the bills from Waldo. Instead, Waldo killed Leon, then stepped out and happened to get shot by that guy at the bar. Now, if Barcelay's name stays out of the paper, I get $500, and that goes to the police fund.
We'll keep him out.
Well, now, I'm not in this case for money. I just want to get back the bills and the pearls.
As you say, Marlowe, the police aren't in business to sling mud.
Well, you can deliver the pearls to the lady yourself if you like. She lives at...
No, Marlowe. You better take them to her. You see, except for the diamond propeller clasp on them, they're phony.
Phony? But...
All but the clasp, Marlowe. All but the clasp.
I stared at Ibarra. So the flyer, Johnny Dalmas, the great lover, had given Lola a string of fake pearls. Well, I didn't know how to tell her, but I called her up and told her to meet me at the Beachcombers at 2. I was going to slip her the bad news slowly.
I'm glad you asked me to meet you here, Mr. Marlowe. See, I had to have someone to talk to.
Go ahead. Go ahead, talk. I'm listening.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, now more than ever, I must have those pearls.
Why? Money trouble?
Oh, no. It's just that everything's gone wrong. And this morning, my husband told me we're to separate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lola.
But if I had Johnny's pearls, it would be a link with the past and with Johnny. And all he meant to me. It's how a woman feels, Mr. Marlowe. I wouldn't blame you for not understanding.
Maybe I do, though.
So please, Mr. Marlowe, please, you'll try to find my pearls.
Lola, look,
Even if it isn't all of them. Any part of them. Any single smallest one of them. It'll be Johnny's.
Look, will you meet me here again around 4 o'clock?
I'll be here.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. There was only one earthly decent thing I could do. I took Lola's glass pearls to a jeweler, and I had him take off the diamond clasp and put it on one of those strings of so-called simulated pearls that they sell you for $3, tax included. And I went back to keep my 4 o'clock date with Lola at the Beachcombers.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, anything new?
Yes, the police found some pearls in Waldo's car.
They found my pearls?
No, not exactly.
Not exactly.
Well, Waldo was getting set to gyp you, Lola. He had the diamond clasp of your necklace attached to a string of cheap imitations. And then he sold the real pearls.
Oh, how... Oh.
These are the imitations here.
Yes. But it is my clasp. The clasp is real.
Is that all right?
Yes, it's the clasp that Johnny Dalmas gave me. Of course it's all right.
Oh, that's swell.
And thank you so much, Mr. Marlowe.
Forget it.
I won't. Not ever. Well, is this goodbye?
Yeah, I think so. You'll never get over Johnny Dalmas, Lola. If anybody ever bothers you again, though, well, let me know. Name's Philip Marlowe. I drove almost to Malibu, and then I parked and walked out on a rock cliff jutting into the Pacific Ocean. Then I reached in my pocket and dug out the string of Bohemian glass pearls that Lieutenant Ibarra had found in Waldo's car. I cut the knot at one end and slipped the pearls off one by one. One by one, I flipped them into the water. The gull swooped down on them and then flapped up again, screaming indignantly. The phony pearls had fooled Waldo and Lola Barsley, but they couldn't fool a seagull. I said to myself, to the memory of Johnny Dalmas, just another four-flusher. I listened a while to the wheeling seagulls. All at once, I realized that the wind had died. The Santa Ana had blown itself out. The red wind was done. It was over.
You have just heard Van Heflin, starring in the first of a new mystery series, Raymond Chandler's The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, brought to you by the Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent. Have you tasted the new Pepsodent toothpaste? Its lingering, minty flavor is so fresh and inviting, families prefer it by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over all other toothpastes in a recent nationwide test. They said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter. Remember, new Pepsodent gives you more invigorating irium foam. It sweeps dulling film away. No wonder it's the 3-to-1 favorite with families all over America. Get new Pepsodent with irium for your family right away. Tonight's story on the adventure of Philip Marlowe is based on Red Wind, written by Raymond Chandler, creator of Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective. It was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger. Heard with Van Heflin was Lorene Tuttle as Lola Barsley. And this is Wendell Niles inviting you to listen again next week at this same time to another exciting story on the adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin with a distinguished cast.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Great Plays. Today we invite you to go with our commentator to London's Globe Theatre, where from 1599 to 1613, the most precious jewels of English dramatic literature were produced. There you shall witness Christopher Marlowe's first tragedy, Tamburlaine. which was destined to open new vistas in English literature and to be a turning point in the poet's career. Both the first and second parts of the play are incorporated in the radio version. Magically, we lift the curtain on the past and take you to the Globe Theater, typical of the age it glorified when it stood by the River Thames, and the place therein Marlowe's Tamburlaine took place. A capacity audience is here in the Globe Theater to greet this afternoon's performance of Tamburlaine. The black flag flying from the top of the theater denotes that today's performance is a tragedy. People from every walk of life are pouring through the front entrance, over which hangs the sign of Hercules bearing a globe on his shoulders. The nobles and gallants are continually coming from and going to the tiring house and its dressing rooms at the back of the stage. They seat themselves right on the platform. A three-story structure, flanked by the balconies, rises directly behind the stage. There is no front curtain, but a drapery separates the stage proper from the tiring house. The second story is the actors' gallery, and the third is a cupola. Latecomers from the nearby Falcon Inn, where they have loafed since noon, are jostling their way to the standing room in the balconies. The boxes and galleries are rapidly filling with ladies and gentlemen of quality. Gallants in costly brocaded coats, stiff Spanish collars, gleaming jewels, and flashing swords bow greetings to their friends. Ladies of rank who seek the seclusion of their private boxes are dressed in silks and velvets. They all wear masks of every hue and color, since ladies do not attend a play without the protection of such disguise. The packed upper balcony is noisy and restless with anticipation. The bugler in the cupola has just blown the last warning that the show is about to begin. The actor who is to speak the prologue has entered the stage. He serves three purposes: to describe the play, to quiet the noisy and eager spectators, and to act as overture to the performance. Listen, the prologue.
From zigging veins of rhyming mother wit, and such conceits as clownage keeps in pay, we'll lead you to the stately tent of war, where you shall hear the Scythian Tamburlaine, threatening the world with high astounding terms, and scourging kingdoms with his conquering sword. View but his picture in this tragic glass, and then applaud his fortunes as you please.
The first scene opens in the palace of Mycetes, king of Persia. The aged monarch has called a conference with the warlords of the nation to discuss plans for fighting the insurgent Tamburlaine.
An army scavenging our border states, laying waste in angry stretches our outer land. Who is this Tamburlaine? Some shepherd out of Scythia's shielding crags, who now presumes our Persian emperor as the doorway to his stewardship of the world. Our Lord Mycetes, noble king of Persia!
All hail Mycetes!
Casserole, my brother.
Here, my lord.
I find myself aggrieved, yet insufficient to express the same, for it requires a great and thundering speech. Good brother, tell the cause unto me, lords. I know you have a better wit than I.
Shall I say, unhappy Persia, that in former age hast been the seat of mighty conquerors?
Huh?
Now Turks and Tartars shake their swords at thee, meaning to mangle all thy provinces?
Brother, I see your meaning well enough. I might command you to be slain for saying this. Might I not, meander?
Not for so small a fault, my sovereign lord.
Oh, I mean it not. But yet I know I might, for my grief has maddened me. Yet live, yea, live. My fate he wills it so. O Meander, thou, my faithful counselor, declare the cause of my conceived grief, which is, God knows, about that Tamburlaine, that like a fox in midst of harvest time doth prey upon my flocks of passengers.
Oft have I heard your majesty complain of Tamburlaine, that sturdy Scythian thief that robs your merchants of Persepolis, trading by land unto the Western Isles, and in your confines with his lawless train daily commits incivil outrages, misled by dreaming prophecies, hoping to reign in Asia, and with barbarous arms to make himself the monarch of the East.
Theridamas, stand forth.
My lord.
And hear thy charge. Thou art the hope of Persia, and the very legs whereon our state doth lean as on a staff. Thou shalt be leader of 1,000 horse to ensure the death of wicked Tamburlaine. Go frowning forth, but come thou smiling home.
Before the moon, when you have borrowed light, doubt not, my lord and gracious sovereign, but Tamburlaine and the Tartarian rout shall either perish by our warlike hands or plead for mercy at your highness' feet.
Go, stout Theridamas. Thy words are swords. and with thy looks thou conquerest all thy foes. And thou, Menafart, into Scythia go, and foot by foot follow Theridamas.
Nay, brother, pray you, let him stay.
Yes?
A greater task fits Menafin than warring with a thief. What? Create him Thorex of all Africa, that he may win the Babylonians' hearts, which will revolt from Persian government, unless they have a wiser king than you.
Unless they have a wiser king than you. These are his words. Meander, set them down.
And add this to them, that all Asia lament to see the folly of their king.
Well, here I swear by this my royal seat to be revenged for these contemptuous words. Meander, come. By my own brother am I thus abused?
How now, my lord? What, mated and amazed to hear the king thus threatened like himself?
Menafin, I pass not for his threats. The plot is laid by Persian noblemen and captains of the Median garrisons to crown me Emperor of Asia.
Well, they should entreat your highness to rejoice, as fortune gives you opportunity to gain the title of conqueror. Behold, my lord Artigius has brought the crown to make thee emperor. Magnificent and mighty prince, Khosrow. We, in the name of other Persian states and commons of this mighty monarchy, present thee with the imperial diadem.
Well, since I see the state of Persia droop and languish in my brother's government, I willingly receive the imperial crown and vow to wear it in my country's good, in spite of them shall malice my estate.
And in assurance of desired success, we here do crown thee monarch of the East, emperor of Asia and of Persia. Long live Khosrow, mighty emperor.
And Jove may never let me longer live, that I may seek to gratify your love, and cause the soldiers that thus honor me to triumph over many provinces, by whose desires of discipline in arms I doubt not shortly but to reign sole king. And with the army of Theridamas, whither we shall presently fly, my lords, to rest secure against my brother's force.
We knew, my lord, before we brought the crown intending your investing so near the residence of your despised brother, there are in readiness 10,000 horse to carry you from hence.
I know it well, my lord, and thank you all.
May Allah grant us great success. Praise Allah.
And all the while these conferences and strategies are taking place in Persia, Tamburlaine is making his way through the Persian frontier states with his savage troops. Meeting a caravan in the desert, the robber army put it to flight and took as prisoner its leader Magnetes and Xenocrate, daughter of the ruler of Egypt. They are being held in Tamburlaine's tent.
Shepherd Tamburlaine, pity, fair Xenocrate, undecked and unadorned.
Come, lady, let not this appall your thoughts. The jewels and treasure we have ta'en shall be reserved, and you in better state shall be than if you were arrived in Syria, even in the circle of your father's arms, the mighty Soldan of Egyptia.
But Tamburlaine, pity my distressed plight, who, travelling with these Median lords, hath passed the army of the mighty Turk, bearing his privy signet and his hand to safe conduct us through Africa.
And since we have arrived in Scythia, besides rich presents from the puissant Khan, we have His Highness letters to command aid and assistance if we stand in need.
But now you see these letters and commands are countermanded by a greater man. But tell me, madam, is your grace betrothed?
Yes, my lord, for so you do import.
I am a lord, for so my deeds shall prove, though yet a shepherd by my parentage. But, lady, this fair face and heavenly hue must grace his bed that conquers Asia, and means to be a terror to the world. He will invest you Empress of the East, Achilles,
as princely lions when they rouse themselves, stretching their paws and threatening herds of beasts, so in his armor looketh Tamburlaine.
The gods, defenders of the innocent, will never prosper your intended drift, that doth oppress poor friendless passengers. Therefore, at least admit us liberty, even if thou hopes to be eternized as living Asia's mighty emperor.
I hope our lady's treasure and our own may serve for ransom to our liberties. Return our mules and empty camels back that we may travel into Syria, and wheresoever we repose ourselves, we will report but well of Tamburlaine.
Disdains Xenocrate to live with me? Xenocrate is more worth to Tamburlaine than the possession of the Persian crown, which gracious stars have promised at my birth. 100 Tartars shall attend on thee. Thy garments shall be made of Median silk and chased with precious jewels of mine own. All shall we offer to Xenocrate, and then myself.
Now, in love,
Achilles, women must be flattered. But this is she with whom I am in love.
You,
News. How now? What's the matter? 1,000 Persian horsemen are at hand, sent from the king to overcome us all. 1,000 horsemen? We 500 foot. An odds too great for us to stand against. But are they rich? And is their armor gold?
Their plumed helms are wrought with beaten gold. Their swords enameled, and about their necks hang massy chains of gold down to the waist, in every part exceeding brave and rich.
Come, let us meet them at the mountain top, and with a sudden and a hot alarm, drive all their horses headlong down the hill. Come, let us march.
Stay, Achilles. Ask a parley first. Lay out our golden wedges to the view, that their reflections may amaze the Persians. But if they offer word of violence, we'll fight 500 men-at-arms to one before we part with our possession. And against the general we will lift our swords and either lance his greedy, thirsting throat, or take him prisoner, and his chain shall serve for manacles till he be ransomed home.
I hear them come. Shall we encounter them?
No, keep your standings and not stir a foot. Myself will bide the danger of the brunt.
Where is this Scythian, Tamburlaine?
Whom seekst thou, Persian? I am Tamburlaine.
Tamburlaine?
Noble and mild this Persian seems to be, if outward habit judge the inward man.
His deep affection makes him passionate.
With what a majesty he rears his looks. Thou valiant man of Persia, in thee I see the folly of thy emperor. Art thou but captain of 1,000 horse, that by characters graven in thy brows and by thy martial face and stout aspect deserves to have the leading of an host? Forsake thy king, and do but join with me, and we will triumph over all the world. I hold the fates bound fast in iron chains, and with my hand turn fortune's wheel about. And sooner shall the sun fall from his spear than Tamburlaine be slain or overcome. And as a sure and grounded argument that I shall be monarch of the East, he sends Zenocrata, the Soldan's daughter, rich and brave, to be my queen and portly empress. If thou wilt stay with me, renowned man, and lead thy 1,000 horse with my conduct, both we will reign as consuls of the earth, and mighty kings shall be our senators.
A strong enchantment enticed my yielding soul to thee, noble Scythian. Shall I prove a traitor to my king?
No, but the trusty friend of Tamburlaine.
Won with thy words and conquered with thy looks, I yield myself, my men, and horse to thee, to be partaker of thy good or ill, as long as life maintains. Theridamas.
Theridamas, my friend, take here my hand, which is as much as if I swore by heaven and called the gods to witness of my vow.
Noble Tamburlaine.
1,000 thanks, worthy Theridamas. And now, fair madam and my noble lords, if you will willingly remain with me, you shall have honors as your merits be, or else you shall be forced with slavery.
We yield unto thee, happy Tamburlaine.
For you, then, madam, I am out of doubt.
I must be pleased perforce. Wretched, wretched democracy.
A short distance away, another sector of the Persian army nears Tamburlaine's camp. Khosrow, who stole his brother's crown and title as Emperor of Persia, has a special reason to make a speedy contact with the young revolutionary.
Thus far are we towards Theridamas and valiant Tamburlaine, the man of fame. But tell me, the Decini Menachem, what stature wields he, and what personage?
Of stature, tall and stately fashion. Such breadth of shoulders as might mainly bear old Atlas's burden. His lofty brows in folds do figure death, and about them hangs a knot of amber hair. His arms and fingers long and sinewy. In every part proportioned like the man should make the world subdued to Tamburlaine.
Well hast thou portrayed in thy terms of life the face and personage of a wondrous man. Such a man is not by nature thief, and foolishly is hunted to an early death. In fair Persia, noble Tamburlaine shall be my regent, and remain as king.
In happy hour we set the crown upon your kingly head.
Our army will be 40,000 strong when Tamburlaine and brave Theridamas had met us by the river Araris, and all conjoined to meet the witless king, my brother, that now is marching near to Parthia, and with unwilling soldiers faintly armed, to seek revenge on me and Tamburlaine. Whom, sweet Menachem, direct me straight.
I will, my lord.
Moving more slowly, the army of Mycetes rests in camp within an hour's ride of Tamburlaine. It is early morning, and a vast, unbroken plain stretches before Mycetes' tent. In the distance, there are a few low hills.
Come, my Leander, let us to this gear. I tell you true, my heart is swollen with wrath, of the same thievish villain Tamburlaine, and of that false Khosrow, my traitorous brother. Would it not grieve a king to be so abused, and have 1,000 horsemen ta'en away? And which is worse, to have his diadem sought for by such scald knaves as love him not? Then, by heavens, I swear I will have Khosrow by the head, and kill proud Tamburlaine with point of sword. Tell you the rest, Meander. I have said.
Prepare to fight! He that can take or slaughter Tamburlaine shall rule the province of Albania. Who brings that traitor's head, Theridamas, shall have a government and media, besides the spoil of him and all his train.
Majesty, my sages.
What is it, man?
I have returned from scouting on these champion plains, and I have viewed the army of the Scythians. It lies in crouching rest behind those hills, and I report it far exceeds our own angry number.
My sages, fighting more for honor than for gold, shall massacre those greedy-minded slaves. And when their scattered army is subdued, and you men march upon their slaughtered carcasses, you shall share equally the gold that bought their lives, and live like gentlemen in Persia.
He tells you true, my master, so he does.
Strike up the drum, and march courageously. Fortune herself doth sit upon our crest.
And behind those low hills, his army doubled in strength, Tamburlaine watches the same rising sun that warms the aged body of my satyrs.
Now, worthy Tamburlaine, have I reposed in thy approved fortunes all my hopes. What thinkst thou man shall come of our attempt?
Mistake you not a whit, my lord. Our fates and oracles of heaven have sworn to royalize the deeds of Tamburlaine. Haste, Khosrow, to be king alone, that I wish these my friends and all my men may triumph in our long-expected fate. The king your brother is now hard at hand. Meet with the fool, and rid your royal shoulders of such a burden as outweighs the sand.
We are enough to scare the enemy, and more than needs to make an emperor. And now, friends, to horse!
To the deeper post to Khosrow, 'tis he who is our emperor now.
Young genius brother to the witless king, my cities. Aye, Khosrow is a man of strength and spirit.
'Tis Khosrow had the thought to make a friend of Tamburlaine when other men had vowed his sudden death. While Khosrow reigns in Persia, while my saties, his poor star-brained brother, now is holding court among the roof.
The dead rules safely, but with a mitred pomp.
That befits my saties. May Allah keep his soul. They come, the general. Tell me, which is he, the Scythian shepherd whose far-flung name has put the Afric beasts to flight?
There upon the charger, that is Tamburlaine. Khosrow rides just in his right. See, their heads are linked together in some common humor.
Ha, Khosrow, with my saties dead, think thyself invested now as royally as if as many kings as could encompass thee with greatest pomp had crowned the emperor.
So I do, thrice renowned man-at-arms. And none shall help me keep the crown but Tamburlaine. Thee do I make my regent of Persia, and general lieutenant of my armies. And now, Lord Tamburlaine, my brother's camp I leave to thee, and to Theridamas. Then follow me to fair Persepolis.
He rides in triumph through Persepolis. Is it not brave to be a king, Achilles, and ride in triumph through Persepolis?
Oh, my lord, it is sweet and full of pomp. To be a king is half to be a god.
A god is not so glorious as a king. I think the pleasure they enjoy in heaven cannot compare with kingly joys on earth.
What say then, Theridamas? Wilt thou be king?
Though I praise it, I can live without it.
What say my friend Achilles? Wilt thou be king?
Aye, if I could with all my heart, my lord.
Why, that's well said, Achilles. So would I.
Well, what then, my lord?
I am strongly moved that if I should desire the Persian crown, I could obtain it with a wondrous ease. Eh, Theridamas?
Aye, Tamburlaine. The strength that made the kingdom could undo it. The crown itself is nothing, just a cap of gold. The hand that fashioned it to Khosrow's head could unseat it and remake its shape.
Well, Theridamas, I'll first essay to get the Persian kingdom to myself. Then thou for Parthia, they for Scythia and Media. And if I prosper, all shall be as sure as if the Turk, the Pope, Africa, and Greece came creeping to us with their crowns apiece.
Then shall we send to this triumphant king and bid him battle for his novel crown?
'Twill prove a pretty jest to charge on 20,000 men. Then shalt thou see the Scythian Tamburlaine win the Persian crown. Achilles, take 1,000 horse with thee, and bid Khosrow turn back to war with us that only made him king for sport. Haste thee, Achilles, we will follow thee. And what saith the Theridamas?
Go, and I go with thee.
Then to horse!
Traitors, hold your swords! I must surrender. That blow, Tamburlaine, not only cut my side, but loosed the crown of Persia from my grasp.
What? Khosrow fallen? You have only yielded back to me the strength I gave you.
Barbarous and bloody Tamburlaine, thus to deprive me of my crown and life. Treacherous and false Theridamas, even at the morning of my happy state, scarce being seated in my royal throne to work my downfall and untimely end.
Nature doth teach us all to have aspiring minds.
That made me to join with Tamburlaine, for he is like the massy earth that moves not upwards, nor by princely deeds doth mean to soar above the highest sort.
And that made us the friends of Tamburlaine, to lift our swords against the Persian king. So do we hope to reign in Asia.
The strangest men that ever nature made. I know not how to take their tyrannies. My bloodless body waxes chill and cold, and with my life slides through my wound. My soul begins to take her flight to hell, and summons all my senses to depart. Theridamas and Tamburlaine, I die, and fearful vengeance light upon you both.
Tamburlaine, Khosrow's death remakes that golden cap.
Though Mars himself, the angry god of arms, conspires to dispossess me of this diadem, yet will I wear it in spite of him, as if the gods had held a parliament and all pronounced me king of Persia.
With the first great obstacle surmounted and his army triumphant in Persia, Tamburlaine is well on his way toward a great victory over the entire world. This character of Tamburlaine fascinates the audience, for he personifies the Machiavellian conqueror by divine right, a truly heroic and noble figure in the eyes of the English, who were just then commencing the great golden age of Elizabeth, when England ruled the world. Now the next scene is the palace of Bajazet, Emperor of the Turks. A slave sounds the great gong, and the assembled nobles listen. Bajazet speaks.
Great kings of Barbary and my portly vassals, we hear the Tartars and the eastern thieves, under the conduct of one Tamburlaine, presume of bickering with your emperor, and think to rouse us from our dreadful siege of the famous Grecian Constantinople.
Renowned emperor and mighty general,
I listen to the king of Fez.
What if you sent the vassals of your god to charge him to remain in Asia, or else to threaten death and deadly arms as from the mouth of mighty Bajazet?
I depart to Persia. Tell him thy lord, the Turkish emperor, wills and commands not once to set his foot in Africa.
Most great puissant monarch of the earth, your vassal will accomplish your behest and show your pleasure to the Persian, as fits the legate of the stately Turk.
Meanwhile, in a special tent apart from the army, Zenocrate is still the prisoner of Tamburlaine.
Magnetus! Magnetus!
Yes, Zenocrate.
Magnetus, watchful, ever watchful comrade, first lord of my father's rule and nearest friend of mine. Tell me, is the dawn yet come? I cannot sleep. My thoughts will conspire to keep me restless on my couch.
Oh, Zenocrate, may I presume to know the cause of these unquiet fits that work such trouble to your wonted rest? 'Tis more than pity such a heavenly face should by heart's sorrow wax so wan and pale.
Life and soul still hover in his breast, and leave my body senseless as the earth, or else unite us to his life and soul, that I may live and die with Tamburlaine.
With Tamburlaine? Oh, fair Zenocrate, let not a man so vile and barbarous that holds you from your father in despite and keeps you from the honors of a queen, being supposed his worthless concubine, let not that man be honored with your love. Now the mighty seldom hears of you. Your highness needs not doubt that in short time he will, with Tamburlaine's destruction, redeem you from this deadly servitude.
Leave to wound me with these words, and speak of Tamburlaine as he deserves. The entertainment we have had of him is far from villainy or servitude, and might in noble minds be counted princely.
You see, though first the king of Persia, being a shepherd, seemed to love you much, now in his majesty he leaves those looks, those words of favor, and those comfortings, and gives no more than common courtesies.
Common courtesies? His exceeding favors have deserved and might content the Queen of Heaven, as well as it hath changed my first conceived disdain. Higher would I rear my estimate than Juno, sister to the highest god, if I were matched with mighty Tamburlaine.
Tamburlaine!
Does the unfolding tape of day lay bare some danger to our camp?
A messenger, an emissary from the Turks. Their scattered armies welded in one force confront us on the plain below.
Tamburlaine!
Hold, what seek you?
I seek Tamburlaine.
What wish you with our lord?
I come with word from all puissant Bajazet, Emperor of Turkey and Regent of these Afric states.
Any word you have for him can pass through my ears for distillation.
Hey! I'll see the man. I am Tamburlaine.
How straight and strong he stands. The morning sun takes brilliance from his brow.
I bring a challenge from the assembled kings of Africa, and in their name deny you right to set your course across their plains.
Man, by this gathering of arms upon the hill, thy lord and master knows I mean to meet him here in Bithynia and prove my right to enter on these beckoning lands before me. Turks are full of brags and menace more than they can well perform. View well my camp and speak indifferently. Do not my captains and my soldiers look as if they meant to conquer Africa?
Your men are valiant, but their number few, and cannot terrify his mighty host. My lord, the great commander of the world, hath now in arms 10,000 Janissaries.
The more he brings, the greater is the spoil. Then fight courageously. Their crowns are yours. This hand shall set them on your conquering heads that made me Emperor of Asia. It is we millions infinite of men, yet we assure us of the victory. Well said, Achilles. Speak in that mood, for will and shall best fitteth Tamburlaine.
My lord Bajazet deigns to pay visit to this camp.
Vassals and Janissaries of my God, attend upon the person of your lord, the greatest potentate of Africa. Tamburlaine, which is he?
Turk, I am Tamburlaine, and know that those who lead my horse shall lead thee captive through Africa.
Leave words! Men, let them feel your lance's points, which glided through the Greeks. Zabina, my queen, mother of 3 braver boys than Hercules, sit here upon this royal chair of state, and on thy head wear my imperial crown, until I bring this sturdy Tamburlaine and all his captains bound in captive chains.
Such good success happens to Bajazet.
Zenocrate?
Yes, my lord Tamburlaine.
Zenocrate, loveliest maid alive, the only paragon of Tamburlaine, whose eyes are brighter than the lamps of heaven. Sit down by her, adorned with my crown as if thou wert the empress of the world, and manage words with her, Zabina, as we will arms with these presumptuous foes.
And may thou, my love, return with victory and free from wound.
Now shalt thou feel the force of Turkish arms, which lately made all Europe quake for fear.
Our conquering sword shall marshal us the way. My camp is like to Julius Caesar's host that never fought but had the victory. But come, my lords, to weapons let us fall. The field is ours, the Turk, his wife, and all.
Come, kings and vassals, let us glut our swords that thirst to drink the feeble Persian's blood. base woman? Must thou be placed by me that am the empress of the mighty Turk?
Disdainful Turkess, callest thou me base, that am betrothed unto the great and mighty Tamburlaine?
To Tamburlaine, the great Tartarian thief.
Thou wilt repent these lavish words of thine, when I, great vassal master, and thyself must plead for mercy at his kingly seat, and sue to me to be your advocate.
And sue to thee. I tell thee, shameless girl, thou shalt be laundress to my waiting maid.
Hearest thou, Annippy, how my slave doth menace? She, for her sauciness, shall be employed to dress the common soldiers' meat and drink, for we will scorn she should come near ourselves.
Yet sometimes let your highness send for her to do the work my chambermaid disdains.
Curse you, Tamburlaine. There lies my sword.
Now, King of Bassos, who is conqueror?
Now, by the fortune of this spoil.
Where are your stout contributory kings?
We have their crowns, their bodies through the field.
Each man a crown. Why, kingly fortifice. Deliver them into the treasury.
Though I be prisoner, I may be ransomed.
Not all the world shall ransom Bajazet.
Ah, we have lost the field. And never had the Turkish emperor so great a foil by any foreign foe.
Those walled garrisons will I subdue and write myself great lord of Africa. So from the east unto the furthest west shall Tamburlaine extend his puissant arm. And by this means I'll win the world at last.
Yet set a ransom on me, Tamburlaine.
What? Think'st thou Tamburlaine esteems thy gold? I'll make the kings of India ere I die offer their minds to sue for peace to me and dig for treasure to appease my wrath. Come, bind them both, bring them in, and for this happy conquest, triumph and solemnize a martial feast.
The spectators are wildly cheering the exploits of their legendary hero Tamburlaine, shouting their approval at the top of their lungs. We pause for station identification. The play continues. The next scene is a roadside camp where the victorious army pauses on its march to Damascus. The captive emperor of Turkey is locked in a caged wagon. His wife, proud Queen Sabina, walks beside the crude prison.
Call a halt on this shaded flat. I call a halt in this cool spot because my heart has distilled a drop of pity.
Pity for me? Then keep it for a moistener on your own misdeeds. But do not throw it, arms light, at these feet who have trod triumphant over all of Turkey.
Pity for Bajazet, who had none himself save for himself. Pity for the slaving wretches who do pull thy cage. They must perforce work close beside thee and need a respite for their odious labors. Well, soldiers, I call for a footstool, as any monarch might. Bring him forth.
Ye holy priests of heavenly Mohammed, that sacrificing slice and cut your flesh, staining his altars with your purple blood, make heaven to frown, and every fixed star to suck up poison from the Moorish fens, and pour it in this glorious tyrant's throat.
Fall prostrate on the lotus stainful earth, and be the footstool of great Tamburlaine, that I may rise into my royal throne.
Sacrifice my heart to death and hell before I yield to such a slavery.
Stoop, villain! Stoop!
Then as I look down to the damned fiends, fiends look on me. And thou, dread god of hell, with ebon scepter, strike this hateful earth, and make it swallow both of us at once. Unworthy king, that by thy cruelty unlawfully usurped the Persian seat, darest thou that never saw an emperor before thou met my husband in the field, being I captive, thus abuse his state, keeping his kingly body in a cage, that roofs of gold and sun-bright palaces should have prepared to entertain his grace, and treading him beneath thy loathsome feet, whose feet the kings of Africa have kissed.
You must devise some torment worse, my lord,
to make these captives rain their lavish tongues.
Xenocrates, look better to your slave.
She is my handmaid slave, and she shall look that these abuses flow not from her tongue. Chide her, Annippe.
Let these be warnings, then, for you, my slave, how you abuse the person of the king, or else I swear to have you whipped stark naked.
Great Tamburlaine, great in my overthrow, ambitious pride shall make thee fall as low, for treading on the back of Bajazeth that should be hoisted on 4 mighty kings.
Thy names and titles and thy dignities are fled from Bajazet, and remain with me that will maintain it against a world of kings. Put him in again.
Is this a place for mighty Bajazeth? Confusion light on him that helps thee thus.
There, while he lives, shall Bajazet be kept, and where I go, be thus in triumph drawn. And thou, his wife, shall feed him with the scraps my servitors shall bring thee from my board. These Moors that drew him from Bithynia to fair Damascus, where we now remain, shall lead him with us wheresoe'er we go. Now may we see Damascus' lofty towers that spread their wings upon the city walls. The townsmen's mask in silken cloth of gold, and every house is as a treasury. The men, the treasure, and the town are ours.
Your tents of white now pitched before the gates, and gentle flags of amity displayed. I doubt not that the governor will yield, offering Damascus to your majesty.
So shall we have his life and all the rest. But if he stay until the bloody flag be once advanced on my vermilion tent, he dies. And those that kept us out so long, not one should escape, but perish by our swords. And now to horse, and see if fair Damascus can open to our brave assault with welcome for its destined king. Yet hold your still at arms and rest, lest we are forced to play the tyrant to this city. And you, Bajazet, bear careful watch how Tamburlaine assumes the city. 'Tis no greater task to him than laying waste an empire such as yours.
Annippe, see you yet the gaudy flag of Tamburlaine flying on Damascus wall?
No, my lady queen. Still, an aureate glow has cast the night aside. Damascus burns beneath the ravagings of our Lord.
Oh, I would be traitor to my native land, and see it fall a victim to the noisiest horde, than watch it burn beneath its own defense. Annippe, does the flag of victory shame Damascus gate as yet? And tell us in physician's terms, this hemorrhage has ceased.
No, my lady. Still the smoldering fires keep Damascus towers a fine pretender for the coppery sun. Look at soft. Tamburlaine is crossing to this tent.
Oh, my fair Xenocrates, I, another king, and thou, another queen, shall be within the hour. My men are left to quiet the final fluttering of this city of our latest glance. Damascus will be ours. But thou art sad. Pray tell me why.
My lord, to see my father's town besieged, the country wasted, where myself was born, how can it but afflict my very soul? If any love remain in you, my lord, or if my love unto your majesty may merit favor at your highness' hands, then raise your siege from fair Damascus walls, and with my father make a friendly truce.
Xenocrates, were Egypt Jove's own land, yet would I with my sword make Jove to stoop. I will confute those blind geographers that make a triple region of the world, excluding regions which I mean to trace, and with this pen reduce them to a map, calling the provinces, cities, and towns after my name and thine, Xenocrates. Here at Damascus will I make the point that shall begin the perpendicular. And wouldst thou have me buy thy father's love at such a loss? Tell me, Xenocrates.
Honor, wait, unhappy Tamburlaine. Yet give me leave to plead for him, my lord.
Content yourself. His person shall be safe, and all the friends of fair Xenocrates, if with their lives they will be pleased to yield. Oh, Theridamas.
My lord.
Look and tell us if the town be ransacked.
Aye, my lord.
Tamburlaine. Aye, Achilles.
The town is ours, my lord, and fresh supply of conquest and of spoil is offered us.
That's well, Achilles. What's the news?
The Sultan and the Arabian king together march on us with such eager violence as if there were no way but one with us.
No more there is not, I warrant thee, Achilles.
We know the victory is ours, my lord, but let us save the Reverend Sultan's life for fair Xenocrates, that so laments his state.
That we will chiefly see unto, Theridamas. for sweet Senocrate, whose worthiness deserves a conquest over every heart. The Reverend Soldan, father to Zenocrate, shall live. And now, Bajazet, my footstool, here you will stay till we have made us ready for the field. Pray for us, Bajazet. We are going.
Go, never to return with victory. Millions of men encompass thee about. Let all the swords and lances in the field stick in his breast, as in their proper room. Ah, fair Zabina, we may curse his power, but such a star hath influence in his sword. Then is there left no Mohammed, no God. Why should we live? That all the world will see and laugh to scorn the former triumphs of our mightiness in this obscure infernal servitude? Sweet Bajazet, I will prolong thy life as long as any blood or spark of breath can quench or cool the torments of my grief. Now, Bajazet, abridge thy baneful days and beat the brains out of thy conquered head. Oh, no! Since other means are all forbidden me that may be ministers of my decay. O highest lamp of ever-living Jove, let the stony dart of senseless cold pierce through the center of my withered heart and make a passage for my loaded life. Oh! What do mine eyes behold? My husband dead. Oh, Bajazet, my husband and my lord, I follow thee. I come.
Come, happy father of Zenocrate, a title higher than thy Soldan's name. Though my right hand has thus enthralled thee, thy princely daughter here shall set thee free.
Oh, sight thrice welcome to my joyful soul, to see the king, my father, issue safe from dangerous battle of my conquering love.
Well met, my only dear Zenocrate, though with the loss of Egypt and my crown.
'Twas I, my lord, that got the victory, and therefore grieve not at your overthrow, since I shall render all into your hands and add more strength to your dominion.
Mighty hath God and Mahomet made thy hand, renowned Tamburlaine, to whom all kings of force must yield their crowns and emperies. And I am pleased with this my overthrow, if there's beseems a person of thy state, thou hast with honor used Zenocrate.
Her state and person want no pomp, you see. Invest her here the queen of Persia. What saith the noble Soldan and Zenocrate?
I yield with thanks and protestations of endless honor to thee for her love.
Then let us set the crown upon her head, that long hath lingered for so high a seat.
My hand is ready to perform the deed, for now her marriage time shall work us rest. And here's the crown, my lord. Help set it on.
Then sit thou down, divine Zenocrate, and here we crown thee queen of Persia and all the kingdoms and dominions that late the power of Tamburlaine subdued. And now, my lords and loving followers that purchased kingdoms by your martial deeds, cast off your armor, put on scarlet robes, mount up your royal places of estate, and there make laws to rule your province. For Tamburlaine takes truce with all the world. Then, after all these solemn exequies, we will our rites of marriage solemnize.
The capture of Damascus, the consolidation of his Eastern Empire, and finally his wedding to Zenocrate and alliance with her father, Sultan of Egypt, Tamburlaine continues in his quest for world power. His dreams, seen when he was but a shepherd on the Scythian hillside, are fast becoming realities. But in the north...
As I am Calatin the Emperor, and by the hand of Muhammad, do I swear that now I do revenge my father's death on cursed Tamburlaine.
And in the south and east...
We have spoken of Greece and southeast, Sicilians, Jews, Arabians, Turks, and Moors, in conquer Tamburlaine.
And yet, with all the world in arms against him, Tamburlaine has kept his conquered empire intact. Sons were born to Zenocrate and grew to their father's strength. They share his vision of a world conquered. In Damascus, he waits through the years for his army to be replenished with young men, so that he may continue his conquest of the world and make that dream a reality.
Sweet Tamburlaine, when wilt thou leave these arms and save thy sacred person free from scathe and dangerous chances of the wrathful war?
When heaven shall cease to move on both the poles, and when the ground whereon my soldiers march shall rise aloft and touch the horned moon, and not before, my sweet Zenocrate.
So grew the armies of his enemies. Throughout the world, men massed troops and trained them for the day they could safely attack the hated monarch.
My royal army is as great as his. Viceroys and peers of Turkey, lay them in. Let all your thoughts to mangle Tamburlaine.
From Palestine to Jerusalem, of Hebrews, 3,000 fighting men. From the Romanian desert abound came 40,000 warlike foot and horse.
From Trebizond in Asia came to my bands full 50,000 more. The fighting know not what retreat doth mean.
Then welcome Tamburlaine unto thy death. Come, puissant viceroy, let us to the field and sacrifice mountains of breathless men to Muhammad, who now with Jove opens the firmament to see the slaughter of our enemies.
And so the world moves to battle, Tamburlaine against the world. But it is no defeat by mortal hands that strikes grief to his great heart, even as the grand army of his enemies march into his border territories. A simpler enemy strikes within his palace.
Physician, if the four great humors of the earth have ceased to flow within that fevered body, then should I tear the very ground aside and seek the lively spirits at their source, jangle them with these two hands, and force their course through Zenocrate's fair heart. She shall not die. There is no depth so large that it can hold her spirit after flight.
My lord, if I could be a traitor to the very truths which I profess, that would I do to keep thy dying queen alive. But alas, the truth will bear no traitors. It simply is the truth as it appears. No man on earth, nor strength below, nor power above, can for a jot prolong her dying breath.
Black is the beauty of the brightest day. The golden ball of heaven's eternal fire, that danced with glory on the silver waves, now wants the fuel that inflames his beams. Zenocrate, that gave him light and life, whose eyes shot fire from their ivory brows, and tempered every soul with lively heat, now by the malice of the angry skies, whose jealously admits no second mate, draws in the comfort of her latest breath, all dazzled with the hellish mists of death.
Oh, yet let me kiss my lord before I die, and let me die with kissing of my lord. But since my life is lengthened yet a while, let me take leave of these, my loving sons, and of these lords, whose true nobility have merited my latest memory. Sweet sons, farewell. In death resemble me, but in your lives, your father's excellence. Oh.
Proud fury and intolerable fit, that dares torment the body of my love, and scourge the scourge of the immortal God. Now are those spheres where Cupid used to sit, wounding the world with wonder and with love, sadly supplied with pale and ghastly death, whose darts do pierce the center of my soul. Her sacred beauty hath enchanted heaven, and Had she lived before the siege of Troy, Helen, whose beauty summoned Greece to arms and drew 1,000 ships to Tenedos, had not been named in Homer's Iliad.
And now, my fit will cease, my lord.
What? Is she dead? Achilles, draw thy sword and wound the earth that it may cleave in twain, and we descend into the infernal vaults to hail the fatal sisters by the hair and throw them in the triple moat of hell for taking hence my fair Zenocrate. Achilles, Thrymys, to arms! Raise cavaliers higher than the clouds, and with the cannon break the frame of heaven! Batter the shining palace of the sun, and shiver all the starry firmament! For amorous Jove hath snatched my love from hence, meaning to make her stately queen of heaven. Come down from heaven and live with me again!
Ah, good my lord, be patient. She is dead, and all this raging cannot make her live. If words might serve, our voice hath rent the air. If tears, our eyes have watered all the earth. If grief, our murdered hearts have strained forth blood. Nothing prevails, for she is dead, my lord.
For she is dead. Thy words do pierce my soul. Ah, sweet Achilles, say no more. Though she be dead, yet let me think she lives and feed my mind that dies for want of her. This cursed town will I consume with fire, because this place bereft me of my love. The houses burnt will look as if they mourned, and here will I set up her statue and march about it with my mourning camp, drooping and pining for Zenocrate.
Come, puissant viceroys, to the field, and welcome Tamburlaine to thy death. Thy souls are eager for thy swift defeat. Our armies madden at the sound of thy dread name.
What daring god torments my body thus, and seeks to conquer mighty Tamburlaine? Shall sickness prove me now to be a man that have been termed the terror of the world? Achilles and the rest, come, take your swords and threaten him whose hand afflicts my soul. Come, let us march against the powers of heaven and set black streamers in the firmament to signify the slaughter of the gods. Oh, friends, what shall I do? I cannot stand. Come, carry me to war against the gods that envy me thus the health of Tamburlaine.
Ah, good my lord, leave these impatient words, which add much danger to your malady.
Why shall I sit and languish in this pain? No, strike the drums, and in revenge of this, Achilles, haste to the court of Jove. Will him to send Apollo hither straight to cure me, or I'll fetch him down myself.
Sit still, my gracious lord. This grief will cease and cannot last. It is so violent.
Pleaseth your majesty to drink this potion which will abate the fury of your fit, and cause some milder spirits to govern you.
Tell me, what think you of my sickness now?
Your veins are full of accidental heat, cannot endure by argument of art. Yet, if your majesty may escape this day, no doubt that you shall soon recover all.
Then will I comfort all my vital parts, and live in spite of death above a day.
Your pains do pierce our soul, no hope survive. For by your life we entertain our lives.
But, sons, this subject, not of force enough to hold the fiery spirit it contains, must part. Imparting his impressions by equal portions into both your breasts. My flesh, divided in your precious shapes, shall still retain my spirit. Though I die, I live in all your seed immortally. Then
Now remove me, that I may resign my place and proper title to my son. First, take my scourge and my imperial crown, and mount my royal chariot of estate, that I may see thee crowned before I die. Help me, my lords, to make my last remove.
Heavens witness me, with what a broken heart.
Farewell, my boy. My dearest friends, farewell. My body feels, my soul doth weep to see your sweet desires deprive my company. For Tamburlaine, the scourge of God, must die.
This radio version of Christopher Marlowe's Tamburlaine has been fourth in a series of great plays presented each Saturday afternoon at the same time over the same station. The adaptation was by Blevin Davis, and the performance was directed by Albert N. Williams. Members of the cast included Tamburlaine, Richard Colmar; Xenocrate, Kay Strutzy; Mercedes, Richard Shelley; Cosroe, Wilfred Hamden; Meander, Mark Smith; Polydamas, Charles Webster; Ortigius, Dennis Hoy; Menaphon, Ralph Locke; Caceres, Herbert Dean; Bajazeth, Carl Eastman; King of Fairs, Earl Larimore; Soldan of Egypt, Stanley Waxman; Agitus, John Brewster; Enippe, Ruth Warwick; Sabina, Florence Malone; Orcanus, Douglas Ferguson; Gazellus, Ralph Locke; Calipine, Earl Larimore; The Physician, Marlowe Bolton; The Prologue, Bernard Lingo; Messenger, Louis Van Rooten; Soldier, Peter Beauvais; and commentator, Jack Costello. Next week at the same hour, the National Broadcasting Company will present Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream. This has been an NBC educational feature. This is the National Broadcasting Company.